and you have brought us back some results. So I would like to ask you, thank you for bringing us some results, but what were the egos like in the room while this frank talk started?
Well, thank you very much, Rufai, and I acknowledge, yes, you challenge me, you challenge us, and I think it's a challenge coming from all Nigerians, that definitely Nigeria deserves better from the opposition. And like we have, the last time I was here, I indicated we are consulting. And within a week, we will indicate what direction we want to go. And last week, we issued the open letter. And we followed it up, which is what we reported in the statement yesterday, that we had very constructive and frank discussion with our leaders. And the bottom line is that I think everybody acknowledge that the country deserves better and that leaders need to put the country first before any other thing. And we acknowledge on our own part the limitation we have. We are dealing with a situation that is already constructed in a way that negotiating it make it a bit difficult. And to that extent, therefore, what we try to discuss with the leaders, and I think they are in agreement, is on twofold. One, to encourage them to set up structures for engagement that will enable them develop strong relationship among themselves based on which they can be able to reach agreement on some of the concrete issues. And the reason why I think those conclusions are reached that the strength of relationship that will determine how much sacrifice they can make for each other or how much trust they can invest in one another. And to that extent, I think we have all agreed to move to the next stage, which is basically to bring everybody together and put forward a proposal. And some of the proposals are already before them and they are consulting. And right now we are working with their representative. All the parties we have mentioned have nominated people who we are working together with to iron out the details of how the meeting will be conducted and on the basis of which specific agreement will be reached on the basis of how we can move forward and before 2027 election have the common front we all desire to have.
All right. Okay, so I'll go back to the tail of Rufai's questions on egos in the room. One of the biggest stumbling blocks that the G100 would potentially face would be the personal ambitions of the leading candidates of the major opposition parties. Many of them have large followings. If you look at Waziri Adamawa, Atiku Abubakar, if you look at Mr. Peter Obi, if you look at, if they are even their vices, the vice presidential candidates, they have a strong following. How do you hope to bring them together, to persuade them to have a consensus candidate, if that is the aim of the G100? Do you think it's possible? Number two, some of their followers are even saying that they would not agree on behalf of their principal. They are saying even they dare their principal to not, step down. How do you hope to manage these expectations and these ambitions ahead of 2027? And do you have enough time for that?
Well, Ayo, I must confess, the point you raise is really, really a very serious issue. And all that we keep saying, which we emphasize to all of them, each one of them want to be president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, but only one of them can be president. And we also, because among us, among the 100 of us, there are also people who strongly support some of them. And we had to appeal to ourselves, just like we are appealing to them, that look, we need to play the bigger picture. The bigger picture is that we want them to win the election. We want the opposition to present something formidable that will give confidence to Nigerians on the basis of which they will come out to vote for them and they can win the election. If we encourage them to go in this divided way, we will repeat what happened in 2023. and come back to square one. And the situation may not be what we are all bargaining for. I must admit, and I am not here to present something as if it is a very simple thing. It's a very difficult task. We are appealing, just like we are appealing to our leaders and all of us, we are also appealing to Nigeria, including the supporters of this candidate. What they want at the end of the day, they want their the people they are supporting to win the election. And the main opponent is the APC and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That's the main opponent. If we encourage them to continue to contest against each other, it will strengthen the main opponent. And I don't think that is the objective anybody is working for. Frankly speaking, we are committed among ourselves in the G100, and from the preliminary discussion we have had with leaders, we have had encouraging signal to ensure that we engage the leadership of the opposition to present something much more formidable. And to that extent, we are working at two levels. One, at the one level, is to encourage them to engage each other so that they can agree to produce a common front. The second level is what is it, and I hear, and this is a popular, a very constant question Rufai keep asking, what is it when they win the election they are going to work on? And these are the two issues that we are pushing them. They have to clarify, because it's not about changing faces in government. It's about also coming up to say, look, at the end of the day, we acknowledge Nigeria is faced with this problem, and this is how we intend to tackle it. Whoever emerge among us, this is the way to go. And I think if we succeed in achieving these two, of course, like you said, there is no time, and we are conscious of that. That is why we are not taking all the time in the world. We gave ourselves 1 week to do consultation, and within 1 week we came out and we are saying we are now giving ourselves another target that by next week we have to bring everybody in the room. It's another very challenging task. It's not easy one. And after next week, we have to come up with another target that will enable us that by 2027 election, we're having that common front. This is the way we intend to operate.
And these are the major questions. So I think you're hitting the nail on the head, because the concerns are that we've seen the politics of anything but the incumbent in the past, and it doesn't necessarily produce the best leadership. I saw one of your media outings yesterday where they were asking you, well, what does the opposition intend to do differently? Because it seems that the only common thread amongst this G100 is that they stand against the government of the day, but we're not hearing solutions. And we've gone past the threshold of constant criticism. We now want to hear alternate solutions. But can these egos, who can't even agree on who should be the candidate on the ballot, even agree on stances on certain issues? I mean, it seems like a tall order between now and January.
My sister Bimbai, it's really a tall order, no doubt about it. And but challenges are there for human beings to engage with. And you are right. I mean, I was asked this question, what is it that opposition can do differently? My response is that I don't want to present my opinion as the opinion of the opposition. And I know that part of the thing we have put before the leadership are issues that will enable them to begin to have common position in terms of program. When they win election, this is how they are going to, what they are going to do. These are the priorities. And by next week, after the meeting, we can be able to talk much more confidently on those issues. Because like we said, we didn't come as G100 to dictate to leaders. We come in to facilitate. And as much as possible, what we are trying to do is to encourage leaders to go in the right direction, to find answers to some of the questions Nigerians are asking, which will give Nigerians confidence that yes, this time around the opposition is serious. And honestly, like we have said in that statement, The engagement has been quite encouraging, and everybody acknowledged the challenges. It's not going to be easy, but we are all committed. The opposition will present something much more better and much more formidable to Nigerians, because at the end of the day, Nigeria has to come first before anybody's ambition or interests.
Right. We'll say a big thank you to you, sir, for your time. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we shall be talking to Omoyele Sowore, presidential candidate of the African Action Congress. Stay with us.
You won't believe what happened.
What happened?
I was hosting a dinner the other day, and my favorite show was about to start. Everything was perfect until my gas ran out, just like that.
Oh no! So what did you do?
I had to make a quick run to the supermarket, and right in front of it, swapped my empty gas for a full one. I was back before my show even started.
That fast?
Yes, so with better gas, it's quick and reliable. Plus, it's right where you shop, so you save time and effort.
My gas just ran out too.
You know what to do.
Introducing Better Gas, your hassle-free cooking solution. Quick free swabs, quality and leakage checks, and always affordable.
Better gas. No more stress, no more wahala. Swap your cylinder. Quick.
In partnership with the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, NCDMB, and in alignment with the federal government's gas master plan. This initiative aims
of staff, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, to the Made in Nigerian Diaspora Investment and Economic Conference NIDEC 2026, taking place from 12th to the 15th of August in Toronto, Canada. With the theme, Invest Nigeria, Thrive Abroad, the conference will bring together top government officials, governors, business leaders, investors, innovators, and members of the Nigerian diaspora from across the globe to unlock new investment opportunities and strengthen economic ties between Nigeria and Canada. Organized by the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission in collaboration with the Nigerian High Commission in Ottawa and the Canadian High Commission in Abuja. NIDEC 2026 is your gateway to partnerships, innovation, trade, and sustainable economic growth. Join us as we connect global expertise with investment-ready opportunities in Nigeria. NIDEC 2026, Invest Nigeria, Thrive Abroad. Announcer, Honorable Abikeda Arewa, OON, Chairman, CEO, Midcom.
Our hearts made of gold, we rise above borders.
Before the roads, before the cities, there was a river that carried kingdoms, stories, and generations of people. Its waters witnessed prosperity. Its currents shaped destinies. Festivals to river games, from culture and cuisine to art, history, and living traditions. The river calls us home, because the river knows we are one. Water won't get enemy, Beni River Life.
Polo, the reward of success.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Rise News. With President Bola Tinubu's reforms being praised for their gradual impact in stabilizing the economy, the effects must translate into the livelihood of citizens. The impact should be felt across all sectors, including education, security, and even down to the minimum wage, as the current wage is barely enough to get by. Joining us on the show to discuss the state of the nation with regards to how the country is thriving in this current dispensation is Omoyele Sowore, presidential candidate of the African Action Congress. He'll also touch on the forthcoming Osun governorship election set to hold on Saturday, August 15th. Good morning and most welcome to the morning show today.
Thank you very much for having me. Good morning.
Great to see you. Good morning. All right, let me start. In between, Gumbai was asking you off air, in between court appearances and stays, it's good to see you, in person here on the show. But let me ask you, you have been very vocal about your critique of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's economic reforms. Only recently, just yesterday, we talked about some of the gains of his administration, and I won't bore you with the details. We talked about how they've been able to increase revenue through the NRS. They talked about how they've been able to have, fiscal collections. Tax to GDP ratio has increased consistently over the years, and just mention how his daring policies have made this possible. But you have argued that his policies are often anti-poor. They're just copy and paste from institutions. What do you make of these assessments? The numbers are there. They've been able to show working, as Nigerians will say. What do you have to say? They say just give more time. Economics would translate to micro in a little while. What do you have to say about these?
Well, I've been around for long enough to know that you just need to change the dates on this analysis, because we're told the same thing in 1988 when Babangida was in power. Structural adjustment program was going to bring about prosperity. We just need to adjust our bets a little bit. And the only people who were not adjusting their bets were those in power. So you are back to the same thing. We did it under Jonathan. We rebased our economy. Is now bigger than that of South Africa. Now South Africa is bigger than our own. All of this has not translated to the poor person or an average Nigerian, not even the poor person. Businesses are pretty much gone. You've closed down industries. Your people are poor. And we're not just talking about poor people. We're talking about people who are multidimensionally poor. Out of about 200 million people, over 140 million people are recognized as multidimensionally poor. Your currency is in the tatters. So it is not difficult for people to come and say, well, taxes have increased revenue. But what you should be asking is, if you were collecting taxes in 2025 or 2022, and the volume is still the same, or maybe you get more volume, but the value of your currency has gone down, you are not making revenue, you're just making up numbers. But what we're asking them to produce are the wealthier people in society, the schools that have been built, the roads that you have constructed after you remove subsidy, and how your people are faring, how your businesses are faring. Since they love to talk about private sector a lot, we want to see the development in the private sector that has brought about employment, that has brought about a new, fresh lease of life for people. You have a country where people are running away from. and you're bringing out numbers as if we are foolish people. You know, I know what they are trying to do. It's mental. They want to do a mental adjustment, you know, on the psyche of the people. They say, you know, you are feeling better because our GDP ratio is higher. We're talking about GDP to tax, but what about GDP to, you know, standard of living? Nobody's talking about that. That's why I said it's a repetition of the same old explanation of their own economic failures.
You know, as we get into the election now, people are asking, so what's the solution? Are you planning to bring back subsidy? Are you planning to pay? Okay, you would bring back subsidy. Yes. Because they're saying that if we were still paying subsidy, we'd be deeper in...
In the first place, they are still paying subsidy. They just changed the name of what they call it. They are subsidizing not only petrol, because they don't have enough, you know, they can't produce locally. They're also subsidizing the Naira. That's one thing they will never tell you. The reason the Naira is at a certain, you know, rate to the dollar is because it's been quietly and secretly subsidized. Otherwise,
all countries defend their currency.
Yes, but why are you lying about subsidy then? You know, we have to stop telling lies about... See, what everybody has agreed happened to subsidy is not that subsidy is bad, because there's no country in the world that don't subsidize their poor. In fact, the people that get the most subsidy in Nigeria is not the poor, it's the rich. All the people who bring in, you know, foreign goods and services, go and look at their waivers at customs. You will know who is getting real subsidy compared to the people who are getting 10 Naira from each gallon of petrol that was taken away from them. And you saw what happened. Immediately you remove subsidy. Look at where your economy tanked. Your Naira also went down the toilet. So there's no need for us to sit down here and ask, oh, what would you do differently? Of course, what we have to do differently, first and foremost, is to get rid of this old mentality and the ideas that brought poverty to become a standard, you know, a household name in Nigeria. And now they have upgraded it to what they call multidimensional poverty. The Food and Agriculture Organization regards Nigeria as one of the places where you need food in 2026. That is to say, we are so bad, and we are about the only country producing oil that is on FAO's list of countries that you know that has food shortages. That's the country we are in. But they don't want to tell you all this because it's all about the optics. But optics don't feed people. Propaganda can't feed people. People are dying in this country of hunger, starvation. People can't afford to live. And when we come and say it on the morning show, it's not because we want to come and grandstand. We're telling you the truth. You have relatives who put so much pressure on you. Some of you no longer pick your phones anymore because people think you have enough to take care of them. You know, what is referred to in America as black tax, where, you know, your relatives feel like you owe them your life. And you can't blame them. If people can't survive, who do they turn to? They turn to their better relatives. Because the country that's supposed to support them is not there to provide that support in terms of economic, social justice, and all of what is needed to keep our people going. And we say we can change that. That's why we keep asking you to stop listening to them and listen to fresh ideas and fresh people who can make this country work.
Since this country gained independence, we have always lived in one cycle. Hegemony that forms a rentier system that segues into business and industrialization, and there is no trickle down. That's always been the rule. I mean, in the 60s, we had the likes of Mr. 10%.
Yes.
We had somebody that used to wear a cloth that had to take people to hold it up for him. We had somebody that got into power that was really rich. In the 70s, crude oil even made it worse off. Most of what we call the old money today in Nigeria was money made in the 70s. Hegemony, rentier system, cement armada, people benefited, political class, military class and all of that. 90s, we had the same. Hegemony, rentier system, most of those at the top, hegemony, rentier system, state benefits and all of that. But for you to have a trickle down, that hegemony has to be reduced and the rentier system has to be reduced. Sure, you don't have the money to do that. How would you do that? Because it takes a lot to be able to upset that rentier system. Well, it's when that rentier system evades, that's where you have a trickle down.
No, you see, I want to reconstruct what you're trying to say. And it was one of my friends, Nino Malalo, described as exactly what Nigeria is. It's like a 3-story building. The hegemony you're talking about, the renter and the medium. But all of them are not connected. That's the reason why there's no trickle down. And everybody else is at the bottom. The only time the two other guys listen to you is if there's an eruption at the bottom. So when there's militancy, they say, oh, why is everybody upset? They're going to look for the chief militant. They bring him to the hegemony level. If there's kidnapping and the kidnapper is successful enough, they're going to look for him. If you are a thug and you are successful enough, they'll bring you to the top. So what needs to happen is that we should stop deceiving ourselves. That hegemony has to collapse. It's not going to fizzle out by itself. The people at the bottom who are caged, who are unable to make it in life, who are unable to call themselves citizens, must work very hard. And it's not about money. It's greed. Sometimes, most times. Everywhere the hegemony has collapsed all over the world, people who have nothing to lose are usually the ones who make the hegemony collapse. And that is where I stand. I've never deceived myself that I will ever have enough money to compete with these people, except I join them. And the moment you join them and have enough money, you become part of the problem of the people at the bottom. Everybody that has done it. Everybody that has joined the system saying, oh, we want to go inside and change the system. As I always often say, the system is the burial ground for the human conscience. The moment you get there, they will get you well situated within the system. You become the enemy of where you're coming from. So I have no illusion that I'm not going to be able to use money to join them. But we must also understand that there's a different kind of currency, that is more than money. And I don't have to disclose to you here that will collapse the system. All we need is people. I think it was an American politician that recently won a Senate primaries of the Democrat, who said that, they have money, we need many.
Okay.
That's America, sure.
Well, that can be Nigeria too.
Look at
Osun State. Look at Osun State.
I know what I'm talking about, that many can defeat money.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So very quickly, since before I talk about Osun State, I'd like you to just touch very briefly on that. Yeah. I don't know how many candidates you plan to have presented at the elections, but this morning, Arise News is hosting a town hall where the candidates have an opportunity to share their ideas individually to the people who could potentially vote for them. What do you think the people should be listening to this morning? Rufai had talked about the bags of rice. People are, with poverty comes incentive to collect bags of rice to vote. So voter engagement. What do you make of this?
Well,
what should people
our preference at this would have been for a debate to take place. We want people to debate ideas, but we are aware that majority of the candidates are afraid. They have a phobia for debate. So they opted for town hall.
At least they are coming to it.
Well, the election is Saturday. If this were to be America, I would have had like 3-4 debates, and I know we keep talking about America. The reason I mention is not because I live there, it's because it's one of the places we borrow our democracy from. So why can't we have a debate? But since we're having a town hall meeting, we hope that the organizers will ask the real questions and the people can judge by way of listening to each of the candidates who is the brightest. And I have no doubt that the AAC candidate is the brightest. In fact, they have been avoiding him. BBC had...
He's not, unfortunately, he won't be at the town hall today.
I have breaking news to give you. We did reach out to the organizers and they said they will allow him to come on.
So you heard it first here.
Yeah, we hope he will get the same, airtime live as others.
Right, it's a fair and balanced platform.
Well, we'll find out today. But that's what I think. But what is sad is that we have lost so many people already to campaign violence, and this should never be happening in 2026. Over 47 people already killed. We have not even reached election day yet. It's been a campaign of violence, money, inducement, sharing of rice, and corruption.
To round up, do you think that what's the likelihood of this being a free and fair election?
I am not going to discuss free and fair election with you when you're talking about Nigeria. All right. Whenever we're ready for a free and fair election, we will make it happen.
So even in 2027?
Oh, 2027, we're hoping that we'll make a free and fair election happen.
Okay.
We'll have to force it upon them. Just like when I go to court, I told them I'm not going to court hoping to get justice, but I bring justice to the judges.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Thank you for that breaking news. We're looking forward even more to the town hall this morning. And
now you have to expect, it's a lot of expectation.
Fire.
AC is on.
All right, okay.
Yes.
We'll all be tuned in and watching, and definitely watching what the ideas, or listening to the ideas of the four runners in terms of the candidates in Osun State. Let's take a short break now. When we return, we shall be talking to Emmanuel Ikechukwu Nwombo, a chieftain of the People's Democratic Party and a former two-time leader of the Ebonyi State House of Assembly. Stay with us.
Governor Ademola Adeleke's administration is transforming education in Osun State through strategic investment in infrastructure, human capital, and student support. In just 31 months, over 630 classrooms have been rehabilitated, while 323 new classrooms, complete with offices, halls, and laboratories, have been constructed across public schools. The government has also provided modern sanitation facilities, boreholes, deep wells, perimeter fencing, and upgraded the educational management information system to improve school administration and data management. To strengthen learning, the administration recruited 660 primary school teachers, 526 secondary school teachers, and 55 education officers, addressing critical manpower shortages. Governor Adeleke also revived the state's bursary scheme, awarding financial support to over 3,100 indigent students and providing bursaries for Osun indigenes in law schools across Nigeria. These achievements reflect a clear commitment to rebuilding education and creating a stronger future for every child in Osun State.
Imole is delivering. Progress is visible. Osun is growing. This message is brought to you by the Imole Campaign Council.
You only live once, so what's stopping you from living this life on 100? The youths of Aba and Enugu showed up and showed out at the gathering on 100. They were about their business. They played their hearts out. And had the time of their life.
Amazing, electrifying, exciting.
They gathered in their thousands and hour after hour non-stop. They showed Naija what it means to truly live it 100.
All right, welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. Earlier this month, thugs attacked a team of journalists in Idembia, Izal, South Local Government area of Ebonyi State, in what the reporters described as a narrow escape from death. About 12 journalists were on their way to cover an event organized by Ifeanyi Nwori, who was formally defecting from the All Progressives Congress, APC, to the People's Democratic Party, PDP. At a press conference in Abakaliki, the state capital, after the incident, the party described the attack as provocative and an assault on democracy. It called on the police, the Department of State Services, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, and other relevant security agencies to ensure a level playing field for all political parties and political activities throughout the state. Well, joining us on the show to discuss what transpired in Ebonyi State is Emmanuel Ikechukwu Nwombo, a chieftain of the People's Democratic Party and a former two-time leader of the Ebonyi State House of Assembly. Good morning, sir, and welcome to the program today.
Good morning.
All right. Well, let's get straight into it. Horrifying news coming from Ebonyi State. And, most people are saying as much as we don't expect violence, is it not even too early in the day for the level of callous violence we've started seeing? What is going on in Ebonyi State between the PDP and the APC?
Thank you. There is nothing actually that was supposed to be a serious matter at this point in time. The election is still a bit far, though fast approaching, but it is what I would call that the state is gradually generating into security and political quagmire. What actually is happening is unprecedented in Nigeria and in any state of the federation, where it appears that the opposition party is being boxed to a corner and shrinking this political space for no reason. And what I also call that is maybe out of political executive frustration. When you have a lot to show for the tenure, when you are rounding up, you don't need to actually allow violence in your party as a ruling party. You allow whatever you have on ground to be a witness or evidence of performance to use and campaign. But when there is time is running and there's nothing actually that can be shown for a full 4 years, it leads to executive frustration and depression, and may lead to what we call taking the laws into your hands. The state has been peaceful, and the governor around on his speech on the third year in office during the Thanksgiving, apologized to the state on behalf for himself and on behalf of others that work with him, because he believed that they must not have met the expectations of the citizens of the state. And while the state is really considering whether to accept the apology, it generated into a situation where the party, the ruling party, decided to take the laws into their hands, where we are waiting that we sympathize with him for most of the delays and lack of completion of delivery of the democratic dividends, which may not actually be his fault, but may be due to poor implementation. They started taking laws to their hand by not only shrinking the political space, but began attack on opposition. As you rightly said here sometime before we started, the recent news is the attack on a party chieftain, Barrister Ifeanyi, who was trying to decamp from APC to the PDP. And there is this other attack at the Umuhali, where a party member was celebrating New Year Festival, and he was invaded by police and thugs. And the other one, just on the 7th of this month, they invaded another chieftain's compound and beat everybody there, destroyed things in his private home, and also made the wife have miscarriage. Nothing is being done about it. Nothing is being discussed about it. Petitions have been raised. And what we needed to do is to escalate it, because this is like executive recklessness and induced terrorism.
Okay, Honorable
yes.
Okay, at your press conference in Abakaliki, you called on security agents, you called on the police, you called on the DSS, NSCDC to step in. Has any formal petition been made? What has been the response of the law enforcement agents? And also, have you gotten a response from the government house, from the government governor himself?
Yes. I don't want to sound accusatory at this point, and I don't want even to believe that the governor don't know what is happening. Most of the atrocities are committed by people that work under him, and they applaud it on social media, believing that that is the latest, saying that no other person will be allowed to play any opposition party in the state, especially recently when one of the party members, Chief Ifeanyi, declared interest to contest under the PDP. So after these attacks, petitions have been made but before even these attacks, letters were written to the police, the DSS, the army, by like Ifeanyi did, who is a lawyer too. And the response was cold, according to him, because I have to interview him directly. And he said he was told that there is period order that he should, the police invited should be withdrawn, and that those that even came were there when he was invaded. More than 200 people invaded his house, attacked him, and that was nearly after the one that happened at the local government area. Then 7 days after, they invaded the home of one chief, Bazuago, that is known as Chief Mbuta, and destroyed party properties and inside his private home. And this is not as if the leading party, the ruling party don't know, and not as if the opposition party is weak, or they don't know how to retaliate, or don't know how to go on reprisal. But we are in a country that have been passing through a lot of security challenges. You can look at the case of...
have you made formal petitions to the police?
Yes, petitions have been made to...
What was the response?
Yes.
What has any response been done?
There's nothing that has been done yet.
Okay. When did you make this petition?
Nothing has been done as at the moment.
When was this petition
Immediately
made?
after the attack was made.
Okay.
Around the 9th of the month, 8th and 9th of August, immediately after the attack in Mbuta's compound, and immediately after the attack on journalists at the home of Ifeanyi, the petitions were made to the appropriate quarters. Police was even there when these things were going on, not as if it happened at their back, because there are police that was in his compound when he was attacked. In Mbuta's house, they came with guns, machete, beating party members. The state deputy chairman was wounded. The wife was injured. A lot of things happened, and the threats are on social media. They boast about it, and the opposition party don't actually want to join issue with them in the same mode they're operating, because that may be lawlessness and throwing the state into anarchy, and definitely may lead to a situation where they begin to say we need a state of emergency in a Ebonyi state, and which is not to the good of anybody. So our own is to escalate it and let the security agencies know that something must be done. A stitch in time saves 9, because continuous delay in getting the people involved into justice, or this issue of whoever pays the piper dictates the tune, cannot be allowed again in the Nigerian security and the political space. This is not the example the president is giving in his own political career, or as the leader of the country politically.
Okay. So real quickly, you said that some people connected to the governor are doing these attacks, right? Do you have their specific names?
Yes, yes.
Do you have their specific names?
The political appointees of the governor were in the Ifeanyi house. He mentioned to me one of them who was a director in one of the companies, the pipe production company, was there. In fact, specifically, one other barrister also was part of that. Journalists have already reported it, but there's not one stakeholder in the local government working with the governor that was not in that.
I want their specific names, because I want their specific names as fact and proof.
Okay.
So, are you sure of their names? Can you mention their names?
Yes, during the press interview, you can hear. Okay, I will show you some of the interview. But Barrister Friday,
you're not answering my question. Okay, go ahead.
I'm answering it. I said one Barrister Friday, Barrister Bom, who is a chieftain of the party. One Otio is a chieftain of the party, a lawyer too, and one of the former member of the Federal House of Representatives, who I've reached personally and told me that it was not in the second attack. He said he was not there, but in the first one he was there, and that's at least members of the ruling party. Their names are specific. I have mentioned 3 of them, and I can go on and produce names. The report have been forwarded to the police. They have the records, and other proofs that can be produced at any point in time. Your journalists, your colleagues were also in that scenario, or in that scene of the crime. It was not as if it was done in darkness. They escaped being burnt alive, and there was no need for that. There was a regrouping of retaliation or reprisal, but to my wisdom, I said it's not necessary to start reprisal without, first of all, escalating the matter and calling the attention of the federal government and the commander-in-chief and other people that are interested to know that there is a scenario looking like what happened in Borno State, trying to escalate in Ebonyi State. And is because this thing started by the governor's threat, because, you know, excuse me, I said on the 15th of June, you know, when the governor pronounced that they have, during the adoption of the president, that he has all it takes to consume all any opposition member, which was condemned by the PDP, and which they went to explain that that's not what they mean. But what they mean was the consumption was all about what is happening right now.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time with us. You have made your statement clear, and we look forward to a response from the Ebonyi Police Command. And of course, like you mentioned, also the governor, I believe that they have a right to reply based on the allegations and accusations you stated this morning. Thank you for your time. Time for a short break now. When we return, Ebi Iyomon will be here with Global Sports Update. Stay with us.
My people for Osun State, I greet all of now. I hear to say they don't carry us where we no know. Make we stop. Our health center don't pafuka. Our school no be am again. It don't get dilapidated finish. Over 1,500 teachers don't get red card and no be say money no deal. Now ghost worker, the shopper, them sit down for house, they collect alert without doing anything. Over 1.5 million naira. Time then they pay for Ilesha University, the most expensive government university in Nigeria. Waiting with the crime of mercy, so good governance go get record of good road. Hospital, job creation for youth, and empowerment for our mama and papa them. Where they sell small, no be 100 billion naira for airport to Osun, where we they fly go. Federal government don't give Osun almost 1 trillion naira, but nothing good to show for it. Road where them do so say, na rain for carry and go. Till today, we see they find the road. So change the story, make we vote APC, make we vote Ashwaju Muriudin, Godla Oyebamiji, Hambo as the next governor for Osun State. Na the man we sabi o.
In a society where many have degrees, the real advantage is what you do beyond it. At Nile University of Nigeria, education offers flexibility, practical experience, and real-world exposure. Whether you learn in person, online, or both, every step prepares you for what's next. Students graduate with ideas they've tested, skills they've practiced, and the confidence to think differently. Because at Nile University of Nigeria, learning goes beyond the classroom into the real world. We nurture innovation and entrepreneurship, advance knowledge through research, and develop professionals and leaders for an ever-changing world. We create opportunities for individuals and organizations to grow, adapt, and thrive. Because education is defined not only by a qualification, but by the impact it creates. Nile University of Nigeria, beyond degrees.
Excuse me, ma. This is your 100% in my year.
Babes, are you sure you want to spend this much on hair?
Since your landlord just increased rents, I saved for this one separately on Money Point.
You say you save on Money Points?
Yes.
This madam Money Points here, the array of your dryer there, his target savings Money Points I used to have it. The rest of this my sub is fees savings Money Points I used to do it. The salary of this my staff is save as you transact, son.
Jennifer, Money Point save as you transact. Money Point fixed savings and Money Point target savings.
Why did I tell her to contribute to you? Why should I? Come on, oh, you go give your money to Adaku to save. You see Money Point accounts there. You know, go open a savings account. Now Adaku you shoot. I beg everybody inside this my salon. Oh, yeah, bring out your phone and download the Money Point app now. Even you. What are you waiting for?
Download the Money Point banking app now and start saving with the bank you can trust.
Money Point, made for your progress.
Before the roads, before the cities, there was a river that carried kingdoms, stories, and generations of people. Its waters witnessed prosperity, its currents shaped destinies, and its spirit still flows today. From fishing festivals to river games, from culture and cuisine to art, history, and living traditions. The river calls us home. Because the river knows we are one. Water will get enemy. Benny River Life.
Welcome back to the Morning Show right here on the Rise News channel. So for updates on global sports updates across the globe, AB Yomo joins us. AB, great to have you. Been a minute, AB.
And it's great to be back, Rufai. Good morning. Good morning, Vimbai and Ayo, and good morning to our viewers. Great to be back. Yes, we'll quickly run through our stories with the D-Tigers. Now, China are targeting a clean sweep over Nigeria's D-Tigers ahead of the FIBA Women's World Cup. Now, China edged Nigeria 69-65 on Sunday after previously winning 70-67 on Friday, leaving the D-Tigers 2-0 in their three-game series. The teams meet for the final game tomorrow before Nigeria will continue its preparations in Spain with further games against Spain, Belgium, Mali, and Puerto Rico. The D-Tigers will then head to Berlin for the World Cup, which starts from September 4th to 13th, where they will face South Korea, Hungary, and France in Group B. Now to football. Coach Justin Madugu says the Super Falcons are fighting to keep Nigeria's World Cup dreams alive after a shock 1-0 loss to Cameroon ended their WAFCON title defense. Nigeria missed out of one of Africa's 4 automatic Women's World Cup spots. They now face South Africa on Thursday in their playoffs, knowing they must win 2 knockout games to reach FIFA's Intercontinental Playoff Tournament. With the Super Eagles already missing the 2026 World Cup, Asisa Toshola says the Falcons are determined not to disappoint Nigerians twice. Since 1991, Nigeria have never missed a Women's World Cup, but that record is now under serious threat. And still on football, Harry Kane has won the European Golden Shoe for the 2025-26 season after finishing as Europe's top league scorer. The Bayern Munich striker scored 73 goals across the season, including 12 for England. He also made history at the 2026 World Cup, becoming England's all-time leading World Cup goal scorer, surpassing Gary Lineker. Now, Gianni Infantino is under growing pressure to quit as FIFA president after the 3 major football confederations accused FIFA leadership of breaking trust. UEFA, CONCACAF, and the AFC are demanding an independent investigation into the abandoned FIFA Forward Enterprise Plan, which proposed selling 21% of a new company handling FIFA's commercial and ticketing rights to private investors. While confederations are calling for accountability, the president of the United States, Donald Trump, has come to Infantino's defense, saying removing him would be a terrible mistake. Now, a consortium including Amazon founder Jeff Bezos has advanced talks to acquire around 30% stake in Liverpool. The group is led by British-Indian businessman Amit Bhatia and includes Facebook co-founder Eduardo Severin. Liverpool owners Fenway Sports Group confirmed interest in a strategic minority investment. Bezos, worth an estimated $256 billion, will join the group if the deal goes through. And finally, to tennis. World number 1 Yannick Sinner says he is withdrawn from the Cincinnati Open with a knee injury but expects to be fit for the US Open. The Italian has not played since winning Wimbledon last month. Carlos Alcaraz, who was last year's Cincinnati champion, is also out with a wrist injury. But Zverev and 24-time Grand Slam champion Novak Djokovic are among those in action. The tournament runs from August 13 to 23rd, while the US Open begins August 30th in New York. But that's all from me in sports this morning.
All right, Ebi, thank you so much for that update. We're keeping our eyes open and our prayers very, very, very intensified for the Super Falcons because we certainly will need them at that World Cup. We can't miss out as Super Eagles and Super Falcons. But thank you so much, Ebi, for that update. We're going to take a very short breather now. We've got plenty more here on The Morning Show when we return, so do stay with us. All right, welcome back. Thank you so much for staying tuned to the morning show. Now, we all know the internet for catching crews, scrolling and keeping up with the latest trends. But what if your phone could also help you make money? From graphic design and digital marketing to video editing and UI, UX, young Nigerians are turning their digital skills into gigs, getting paid and even working with clients beyond Nigeria. So how exactly are young people cashing in on the global gig economy? Well, Ayo Mairo-Ese sits down with CC Hub's Managing Director, Ojoma Ochaye, to get the lowdown. Nigeria's digital economy is creating new opportunities for young people to earn through the global gig economy. But access to the right skills, equipment, and reliable infrastructure remains a major barrier. The Gateway program is to bridge that gap by equipping young Nigerians with high-demand digital skills and the tools needed to access legitimate remote work. The program aims to engage 340,000 young Nigerians in areas including digital marketing, graphic design, UI, UX design, and video production and editing. To discuss the program and its impact, I have here with me Ojoma Ochaye, Managing Director of CC Hub and co-founder of its creative economy practice. With nearly 2 decades of experience in creative and digital economy development, she has worked with institutions including the British Council and World Bank and is a member of the UNESCO Global Expert Panel on Cultural Expressions. Ojoma Ochaye, you're welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Excellent. Thanks for joining me. Now, Ojoma, across Nigeria, many young people are eager to learn or to earn a living through digital work, but many struggle to get started. What gap did the Gateway program identify and seeks to solve?
So we saw a number of gaps when we were thinking about what Gateway might be, in the sense that there's maybe 2 categories of people. There are people who already have skills, right? They have been to some kind of training school, university, or technical college and learned skills like graphic design or video production or video editing or UI, UX or digital marketing. We know there are lots of those courses around and they've been around for a few years. And so there are thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of young people who have done those courses, but they're still not able to access work. Or maybe they access work, but the work is really low paying work. Or they live from gig to gig, and which is really precarious in the sense that you don't know where the next gig is coming from, but not just that you don't know where the next gig is coming from, you don't have the normal protections that workers would normally have. You don't have access to credits, you don't have access to insurance, you don't have access to a pension. Yeah. And so we know there's probably hundreds of thousands of young people in that situation. So that's one category of people that Gateway is here for, who you have skills and you're really trying to monetize the skills that you have. And we're saying you have those skills, the global gig economy has opportunity, but how do you bridge that gap? And so that's what Gateway is trying to solve. How do you provide internet? How do you provide laptops? How do you provide electricity? How do you provide knowledge of how to navigate the platforms where these jobs are? How do you help people position themselves on these gig work platforms so that they get picked to do the work that's available? But also, how do you give them financial services where even if you don't get to work for a few weeks, you have some savings, or you can get a loan to buy a laptop when you need a laptop, when your laptop goes bad, or you can buy solar, inverter, whatever. Yeah. So that's one problem we're trying to solve. Another problem we're solving is some people don't even have those skills, those what we are calling digital creative skills. So that's the second category of people that we're solving for, to say, well, help them get those skills before they then get onto the pathway of then finding work on gig platforms, both locally and internationally.
Fantastic. So just before I ask the next question, you've been talking about the gig economy, the opportunities that exist. Can you give us a snapshot of what that looks like? What opportunities does it present, especially for young people in Nigeria and across Africa?
So the gig economy is projected to grow to 1.85 trillion in less than 5 years, which means that there's $1.85 trillion worth of value to be unlocked. And it really comes from the fact that industries around the world, any industry you think about, whether it's financial services or construction or manufacturing, or even the creative industries in itself, need a range of skills. even education, they need people to create content for them, whatever sector they are. So video production and editing skills are in high demand, even in a world of AI. Digital marketing skills, people in retail, FMCG, any sector you can really think about that's selling something, they need digital marketing skills. Any sector that's selling online needs UI, UX, user interface and user experience skills. They need graphic design skills. So across the world, all these industries, as they grow, they create opportunities for work. And we know that the world of work is changing. And so a lot of the companies in these industries around the world increasingly are looking for short-term workers that they employ on a gig-by-gig basis, so on a project-by-project basis. And that's really the opportunity. And for young people, the opportunity is they get to work from home.
Yes.
They get to work in their own time. And I think it's particularly interesting for young women because many young women, as we know in Nigeria, across the country, either have domestic responsibilities or they have child caring responsibilities, and young men as well. And so the vision really for Gateway is how do we help people access these opportunities that are out there in the world, international but also local, while giving them the flexibility to work when it suits them. And that's really the vision of the program. And that's what the gig work economy provides.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Now, the Gateway program has been around, running for 4 months at least. What have you noticed? What impact has it had so far?
We have almost 40,000 people already on the program across the 4 skills areas that we're focused on: graphic design, UI, UX, digital marketing, and video production. But for us, the training journey is not the journey. It's the journey of how many people are actually getting work. And every day we're getting updates from people. We have a gig worker who joined the program in April, who they already had the prior skills that we're talking about, and they've just landed a gig that's paying them $1,200. And in today's economy, obviously $1,200 from zero is significant. We have somebody else that has been put on a 490,000 Naira retainer, monthly retainer, based on the access that they got through the program.
And these are real stories.
And these are real stories in 4 months. So we're seeing people who came into the program with one of those 4 skills areas. We help them understand how the gig ecosystem works. We've helped them secure gigs they're earning. And the 2 examples I've given, one is in dollars, one is in Naira. And not only that, they have access to insurance. We've designed micro insurance products so they can insure their equipment. They can get health insurance. They can get pensions. They can, instead of spending all their money, they can be putting some of that dollars and Naira that they're earning to start saving towards a pension. And these are all things that they got through the program. They can also access credit. They can access credit to buy a laptop. They can access credit to buy any kind of device that helps them work. If they need to buy a generator or solar panels, whatever they need to be able to work, they can get credit. Also, we have hubs. We have partner hubs across 10 states where we're working. And so they can also go to these hubs for free. Everything that I'm talking about is for free. And they can work from those hubs. In the hubs, there's electricity, there's internet, and there are devices that they can use as long as they're on the Gateway program.
Fantastic. Now, one of the things that is often said is a barrier for women, people living with disability, or even people, for instance, people displaced youth in Nigeria, would be access to credit. Small business owners have often talked about how that is a challenge for them in building whether opportunities for work or to earn an income. So that's really brilliant. But let me ask you now, there are countless training programs online, other programs online, free courses. What sets the Gateway program apart? What is different about the Gateway program? And then what are the outcomes that skilled participants should expect from accessing this program?
Yes, we know that there's hundreds of training programs, and that's precisely why we have the path on the Gateway program that says you already have a skill. You've done a training program. But what these training programs don't teach you is how to navigate the gig work ecosystem. They don't teach you when you log on, these are the things you need to do. This is what you need in your portfolio. This is what you need to say to somebody that wants to hire you. This is how you negotiate your pricing. when you go to graphic design school or video production school, they don't teach you those things. When you go to digital marketing school, they don't teach you those things. So when you get on the program, you've already been through those training programs. We help you understand these are the different gig work platforms. This is what will stand you out on this gig work platform versus that gig work platform. This is what you need to say when you're negotiating your rates. This is what you need to have in your contract. When you're negotiating. And these are payment channels that you can use to safely receive your money after you've done the work, because that's another issue. People work and then they use a platform and then their money gets stuck in the bank. So we help them navigate all these obstacles that would have mitigated against them getting work.
That's really important. Thank you very much for breaking that down. So it's beyond just gaining skills or information. You get additional information to the skills that you have. Brilliant. So you mentioned partner hubs when I asked you the question previously, and you said there are 10 partner hubs across Nigeria. Where are they and what depth or richness do they bring to the Gateway program? How important are these hubs?
Yes, so we do have 10 states that we're working in, and in those states, we have 2 hubs per state.
So 20 hubs?
So 20 hubs. 15 have already signed up, and the other 5 will be live in the next few weeks. If you go on the CC Hub website, you can see all the states that are participating in the program, and you can register to take part in the program.
So the CC Hub, the website, I'm almost tempted to ask you because everyone should know the website, but what's the information for anyone who's watching and wants to quickly just get to that website?
So the website is www.cchub.africa.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
All right. So what learning outcomes should participants expect at these partner hubs you've mentioned?
So the outcomes from the hubs is really, in those hubs, you will get free internet. You will get access to use a laptop for free. Whatever course you're learning or whatever skill you have, you will get software. So if you're a video production person or a video editor, the laptops you have access to in the hubs will have video editing software that you can use. So it's about access to those devices, and there's lights in the hubs. And so when you go to those hubs, there's electricity. So it means that
it's free.
It's free. It's absolutely free. As long as you're on the program, it is free.
Fantastic learning experience. All these things for free. So tell me, if anyone who's watching right now wants to be a part of the Gateway program, what do they need to do next?
They need to go to the CC Hub website, www.cchub.africa. And they need to register for the Gateway program. Once they get on the website, they will see all the information that they need to register and the information they need to provide. And once they've registered, even if they already have skills, even if they're already working in digital marketing or UI UX or video production or graphic design, this is an opportunity to make more money or to get more projects. And so go on the website, register, and we will hook you up.
We'll hook you up nicely. Well, let me ask you, I know you talked about some of the success stories from this program, but what has impressed you or surprised you the most based on participants' response to the Gateway program in the last 4 months?
It's been really inspiring to see young people from across Nigeria, because typically you expect, maybe the big cities, people in Lagos or Abuja or Kano, but we're seeing people from, other Delta, from Edo State, from River State that are participating, and not just the main cities in these states. We're seeing young people from second cities, third cities that ordinarily you would not expect. And that's really exciting and inspiring to see.
Excellent. So as we go, don't forget the website again.
www.cchub.africa.
And then is there a particular group of people that you're looking for to access this program?
So mainly young women between the ages of 18 to 35, but we also have slots for young men. It's just that the slots are limited. There's a capped number for everybody, but mainly young women, 18 to 35, and young men, 18 to 35. We're also really looking for people who are displaced, so people who are in refugee camps or people with a disability, and we also hope that they will join.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, Ojoma. It's been very interesting learning more about the Gateway program and the opportunities that exist for young people across Nigeria. Thank you very much for speaking with us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Excellent. Well, we've been speaking with Ojoma Ochai, Managing Director of CC Hub and co-founder of its creative economic practice. We've been talking about the Gateway program.
All right, thank you so much for that, Aya. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll have an easier Sakwe with details on what's trending. Stay with us.
She's brought out all these devices just for the same shoe. And rereading reviews, only for her to leave it in her cart again. But it's okay. I won't back out until she checks out. Even if she'll be back in 3 months shopping for the same shoes again. Get Airtel Smart Connect today. Call toll-free on 0911 00 00080.
When it comes to the best of personal finance, the best thing has come to you. With Vault, all you need to do is lock in. With the Polaris Salary Advance, you can get up to 50% of net monthly salary in under a minute with Vault or with our smart code *833*12#. Available 24/7. Just lock in. With the Polaris term loan, you get access to up to 30 million naira via Vault and at all Polaris branches with monthly installments spread across 36 months. Just lock in. The Polaris Asset Finance or Buy Now Pay Later with financing of up to 1 million naira to be paid back across 12 months and without equity. Just lock in. Lock in with Vault by Polaris, or you can dial *833*12#. Open 24/7 and within minutes, all from the comfort of your mobile phone. Open a Polaris salary account and open new levels. Download Vault by Polaris Bank, available both on Google Play Store and Apple App Store. Polaris Bank.
You only live once, so what's stopping you from living this life on 100? The youths of Aba and Enugu showed up and showed out at the gathering on 100. They were about their business. They played their hearts out. And had the time of their life.
Amazing, electrifying, exciting.
They gathered in their thousands and hour after hour non-stop. They showed Naija what it means to truly live it 100.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank digitally connected across Africa and global financial centers with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly whenever, wherever, however. A bank with smart financial solutions from a systemized blend of technology and human touch. For easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Introducing AI-powered travel booking by Safety Travels Limited. Experience premium flight booking with AI itinerary creation. Here's how it works. Voice requests.
Book me a one-way flight from Lagos to London next Friday.
And a guided path from planning to confirmation. Very secure payment platform, powered by Paystack in Naira or USD. Just say the time, the way, and the Safety Travels AI assistant turns it into a clear trip request. Download our app today for free or visit our secure website, www.safetytravels.org.
Before the roads, before the cities, there was a river that carried kingdoms, stories, and generations of people. Its waters witnessed prosperity, its currents shaped destinies, and its spirit still flows today, from fishing festivals to river games, from culture and cuisine to art, history, and living traditions. The river calls us home. Because the river knows we are one. Water will get enemy. Benny River Life.
Polo, the reward of success.
A recent German geological survey estimates Nigeria mineral wealth at $700 billion, a conservative figure likely to rise with further exploration. Yet, the sector contributes less than 1% to GDP. Fidelity Bank has climbed to the top of Nigerian banking industry as the highest contributor to non-oil export foreign exchange earnings. The key, our in-depth understanding of what constitutes bankable projects. At Fidelity Bank Corporate, we provide blended finance, patient equity, rigorous counterparty screening, international off-taker purchase guarantees, escrow management, FX hedging, and regulatory coordination. The outcome, finance plans generating 10,000 plus jobs, significant export revenue, and positioning Nigeria in global supply chains. We turn vision into bankable projects with proven financing architecture. Speak to us today. Thank you.
We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Good morning. Good morning to everyone out there. It is Tuesday, August 11, and we're coming on the air with President Tinubu's administration saying it's committed to stronger dialogue between Muslims and Christians, emphasizing that learning to live together is key to peaceful coexistence. Then over in the U.S., Tupac Shakur's murder trial officially kicking off, why it took 30 years to get here. Plus, joyeux anniversaire to the Louvre Museum in Paris. It's celebrating its 233rd birthday this week after wowing visitors from around the world for centuries. I'm Anieze Osakwe in for Ogiope, and this is What's Trending. Now, listen, before we dive deeper, let's see what you're talking about right now. Our team, as always, is tracking everything you're talking about on X, Facebook, or YouTube Live. And of course, Like. And 3 stories are dominating your timelines this morning. Trending at number 1, reactions in the tens of thousands to Kano State going through with this 1.5 billion naira mass wedding over the weekend. How some men are saying it helped them find their third wife. Trending at number 2, a mother's desperate plea to President Trump over in the US to bring her sick daughter from Nigeria to America. But how likely is it that Trump will actually listen to this? We'll discuss. And trending at number 3, the former Osun State Governor, Rauf Aregbesola, proudly stating that since he's been married, he's never been intimate with anyone except his wife. This stunning disclosure at a campaign rally, of course, we will get into that later in the show. But listen, here's where you come in. Join the conversation. Use the hashtag What's Trending with Ojiokpe. Comment on our live feed on YouTube and on Leke. Tell me, which of these stories matters most to you, or what's trending in your own community? Because for the next hour, or about 45 minutes, we're getting into everything that has Nigeria and the rest of the world buzzing. But first, hundreds of women took to the streets of Osun State on Monday, all out to protest what they're calling harassment, intimidation, and the illegal treatment of citizens ahead of Saturday's election. The women, led by Osun State First Lady Titilola Adeleke, were seen carrying placards with messages saying, "We want ballots, not bullets. An election is not war." All of this making it clear that this election should be democratic and not deadly. Let's watch.
To let you know that we are eagerly waiting for Saturday to come. We only want to vote. We don't want violence. We don't want to fight. We don't want intimidation. Osun women are peace-loving people. We want correcting our people. We love peace enough. We want to vote. We want to vote. We don't want to fight. We are going to vote. Don't vote like in
Now, at the core of Monday's protests is a simple idea that's often lost in the midst of campaigning and politics, that elections come and go, but human lives cannot be replaced. Now, the women in this protest came with a number of demands, including an end to the intimidation of citizens on political grounds, impartial conduct by police and security officials, a credible investigation, and most importantly, free, fair, and transparent electoral processes. But speaking of the desire for a free and fair election, this protest in Osun comes as an Osun businesswoman identified as Alhaja Falilat Yusuf is causing a bit of a stir online, as she was seen in a viral video which surfaced on Monday giving out bags of rice to potential voters, explicitly telling them to cast their votes for the APC candidate, Bola Oyebamiji. Let's take a look.
Yawa Alajawa Boyega Oyetola, Yawa Alajawa Kifayat Oyetola, àwọn ni wọ́n kó ráìsì kalẹ̀. Wọ́n ní kí n fún yín ní ráìsì. Ẹyọ kọ̀ọ̀kan wọ́n ní kí n fún yín. Àwọn náà ń rí mi báyìí. Àwọn méjì ní fún yín. Ẹgbà ó yẹ máa bọ́ mi lọ́kọ̀. Kálí yín lẹ́nu. Ẹ̀dìbò fún Mọ̀lẹ́rùdínà Oyèbámẹ́jì o. Orí wọn fún ẹgbẹ́ mọ́. Ọmọ rẹ̀ ò ní rédí àyè jẹ ní. Àti wá ti gba owó lọ́wọ́ wa tó gba oúnjẹ tí ó tẹ̀ka fún ọmọ rẹ̀ ò ní sórí rẹ̀.
Now, people have been struck by how open she is with all of this. A quick scroll through her public TikTok profile shows a number of videos where she's seen wearing APC or AMBO clothing next to bags of branded election rice, calling on members of the public to vote for her candidate and her candidate only. And I'll take some reactions in a minute. But first, let me say good morning to this incredible panel who've been so busy this morning. Vimbai, so good to see you here, as always. Ayal, good morning. And Rufai, good morning. Rufai, I'll come to you on this first story. But first, Femi on X says, don't blame these rural, poverty-stricken people. There's almost nothing you can tell someone who is genuinely hungry that will make them reject food. The only language a hungry man understands is food is ready. They've been trapped in a cycle where poverty has been weaponized against them. It's truly heartbreaking. Then Scood says, If you see this and think any president will remove or eradicate the one weapon they have to keep winning the elections, then you must be joking. This is a clear reason why no one talks seriously about reducing poverty. It's always reforms, roads, other projects, while the root problem remains untouched. Keeping people poor makes them easier to control during elections. That's according to Scoot. I mean, Rufai, this was maybe the #1 trending story in the last 24 hours.
He's correct.
What do you make of this?
He's correct. Scoot is so correct. I must have to put a caveat out there. It's not only APC that does this. Let's not make it look like an APC thing because we got their footage. If we also to be able to look at the Accord Party and look at other political parties there, they will do one level of inducement or the other. But this comes back to the question I asked Shawara. See, from 1960, it's been about the hegemony and the people below. In fact, let me dial back to even before 1960. Even if you read from the days of Victorian Lagos, Echero wrote a book called Victorian Lagos. The 1800s, the first people that met the British or the colonial masters, they were able to form an hegemony. And that's how every society functions. But what is poverty? Poverty, I'll define as passing over opportunities regularly. What has made the inequality gap so much is that those at the top strip off potentials for you to have opportunities for those below. And how do they do it? They do it by stealing state resource. Most of the politicians that get in there is just to be able to steal state resource. Most of them. Maybe you have a little percentage of those that truly want to work. And even that little percentage, when they get into power, then they are focused on the resource because now they're thinking of another term. And that's it. And that's why somebody did say, it's my turn. Second point is, when you look at this hegemony they've been able to build, how do you get a system to work where you have a middle arbiter that drags people out of poverty and makes opportunity commensurate?
Right.
Because if you make opportunity have some level of being commensurate, I mean, it's not just going to be equal, have some level of being commensurate, then you can use that to improve outcomes. So people can have better health outcomes, better education outcomes, better societal outcomes. Their kids can actually aspire and go to school and get an education and stuff. But they, especially in Nigeria, what they do is that they lock off that opportunity totally. They bring their own children. Can you count how many politicians that have brought their own children? Even somebody sent me a message at in Edo State. Look at Adeleke, brought his own family members into governance. All right? Osun State. Brought his own family member into governance. So they cut off that lower level. And as a child of a nobody, you never get anywhere. And that's why you see that people in the lower level are always looking for one big man to take them up or aligning with one big man. We must build a society where we can cut it off. And how can we cut it off? The first step would be building institutions like INEC, institutions like the police that has been seen to be partisan in all of this, institutions of governments. Then secondly, mass mobilization of the people to demand accountability.
Absolutely.
And that should be, because if we don't do that, Annie, we'll do this show 50 years from now, and this will still happen. I am sure when they did the first elections to herald new government in 1959 in this country, or when they did the first election in 1922-23, this kind of thing happened at that point in time. And it will definitely keep happening, except we change our paradigm.
Absolutely. And this cycle that we see, as Rufai said, is something that absolutely has to be broken. And in the midst of all of this, you have former Vice President Atiku Abubakar boldly declaring that the best Nigerians are in the African Democratic Congress, calling on the Osun electorate to vote en masse for the ADC candidate Najim Salam. Now, Atiku made these comments on Monday during the party's governorship campaign rally in Osogbo. Let's take a look.
I can assure you is different from APC, is different from Accord, is different from all other parties. Because the best of Nigerians are today in APC. The best of Nigerians are today in APC.
Everyone is in Osun State, apparently, and Amordi on X said, "Stop all this foolery and call on all opposition parties to support Adeleke. You claim to be a political leader, but you can't read the room. Be reasonable for once." And that's someone essentially telling an ADC member to join the opposition so as not to split the electorate. But as we hear more from campaign surrogates in the lead up to Saturday's elections, the public is also getting an unprecedented revelation during these kinds of rallies. Now you have the ADC National Secretary and former Osun State Governor Rauf Aregbesola disclosing that he's never been intimate with any woman but his wife ever since they got married. Now, the former governor made these comments to a packed crowd while speaking at a campaign rally in Ejibo local government area over the weekend. Let's watch. I mean, Aya, what an extraordinary campaign moment. Even though Aregbesola was not at this rally to talk about his marriage or extramarital affairs, this is the moment that people online are talking about. It's what they're remembering. And by virtue of that, this has turned into quite the memorable campaign speech. But big picture, take this together with what we heard from Atiku, essentially saying the best people are in the ADC. I mean, what are we supposed to make of what the opposition is essentially saying in Osun State right now?
Yeah, when you just started. This is just Osun
just
State.
the beginning.
Please get ready to see and hear all kinds. Do you not bring up a video of a candidate buying corn, roasted boiled corn? Like, oh, we have not seen anything yet. We will hear all manner of things. We will see all manner of things. And so the context of that, I believe, was just talking about the fidelity and that when he makes a promise to God, he abides. That's Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola, that when he makes a promise to God, he holds on to that promise, and so people can rely on that. And he used the fidelity in his marriage as proof, even though unfortunately we cannot empirically test that data. We can only rely on word of mouth. We're scientists. What we do. So that's on the lighter side. But the truth is that it's based on his word, and maybe his wife.
Have you called his wife?
Have you done your investigation?
Do you know anybody?
Even the wife's testimony will not be scientific. We need empirical data to that effect. But that's on the lighter side.
Eyewitness accounts.
Yes. But for any man, and I saw many comments, for any man to be able to stand up and beat his chest and say such a thing, that not many men. Let me ask all the men in this studio. I heard stories around, my colleagues at work behind the scenes saying, can you say such a thing? Can you boast of such a thing? So I put it to all the men who are watching this morning. Can you raise your hand on your chest and beat your chest and say it categorically that you have never done what Ogbeni has said? But that's not what people should be looking at. And I've said this before. Governor Adeleke has found his own strategy. It is dancing, part of it. Ogbeni has found his own strategy. It is fidelity with his wife. And so those who love marriages might see that as a point for them to vote for his candidate. By the way, he's not on the ballot. The candidate that's on the ballot is Dr. Najim Salam, like you mentioned. But Najim Salam, Dr. Salam has said that he is working on continuing the legacy of Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola in Osun State. And then for Atiku Abubakar, the strategy is the fact that they are best people in the ADC. Again, it's the people that will judge. And what we're just asking for is that beyond all these, theatrics, people should look for the substance. What is it that these men are bringing to the table? In a few minutes, we're going to have the opportunity to listen to each of the primary candidates in the Osun election, speak to their people in a town hall that Arise is hosting, and it will be shown live here from 11 a.m. I think it's an opportunity for people to listen. Yes. But when you say that, I say it to the pinch of salt, because let me now speak like Rufai this morning. Let me be real with you this morning. People don't care about what they're saying. It is what would come into but I don't agree with that.
Very good.
Because we must continue to push as media and as the press that people should listen.
Yes.
You cannot sacrifice your future, your prosperity levels on the altar of a few a naira here and there, a bag of rice that would finish before even the elections or before he's sworn in come November. So these are the things that people should look at. Don't let them bamboozle you. They'll say all manner of things. Look at what their policies say, read their manifesto. Why did they come into politics? What do they have on offer? What are the alternative ideas for those who are in opposition? And let me just end by saying that Mr. Salihu Lukman was on the show earlier today. Until the opposition comes together, or until they come together, it's very doubtful the amount of impact they will make in the next elections, because a lot of it we're hearing is personal ambitions, ego, not really the people at the center of it all. I hope that we'll get to a stage in our electoral cycle where the people will be at the center of this discussion.
Don't let me deceive you. People
Don't deceive me. I don't want to tell you.
People will not still listen. You see,
Well,
the
that's
country
why we
has
speak
gone
every day.
bad.
We fight.
Ayo,
We should
it's
not
not
be talking.
see. Ayo,
That's why we speak every day.
There was a time, Vimba, in this country many years ago that we read from history that Nigeria's parliament, if you go and read the Hansas, people used to go to the parliament ground to go and listen to arguments.
Yes. So let's bring that back.
You have to build it. Everybody won't blow.
That's why we hold the
They've destroyed the societal fabric. People used to go and listen to arguments. Why? How do you think that Penkelemes became popular? Peculiar mess. Penkelemes is one of the brightest brains that went to GCI in Ibadan.
And really bright people.
Adelabu was an intellectual battlefield.
Very interesting.
People went to listen to arguments.
Fine.
But today,
listen to the argument. Don't mind.
Wait.
Okay.
Ordinary debate, it was a problem. Now people listen to arguments.
Okay, that was fascinating. Personally, I didn't know that, so thank you, Rufai, for that little history lesson. And as Ayel said, there's a lot of theatrics going on, a lot of, grandstanding that we're seeing in Osun State. So before we take our next story, let's also quickly highlight this moment of levity from Oshogbo when Arik Bishola was seen dancing on stage with his fellow ADC chieftain, Dino Melaye. Let's take a look.
Thank you. I knew I was going to pull him out with that song.
Hilarious. I mean, they basically look like, celebrities on stage or something. But anyway, let's shift gears, because as we witness the political machinations taking place in Osun State right now, let's quickly head to Abuja, where the All Progressives Congress is apparently already getting set to kick off the 2027 presidential election campaign, with renewed hope buses already spotted in a convoy. In a video from Abuja's new city gate, a row of these campaign buses were seen driving down one of Abuja's most popular roads. Let's take a look. According to the Independent National Electoral Commission, campaigning isn't supposed to start until August 19, which is next Wednesday. But in conducting a little research on these buses, turns out they were provided by the popular Delta-based businessman, High Chief Government Ekpe Polo, also known as Tom Polo. But even if they weren't provided by the actual campaign, legally, is this allowed? And can we just expect Abuja to essentially turn into ground zero for campaigning in 2027, right? Not recently. Not recently.
Everything is on your mandate.
It's been mandated.
Stand on your mandate. That's the only thing that's been happening. But, this is part of the unfortunate cycle. Several things to look at here. The first being the apparent helplessness of INEC. And this is something that we dissected at length earlier in the year when we said, well, there are regulations and guidelines that INEC prefers and that the Constitution prefers, but does INEC have the capacity to enforce? Unfortunately, they don't. And it also chimes into what we're seeing in Osun State, where INEC will say, well, they don't have police, and they are not police. They are not EFCC, and they are not EFCC. So where there's insecurity, where there's violence in an election, INEC in essence has to rely on every other agency. They don't have the power to enforce very many things. So this is what we see happening here. But we can also argue that this donation that has come into the campaign is coming in just about a week before the kickoff. That wasn't campaign in action. It was, they're mobilizing, they're bringing in their goodies ahead of the scheduled kickoff off. That's an argument that can be put forward on the table. There isn't, but across the board, we have seen this going on. Now, what does this do? This really sort of challenges the fabric of the legitimacy of elections, chimes into some of the conversations we've had already today, because you know what goes with this. There's mobilization. We use mobilization as a term popularly in Nigeria, but what really is mobilization? Is sharing of things, whether it be money, whether it be rice. I saw one with bread, and it's across the board, whether you're APC, whatever, it's across the board. And earlier this morning, I had a conversation with Rufai where I was saying, I wish Nigeria could understand the duty and the responsibility that this nation, the giant of Africa, holds to the rest of Africa. Because coming from Zimbabwe just last week and speaking to people and seeing how the politics has evolved and has been influenced by the increased monetization of politics in countries like Nigeria. You go to Kenya, it's the same thing. You go to South Africa, it's the same thing. So I wish that Nigeria can get to a point where we appreciate the fact that whatever the culture that is imbibed here, because this nation is so hugely impactful and influential, it's not trickling down to the rest of Africa and to other countries. And that's a duty and responsibility that, again, can only really be carried by those with deep intellectual capacity, like we spoke about, Rufai. The people who sit down and reflect and say, well, when we do this, what is Nigeria's duty to the rest of Africa? Are we leading by example? What are we doing with regards to ensuring that certain democratic principles are imbibed in the rest of the continent? And we're leaders in that. And some of the optics, unfortunately, leave a lot to be desired. We continue to hope for the best, but that's why we say, people, listen to the manifestos, challenge them, ask questions. You can't have an opposition that's, just over 100 and something days to an election are coming to form a super opposition. What's the ideology? We don't know. What do people stand for? We don't know. Are you guys going to bring back subsidy? Are you going to float the naira? Are you going to? We don't actually know. But what we know is that anything but Tinubu, and we've done anything but somebody politics before. It didn't really work out. Right. So the opposition don't have a lot of time, but they still have time to come out and say that this is what we stand for. This is the alternative we're offering, and run with that for people to hopefully make a choice from.
Absolutely. I mean, it remains to be seen whether that will happen. But to Vimbai's point about Nigeria and this idea of leading by example, let's take this next story, because reactions are trailing this mass wedding that took place in Kano State over the weekend, a 1.5 billion naira endeavor that sponsored the weddings of 1,500 couples in a single day. Now, according to the state government, this initiative is meant to help people who may be unable to afford the cost of marriage, with a lot of happy grooms celebrating this government initiative. Let's take a look.
This is my best marriage. Okay. And I'm not married widow. I'm married 17 years old. I'm very happy today.
Yanzu na da shekara 55. Matata ce ta rasu, shine ƙungiyar mu suka dace na ga ba zan iya ba. In ba tallafin gwamnati ba zan iya ba. To da yana daga cikin da aka bude na je na ba da sunana aka sana ci.
Cikin alheri muka yi abin alhamdulillah. Ba kuma ce aka yi aure wannan ba ne neman tafiye da shekara ɗaya mana neman ta Allah kuma ya kawo aka yi. Mun yi farin ciki mun yi mana Allah.
Muna addu'a insha Allah Allah ya ba mu zaman lafiya shine abin da mun mara sunna manzo Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Yanzu dai ƙari ne. Na kuma jin daɗin ƙarin da nayi. Na jin daɗin sa wallahi. Yanzu to hada ita da wallahi uku ne.
Now, listen, according to the state government, each couple is entitled to support, including a dowry, furniture, food items, and other materials to set up their homes. Listen, weddings are expensive, but online people are asking, doesn't Kano have more pressing issues? Insecurity, out-of-school children, infrastructure? And I'll take some quick reactions before coming to you, Rufai. Tony says, the government approved 1.5 billion of taxpayers' money for this initiative. Mass weddings should not be a government project. Kano needs tech hubs, industries, proper education, not state-sponsored marriages that only increase the poverty cycle. After marrying wives, will you also cater for the forthcoming kids? We really need to do better as a nation. Give those people basic amenities, education, light, good roads, and security. Sponsored weddings shouldn't be a state project in the 21st century. Then There was Glow, who says, only in Nigeria can poverty be staring us in the face, and government priorities still have us counting husbands and wives. 1,500 couples, 3 wives for 1 man, and millions still wondering where their next meal is coming from. Priorities, please. Rufai, what are our priorities?
Obviously, Kanu hasn't gotten them right. So please, scratch that. It was a wedding / political promotion event. Because I don't know why all of them wore a certain political cap with a toga, political logo of somebody, emblem or something of somebody. So this was also a political event. Secondly, we get our priorities wrongly. But you see, what I was saying, the Nigerian political class is how they can perpetrate poverty they want. This is a reflection of how they can perpetrate poverty. If the governor of his state, Kano State, will do his own child's wedding, he will spend billions. He will receive more in billions. But he spent 1.5 billion to be able to wed about 1,000 people. Then you continually perpetrate them in a poverty cycle. Then you give this tokenism to society. And you want the cycle of poverty to break. It's not possible. If the person cannot afford the wedding, the question we should be asking, should the person be getting married? If you don't have enough to eat to afford the wedding, is it the materials they shared there that will sustain you in a lifetime of wedding or marriage? So the answer is self-explanatory, that this is tokenism. And this is a clear reflection of what governments across Africa do to perpetuate poverty. A man is hungry, so hungry that he have money to get married. You now got him married. Where would the miracle come from? He doesn't have. Why don't you think of empowering him and making his life a whole lot better? But they will never think of that. It is how to perpetuate poverty. So I'm not surprised. Second point I wanted to make, I have some insights for you as regards the boss. What's it called? And I have some quick insight for you.
Okay. Give it to us. The insight I want is on the fidelity. That's the one
The insight I have for you is, Ayo, you keep on saying we should have cerebral arguments.
Yeah.
But just watch the ADC rally yesterday. Aregbesola pretty much sang from the start to finish. Did you see him do any intellectual engagement at the campaign ground?
But if you're going against the dancing governor, then
you have to give them.
So you see what we've been reduced to as a people. Dancing and singing. But
let's not forget Dino Melai, please.
You see Dino too. So it's all theatrics.
Yeah.
Why? If we want to do this, there's a Big Brother house currently going on. We can talk politics to Big Brother.
At this rate, we need a social media platform for politicians.
Is that please, we should ask the people that donated
the
bus. And is it part of will it be retired as the spending limit for presidential campaign in the country? Because I was just doing some calculation. The spending limit for presidential campaign is 10 billion. Calculate the amount of all the buses we've seen. Calculate all the city boy movement events and door-to-door rallies. Calculate everything in the ecosystem. Is it not close to more than 10 billion already? Then now calculate election day logistics. Like there's one particular logistics a lot of people factor in an election. Polling unit agents. Let's say you want to do 150,000, 170,000 polling units. Polling unit agents alone, if you are to pay them 20,000 naira, because you don't want them to betray you, will set you back close to 3.4 billion naira.
Okay.
That's close to 30% of your total spend, minus other spend, minus media spend, minus rally spend, minus campaign spend and everything. And all these years, I have never seen INEC truly take the books and say, if you exceed this limit, you should be penalized.
Tell you they can't enforce it and that it's EFCC. But it's the same EFCC that somebody can call and say, just pause this one for now.
I know. So you see how our democracy has become a joke.
Right. Really salient points. But now let's shift gears. We've talked about politics to a deeply emotional video that's making the rounds on social media. It shows a Nigerian woman serving in the U.S. Army desperately begging President Donald Trump to step in and allow her severely sick daughter to travel from Nigeria to the US. Now, in this video posted on the woman's TikTok on Sunday, the woman, identified as Uzoamaka, cries out that social media is essentially her last resort after exhausting every option. Let's watch.
Dear Mr. President, they say social media is powerful, and this is my last resort. My name is Uzoamaka. I am a proud member of the United States Army. I've been separated from my daughter for 10 years now, who remains in Nigeria. She has completed all the required US immigration process. But because of your current visa ban, she's unable to join me. During this whole process of waiting, my daughter fell critically ill, and she needs the medical care, which is very, very difficult to get that quality care in Nigeria. Every day that passes by increases my fear that I might lose her before having the chance to hold my daughter again and reunite with her. This is just a mother fighting for her daughter to live and survive.
This is heartbreaking. Trump's administration, as we know, has pursued some of the most sweeping and restrictive immigration policies in recent U.S. history. And these are policies that have ensnared countless families in this exact kind of position, where the law is essentially juxtaposed with the heartbreaking reality of being separated from your loved ones. And what's striking here is that this woman isn't necessarily asking to bypass the system. She's asking for compassion within it. But remains to be seen whether this is a call Trump will heed to. And based on what we know about the US president, who knows?
I mean, he's human. He's human after all. He has flesh and blood running through his veins, and he's not the only person. There are other people who can speak up for her, advocate for her. I will take this into two sides. Number one is that I'm hopeful that the American government will pay heed to this woman, Uzoamaka's pleas. She has detailed her journey in the United States of America. She's said she's been a law-abiding citizen. She's a citizen of the United States, and because of the current immigration policies as it affects Nigeria, even though her child, who is a minor and ought to be able to get that passage into the US, has applied, there's a current ban, there's a current restriction, let me put it that way, and she's pleading because the child's health is is deteriorating. She says she's reached out to her senator, and these are options that are available to people living in the United States for her senator to speak up for her, even her commander in the army. But I think beyond this Annie, it speaks to a bigger concern from which breaks my heart, which is the Nigerian side of things. In part, as part of her plea, she said that the daughter's condition cannot be managed in Nigeria. And isn't this the picture of a number of people who've had to seek a chance at a better life by selling off their citizenship here in Nigeria to forge a better life in the United States of America and have to depend on another country's permission to have interactions with their family. Mm-hmm. We have not yet understood the cost of separation of families based on this Japa syndrome, or what we call migration. How families have been separated, parents to children, spouses, husband to wife, and we've seen a spike in divorces and separations as a result of that. We've seen cousins who have not met themselves, where we had, and this is what is big and beautiful about Nigeria, the Nigerian culture, and Africa as a whole, where there's a love for family life, and this has been eroded further by this need to migrate for a better life. Right. So it's sad that what she says is correct. Perhaps, I know there are beautiful healthcare hospitals. It's that the cost is really high. Even the healthcare in America is high, but there's insurance which cushions the effect of the cost. So these are concerns that after Uzoamaka, should more Nigerians have to beg another country to allow them to come in just to be able to survive? For me, that's the biggest takeaway from this. But in the interim, because we cannot solve that problem in one day, and there's a 10-year-old who needs urgent attention, our plea, adding to that, is that let this mother and child be reunited. They have a right to family life. And then beyond that is also let this young girl have a chance of a life, a good life. So America is known as the bastion of democracy. Yes. It is the land of the free. It is the land flowing with milk and honey, as they say. Can they please give these people an opportunity to live that dream?
Very, very critical points, and that remains to be seen. But then Speaking of healthcare, we have this new heartbreaking video from Port Harcourt, which is trending online, showing a heavily pregnant woman and her family standing near knee-deep water in front of their home. Now, in this clip, the woman desperately calls for help, with the clip showing just how much people of all walks of life are dealing with flooding, including pregnancy. Let's take a look.
So if you can help to come and rescue us in this place, look at the water. It's only going my belly. The water they come my belly way. Sorry. Don't worry.
You know, Vimbai, just your quick comments on this, because this image is so visceral, especially because for a pregnant woman, the risks are manifold, you know, stress, waterborne illnesses, the physical danger of having to wade through this kind of water. But, you know, just that image, I think it's stuck with a lot of people online.
I mean, it sticks for several reasons. If you look at maternal child mortality rates in Nigeria, some of the highest in the world. So even if she makes it out of the flood, you know, what degree of healthcare is she getting to wherever she goes? So you can see she's heavy. I mean, I don't have the data, but looks like it could be, you know, multiples in there. And it's just unfortunate that number one, there's the flooding, the climate change issue that we've continued to harp on about, but we're still seeing little to no action being taken with regards to this. And it's not just in Port Harcourt, it's across the country. Mm-hmm. In Cross River State last week, there was a landslide that swept away a number of houses. And this was because of, you know, heavy rainfall, and the infrastructure is just not prepared for the level of rainfall that we've seen. We often focus on Lagos when it comes to issues around heavy rainfall and flooding, but it is becoming you know, an existential issue in many parts of the country. So that needs to be dealt with. And we ask ourselves, okay, what are the governors doing? The local governments, because again, as much as it's sexy to criticize the federal government, at the subnational level, this is their constituency. And this woman is stranded. So I do hope that beyond this isolated case of this lady, that there's a broader conversation happening around how are we protecting citizens from what has now become a very real and current challenge created by climate change, and how our cities were not built for some of the challenges we're seeing brought about by that. And then the secondary issue, of course, is that, which is, you know, piggybacks off what Ayo was saying, is that you find that at a more elite level, people from the UK, for example, because of the failures of the NHS, have started coming to Nigeria for healthcare. Now, what do we do to create that cushion so that there is affordable, accessible healthcare, so that, you know, the lady who has been separated from her daughter should have the option to come home? Right. She really should, because if we all have some compelling, emotional, compassionate cases. Right. If we all start writing to Donald Trump with our compassionate cases, they'll be overrun.
Right, absolutely. I mean, healthcare is such a big topic, so thank you both for your submissions on that. But let's now shift gears, because meanwhile, we have this video that's racked up over 1 million views on X, as it gives an inside look at just how bad and violent the street begging industry has become in Lagos. Now, according to accounts in this video, which surfaced on Saturday, robbers now disguise themselves as beggars. Let's watch.
This is Lagos, but not the Lagos we grew up in.
Anyways, look, see, they are hitting my car. They want to break my glass. Rocket you, my bro. Stop, how be this? Why they grab this thing? Leave this place. I don't want to go to Korodu again. So that we can go and do something else, please.
Despite its success and rapid development, the city is gradually changing into a haven for street touts and thugs.
I said they give them. They're supposed to give us.
There are thugs almost everywhere, even in places like Lekki, an area you would expect to be one of the most secure and expensive parts of Lagos.
They say celebrities for this side.
Well. And then they come beside, come do something now. Yeah. Now we get the location about me.
Many of them they did this work. It's down here, fat the bad guy. AY, Yomi Kashu, senior brother. If you are savage.
A lot of factors have contributed to the rise of this kind of rascality in Lagos. While VIPs and wealthy individuals are often targeted by these street guys, they may also be contributing to the problem sometimes without realizing it.
30 I join give her for shoot. That 30 don't pass me 50k before line no good.
The number of car spotters has increased drastically, with social media constantly showing videos of popular people handing out cash gifts to them. What may have started as a simple gesture has gradually become an incentive. Some people have even built their names online, followed by repeatedly begging wealthy individuals for money. When begging becomes a source of income and the rewards are constantly displayed online, it can create a circle where more people are encouraged to chase the same lifestyle.
My name is Dayo Keshiro, popularly known as the most popular beggar in this Nigeria.
See my car? Traffic robbers. I'm declaring war. All those unexplainable people are around traffic. I don't care who you are, either beggar or any age. This is what you guys did to me yesterday.
Now, this video has garnered mixed reactions online, with some users expressing concerns about how out of control street begging has gotten, while others pointed out that at the end of the day, it's an issue of poor governance and a lack of jobs. In response, the Minister of Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Wahab, took to X and wrote in part, and I'll read from his message, the continued financial support and patronage beggars receive from some of these influencers and celebrities, members of the public, as seen in this video, inadvertently encourages them to return to the streets. In some cases, they view it as a lucrative means of livelihood. We fully acknowledge that it's the government's responsibility to ensure the safety and security of our streets, but we also have to recognize the role that individual actions play in sustaining these challenges. We're therefore calling on everyone to stop activities that may inadvertently encourage lawlessness, insecurity, environmental nuisance on our roads. Collective responsibility are essential to building a safer and more orderly Lagos. But let's take our good news report now. I wish we had time to discuss that story. But our good news is from Okene in Kogi State, highlighting 16-year-old Nadia Zakaria, the daughter of Kogi Central Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, who's built, commissioned, and officially handed over a brand new, fully equipped orphanage to the underprivileged in the state. Now, Nadia said that she raised the funds to build the orphanage through crowdfunding and appeals to family, friends, and complete strangers without her mother contributing a single naira. Now, during the inauguration event, Nadia revealed that the idea to build an orphanage was born from a simple but powerful realization that she'd been blessed with a loving home while some children simply had nothing, and that was something she could not ignore. Now, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan also revealed during the event that Nadia is already planning her next project, a care home for pregnant women in Kogi Central. Nadia officially handed over the brand new, fully equipped orphanage to the Oyiza Salem Divine Orphanage Home in Itahi community, fulfilling an idea she conceived at just 15 years old.
Hello, my name is Nadia Zakaria, and I'm 15 years old. I am on a mission to raise funds to build a proper home for children at Oyiza Salem Divine Orphanage in Okene.
Now, at 16 years old, or as a teenager, Nadia Zakaria has done what many adults only dream of. Huge congratulations to her and the entire Uduaghan family. Nigeria is incredibly proud of you. Keep dreaming, keep building, and keep giving. I mean, that is such an incredible initiative, to build an orphanage. So good one on her. And, we actually had a couple of minutes, Rufai. I wanted to come to you on this for the Lagos begging story. I thought we ran out of time, but we actually have some time. So just, your take on that.
It's a big societal problem, but it also has something to do with culture. If you go back historically, and they still do it till date. A lot of these influencers that are on the street that are literally begging for money, doing videos and putting it online of people with fancy cars, just remind me of the praise singer musicians that they give money to. It's still the same thing. A lot of the people that give them money want amplification of their name. So it's a sort of like a social totem too, that they climb that pole that, I'm seeing, that I'm driving a flashy car and all of that. yes, the government has a role to play, but people also have a role to play. But I do not think, honestly, you know me, I like to be very honest with myself. I don't think it will stop. I think it's more a cultural thing.
Mm-hmm.
People go to parties to spray their big musicians money
Right.
that sing praises of them. These people too that they film them on the streets when they're giving money to them. Can you see that people, you can drive in your fancy car and not stop, but people deliberately stop, hand out money so that they can get seen that they are the ones actually driving in that car.
Exactly.
So it's more of a cultural thing, and it's a deeper thing. And I mean, I just pray we know that it still goes back to that culture of poverty, deprivation, that you think the other person is better off, so you must fulfill all your needs.
Right.
So it's not just politicians taking advantage of the poor.
Right.
The elite.
The elite take advantage of the poor. They use them to shine.
Yeah, and that has really just been a common theme in so many of the stories that we've taken today, which brings us to our final story under entertainment, with the clock officially ticking down to the opening of Ebony Life Place London this October, the UK's first ever cinema exclusively dedicated to African and Black films. The announcement came from the owner and media mogul Mo Abudu in a social media post on Monday. Let's take a look. Congratulations to Ebony Life Place London on the upcoming opening and for intentionally creating a space for African storytelling to really thrive. And you know, the eagle has landed. That was the music in the video. And exactly, congratulations to her. That's all I have for you on what's trending today. Here we have, like I said, the eagle has landed, the hit from Flavor. Thank you all for your fantastic analysis. Soon with Rufai. I only do it when Rufai's next to me.
Goodbye now. Yes.
Always.
No, I don't have anything to spray you. Just vibes.
All right, that's about all we have on this edition. Great to be with all you Amazons here. And Abiola is up next with Global Business Report, with a special focus on their Rise News Town Hall featuring major candidates for Saturday's governorship election in Osun State. This used to be called the State of Osun at the point. You remember that? Interesting time. Stay with us. That's about it today on the show. Bless you. Adios.
I grew up in Imesili. We started business as LBA in 1998. 7 years later, we started exporting cocoa to Europe, UK, and US. This is what we have been doing up to now. In business, see, there's always up and down in any business. The only thing we need is perseverance. One should be able to stand and know what you want. Be focused. Years, about 4 or 5 years after starting the business, we bought some cocoa at high price with the hope of selling. But when the dollar was deregulated, there was shortfall, gap. We had some challenges, got some loans, we were working, exporting. At the end of the day, we came back into the business full. UBA Bank is very, very supportive. When you are talking of banks, you are not talking of the structures, not the building, but those people behind the veil. That is, we are talking of the leadership, the workers, very, very effective in discharging their duties. So we enjoy their performances very well.
Where are we going express? Trinity route is much quicker.
Auntie BB, look, it's here.
I beg you, what do they know?
Let me call Tomorrow.
There's no signal. No signal.
Auntie, no glow, no go.
Hi, mommy.
Hey, baby.
No, well.
We're coming.
Where's Auntie BB?
This Christmas phone you gave, useless.
It is not the phone, Auntie.
Look, Auntie, it's a sign.
When can we stop? I need snacks.
Flo says snacks is 5 minutes ahead.
Okay.
Now I can stream my series.
When you need fast, powerful, reliable connectivity to keep you safe, to keep you entertained, to keep you in touch, trust Glow.
No glow, no go. Let's go.
Glow Unlimited.
Osun stands at a defining moment. On Saturday, August 15, the people will choose who leads the state for the next 4 years. But before the votes are cast, the candidates must speak directly to the people. On Tuesday, August 11, Arise News presents the Arise News Town Hall, 2026 governorship elections, the battle for Osun State. Governor Ademola Adeleke of the Accord Party, Muniruddin Bola Oyebamiji of the All Progressives Congress, and Dr. Najim Salam of the African Democratic Congress. Each candidate will take the stage for a dedicated 1-hour session to present his plans for Osun State, answer questions from Arise News journalists and representatives of the Tribune newspaper's editorial board, as well as OSBC. They'll also respond directly to the concerns of Osun voters. Jobs, security, education, healthcare, infrastructure, the economy, and accountable government. What are their priorities? What will they do differently? And how will their promises translate into measurable results for the people of Osun State? Arise News journalists will ask the questions. The people of Osun will have their say. And each candidate will have the opportunity to make his case to the electorate. 3 candidates, 3 competing visions, 1 decision that will shape the future of Osun State. Watch the Arise News Town Hall 2026 governorship elections, the battle for Osun State, live from Osogbo. Tuesday, August 11 from 11 a.m. exclusively on Arise News. The candidates, the issues, the people. Osun, the decision is yours. This is Arise News.
You're watching Arise, the world's standout news channel. Arise News, awards, and beyond.
Hello and welcome to Arise News. You're watching the Global Business Report. I am Abby Owolawi, coming to you from Nigeria's commercial capital, Lagos. First, in a few minutes from now, Arise News will host a town hall bringing together some of the leading candidates in the 2026 Osun State governorship election ahead of Saturday's polls. Now, the confirmed participants include Governor Ademola Adeleke of the Accord Party, Muniruddin Bola Oyebamiji of the All Progressives Congress, and Dr. Najim Salam of the African Democratic Congress. Themed 2026 governorship election, the battle for Osun State. The special forum will focus on the key issues shaping the contest and give voters an opportunity to hear directly from the candidates on their plans, priorities, and vision for the state. Now, with just days to the election, what should voters be listening out for, and what could ultimately determine the outcome for this closely watched contest? Arise News analyst Frank Tietia joins me now from our Abuja studios for a preview of the Arise News Town Hall on the upcoming Osun governorship elections. Good morning, Frank. Many thanks for joining us. As we know, it is just a few days to the Osun governorship elections, but let's begin with how significant this town hall is in shaping the final conversation and influencing undecided voters as well. What is your take?
Well, thank you very much. This is the most decisive election preceding the general elections of 2027. It is keenly watched all over the world at this moment. Nigerians in diaspora, Osun State citizens, Nigerians in general, and you can see that the interest has even transcended the leadership of various states. You can imagine how many state governors are interested in that election. But what this town hall will do is to, bring out those things that you don't find in campaign grounds. You don't see at rallies. At rallies, you will only find party loyalists, those who are staunch supporters of the various candidates. But, when you have a town hall meeting, that is where it becomes a battleground for the undecided. Those who will, be moved by the candor of the candidates in the manner with which they will answer the questions. And then we have imported into our political lexicon what we call the body language. And in fact, over the years, in other advanced democracy, we've seen how town halls like this, in the form of debates, have a way of swinging elections because it moves the battle from jingoism to actual sharing of ideas. So people will see and know the quality of their leaders, the one that will ultimately win, and also will determine whatever they will miss, if at all, the one that they supported based on the exchange of ideas in today's town hall will be. So it's going to be very tough, and to realize that it's a very tight race. Now, these undecided voters who will actually be persuaded by this town hall might ultimately decide the winner of this election. That's how important this town hall is. And you find that, questions that will come are not going to be just, ordinary questions. They're questions that will be specific, that will, demand, cogent, coherent, and candid answers from the candidates. And so it's not the usual political jingoism. It's something actually different, more humane, and more original. And then, again, advancing our democracy, because enough of this battle of influences, whether influences of former governors, influences of reigning governors, or whether federal might or state might, but it's actually going to be about the people of Osun State watching and seeing whether their candidates possess, the temperament, the required temperament to be their governor, whether they require that, whether they have that kind of compassion, because it's about the people. Ultimately, it's about the people of Osun State, and the town hall will give that golden opportunity for them to actually see that these men actually had some measure of accountability to them. And the questions are going to come. And then we will see that, that natural answer that will determine whether or not this candidate is fit or the other candidate is not fit.
Right, so undoubtedly highly significant then. And of course, you did mention how this could, very easily become a battleground, very well put. Now, 3 major candidates are coming together today, as highlighted earlier. Beyond the usual campaign promises, what should voters be listening out for to really drive and reinforce the respective candidates' key messages and ultimately the electorate's decisions ultimately?
I think, experience will be put to bear today. Those who are going to ask the questions, specifically the journalists and then the citizens of Osun State, will expect specific, knowledgeable answers, not answers that are political, not sweeping and general answers. If you're promising anything with regards to jobs or for an incumbent who said he's done quite a lot, it's going to be very specific. And for any person who thinks that, any candidate who thinks that he's going to be do better than the incumbent, must now show how. So the question is going to be more about how, not just making comments that, in a way that making promises as the electorates are used to. Again, it's going to also show that citizens want more than all of these promises. For example, those who are coming to, upstage the incumbent, they will have to show in one way or the other that they can go beyond just attacking him and that they have ideas. So the question of the town hall, it's not about, we're moving from the violence in the streets or from the acerbic language in the campaign ground to now determine the real issues that affect people's lives. The price of food security, the cost of education, and matters that have to do with healthcare. Now, these are ideas that both the incumbent and the opponents must speak directly to. And if they don't, if they become, unnecessarily superfluous and then, and also superficial, it will become obvious. And these undecided voters in a very tight race as we have in Osun State, as we have always had in Osun State, with the battle of the godfathers, with the battle of the former governors, this town hall will now show the man who does really have the experience. Interestingly, these three candidates have immense experience in governance. Whether you talk about Oyebamiji, who has been in government before.
Absolutely, Frank. Unfortunately, time is against us and we do have to move forward. But thank you so much for an insightful discussion and preview of the Arise News Town Hall on the upcoming Osun State elections. We now cross live to Osun State for the Arise Town Hall 2026 governorship election, the battle for Osun State.
So I'd like to welcome you once again. And I bring felicitations and greetings from the chairman, and the management and the board of editors of Arise TV. Well, as you all know, one of the important off-season governorship elections is taking place on Saturday. And in a manner of speaking, is going to set the precedent for the year ahead, which is very crucial. All eyes are going to be on Osun State on Saturday. We'll soon go on. The governor is already here, and we start off the first session with him as soon as he's out. So welcome once again. What? Sorry, please keep my mind. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Akin Osuntokun, and I'm the Director of Politics of Arise TV. So now we can have the national anthem. Please stand. Thank you. You can take your seat. So, well, it's my pleasure to introduce the anchors of the program to you, who will take charge of the program, moderate the program from here on. We have here one of the big guys, the big ones of Arise TV, and I'm sure that you are familiar with his face, and he needs little or no introduction. So we have here Dr. Ruben Abati, and another distinguished staff of Arise TV, Adesua. So the two of them will anchor the program, and I will now leave the stage for the anchor to introduce members of the panel who are going to be asking the questions from the candidates. So it's my pleasure to hand over the mic, the stage to Dr. Ruben Abati.
Thank you very much, Akin Osuntokun. And good morning, viewers, and good morning also, ladies and gentlemen, with us here in the hall in Osogbo. And welcome to this Arise News Osun Governorship Town Hall, coming to you live from Osogbo, Osun State Capital. I'm Ruben Abati, your lead moderator, and co-anchoring this event with me is Adesua Omoruan.
Thank you very much,
Omoruan,
Dr.
great
Abati.
privilege to be on the same platform with you. We haven't had this opportunity since you left for the presidential villa as a State House correspondent.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abati. It's great to be here and take up a greater call of duty to the Nigerian presidency. And good morning, Osun.
Well, today, we bring together the candidates seeking the mandate of the people of Osun State to lead the state for the next 4 years. This is a platform for ideas, policies, plans, and accountability. Our objective is simple: to allow the candidates to speak directly to the people of Osun State and to give voters the information they need to make an informed choice.
Well, this is a platform for ideas, policies, plans, and accountability. Our objective is simple. We allow the candidates to speak directly to the people of Osun, give the voters the information they need to make an informed choice. And before we begin, a few ground rules. Each candidate will appear individually and will be given equal allotted time. The discussion will focus on policies, governance, development, and the issues that matter most to the Osun people.
Where candidates will be expected to address questions directly, while personal attacks, abusive language, and uncorroborated allegations will not be permitted. This is not a campaign rally.
It is a town hall, people. Our focus is on what each candidate plans to do, how those plans will be implemented, how they will be financed, and how the people of Osun can hold the next government accountable.
We therefore ask all participants and members of the audience to respect the dignity of this platform and allow every candidate to be heard. With those ground rules established, we shall now begin.
Indeed. We are here in Osogbo, as we have already established for our audience around the world. It's a critical moment in the political life of Osun State. And this morning, we're providing a platform for the governorship candidates to present their visions for Osun State. The issues that will be focused on include the economy, jobs and youth development, education, healthcare, infrastructure, agriculture, and most importantly, security.
Well, the purpose of this town hall is not to tell the people of Osun State who to vote for. Our responsibility is to ask the questions. The candidates will provide the answers, and the people will make the choice.
On Saturday.
So each candidate will appear individually with the same allocated time and the opportunity to make his or her case to the electorate. Our questions will, however, go beyond general promises.
We will ask, what is the plan? How will it be implemented? And when should the people of Osun expect to see results? This is the standard that we will apply throughout this town hall.
Now joining us on this panel as panelists, we have Dr. Lasisi Olagunju. Dr. Olagunju is a columnist with the Nigerian Tribune and editor of Saturday Tribune. We also have with us Mrs. Titilope Ajiboye. Mrs. Titilope Ajiboye is Director of Programs, OSPC Radio 104.5 FM. Mrs. Ajiboye, thank you very much for joining.
Thank you very much too.
And we also have, of course, Dr. Festus Adedayo, who is a columnist and a member of the editorial board of the Nigerian Tribune, and in addition, our in-law in Egbaland. Now, this event will be broadcast live. It's already been broadcast live on Arise Television, also online on Leke Leke, which is the social media arm of the Arise Media Group. We are also available on OSBC 104.5 FM here in Osun State, where this session is being broadcast live in both English and Yoruba languages. So thank you very much for joining us. And now to our first guest, Adesua.
Yes, he is the incumbent governor of Osun State and the governorship candidate of the Accord Party. He is seeking the mandate of the people of Osun to continue to lead the state for another term. Please welcome the governor of Osun State, His Excellency, Senator Ademola Adeleke. Your Excellency.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Governor of Osun State, for joining us. Now, you have been in office for almost 4 years, and now you are seeking re-election, and you are promising the people of Osun State a 5-point agenda. Can you tell the people of Osun State why you think you should be re-elected? What have you done that they should vote for you?
Good morning, Osun State. To God be the glory. Well, I contested in 2018. The whole world know and knew that I was cheated, and I left it. And I went back to America to complete my education. Then I came back in 2022 to defeat incumbent Governor Itola. And I promise you, my people of Osun State, that I will govern with the fear of God. I will bring home what they call dividends of democracy. And our administration, our work speaks for itself. A lot of people have come down to Osun State, especially the state capital. They miss their way because of the transformation that we have accomplished. Is it in infrastructure that you are talking about? Where there is necessary, we build flyovers. Just yesterday, Ife, the cradle of Yoruba land, we went there to commission the dualized road that leads to the Palace of Oni, and of course the dualized road and the bridge. All the major cities. Are you talking about Ila? We dualize it, which it has never happened in the history of Osun State. In terms of education, when we came in, our people in NECO or WAEC, they are 33 positions in Nigeria. And we thought, our administration, this is not acceptable. Today, I'm happy to tell you, in fact, you can fast check, because I do what we call fact check. We are number 7 today, and our target is number 7. Is it in agriculture? When we came in, they don't have what they will use materials to work. We said we're going to buy about 100, but we're going to break it down. And we bought about 31 tractors, cut across, provide seedlings, provide whatever they need for the farmers to work. In terms of health, our people are dying. Even the environment is not even conducive. The first thing I did, I'm not a sitting governor. I go around myself to check it. I went around all our health centers. And before I came in, I heard the previous administration, Oyetola, got 20
million grant to fix all the health centers. And when I came here, I said, what have they fixed? This is not acceptable. We started fixing. As of today, we have fixed and we have completed about 200, healthcare centers. We put boreholes, we put solar lights and beds and everything. It's looking so beautiful, as if you are in America. You know what I'm saying? Because see, I studied in America and live in America. And I promised myself when I have the opportunity to cover my state, exactly what I'm going to do. Are you talking about the infrastructure? There are some roads that I visited and went around that have been abandoned for more than 45 years, some 35 years. I said it's not acceptable. I fix it. And I promise you that Osun State money will stay in Osun. And it's been happening. And you could see the economy is improving. It's trickling down because all the people that we hired to do all the jobs is here in Osun. And of course I've done because I am the light. And when light comes, darkness vanishes. And that's what I've brought to Osun. As I'm speaking to you, Dr. Abati, I've done cut across Osun State. Not only building roads, I put solar lights, street lights all over. At night, please go around. Take Osogbo as a state case study. Everywhere is lit up with solar light, making it beautiful. Our people that are doing business, they stay late, among others. So I'm here to tell you, my people, thank you. Thank you for your support. I thank the workers. I thank the media for being free and for balanced reports. And I thank all my people in Osun State, and of course Nigerians that have stood by me, especially the people of Osun, because your governor have a fear of God, and that is what I promise you. More goodies are on the way. I love you all.
Well, thank you, Mr. Governor. Infrastructure is very central to your campaign, as you have highlighted. Your government says you have built over 250 kilometers road.
350.
350, and 160 under construction as we speak. But the opposition APC is alleging that some of those roads are substandard. So you have an opportunity today to clarify and tell the Osun people as well as the opposition. Are you building just for the sake of it, or are you building these roads that will outlive your administration and are standard roads for the people of Osun State to benefit?
Well, the APC in Osun State, all they do is talk, propaganda. 12 years of their administration, they've caused Osun State headache, problem, half salary. I'm the one that came over, I started paying half salary. Let me tell you something that will shock you. Oyetola is collecting half salary that they did not pay. Alegbesola is collecting. Even the former secretary to the state government, Adeoti, he came to join us, and he was one that even told me and some people, they brought the file that this Sinoga, these people are the ones that did not pay the half salary, and we should just remove the animal. I said, no, let them have it. It's okay. Let them be eating it. They're the one that caused it and all that. So all those talking about substandard, I would never, it's the same. Why would I come and do substandard? I use certified engineers. I use Nigerian engineers. And in fact, we invited an international engineer. I went there myself. I don't just sit in the office. Go and fact check it. I move around to double check it. I invited them, and they certified all the beautiful roads that we have done. Lately, they showed one road that is our administration that did it. And they went to go and fact check it. It happens to be Oyetola's roads. Even let me tell you something, we are talking about substandard, no substandard. What have they done? That's the question. Hello? What have they done? At least listen, do something and let somebody criticize. But I've done it all. I can tell you, look, go around and check it out. In Ife yesterday, I've never seen, I wanted to cry. People coming out and appreciating our government, appreciating me in Mole, that I brought light to Ife, the cradle of Yoruba land. It's looking so beautiful and all that. So let them continue to be doing their propaganda. And I got some news for them. When they go low, we go high. Come on.
Dr. Olagunju, please.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Dr. Olagunju.
Thank you. Your Excellency, despite all you have said and all you have done, your main challenger, the APC, still insists that the state was better governed under them, that your 4 years have been years of music and dance, and that the state will have to go back to their years in governance here. Years of your almost 4 years now, the same years of music and dance. How has dancing impacted your government? And what will you say to their wish to go back to the past?
Well, they are jealous of me because they cannot dance in the first place. Let me tell you something. In our family, we are jolly good fellows. We have music in our blood. And I tell you what, nobody, I repeat, nobody will stop me from dancing. As I'm dancing, I'm walking. Dr. Abati, you need to see me when I'm walking. I can dance with you now. When you come to my office, I'm a very prudent person. And I'm a very serious person. There's time for everything. There's time to dance, and there's time to walk. So they are jealous because they cannot dance. If they want, I will teach them how to dance. But that does not stop my work. Listen, these people, Tola, is still suffering from the pain of defeat. He's using, maybe because he's a cousin to Mr. President, he has caused a lot of problem in Osun State. This is Boyega, if you are listening to me, this is democracy. Just because I defeated you, go and sit down. This is democracy. It is what Osun people want. Osun people is the one they will decide. You use Mr. President's name. You are allowing people to be killed. You have arrested accord members. As I'm speaking to you, I've been talking to Bishop Matthew Coker because I did not want to come to that signing. He said, please, respect me, I will come, I should come. That he will start talking to them. They only released about 14. Our candidate, Alaba, Popola, is still languishing in jail in Abuja. For what? If you know that you can win, why are you arresting my people? Why are you using federal might to arrest, to intimidate? Osun people, and I know they are ready, there's no amount of intimidation. The work that I've done speak for itself. Come this Saturday, I'll be victorious. So dancing is an hobby. That doesn't disturb and affect my work. Go and fact check it. You will know how much I've done. And I have some news for you. My people love me.
I just remind all of us in the audience, the ground rule out of it that we stated. This microphone is not working. Hello. Yes, please let us all recall that part of the ground rules we outlined at the beginning of this program is that this is not a political rally. This is a town hall meeting. And the sense of it is that members of the audience should please refrain from heckling, clapping, hyping. Please, let's just be very calm so that we can just concentrate on the program.
Okay, you all calm down. Okay, I got you. Calm down. Calm down. Okay.
Okay, now it's your turn, Mrs. Ajiboye.
Ẹ ṣeun, gómìnà wa. Gbogbo wa la mọ̀ pé ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun wà lára àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ tí ààbò rẹ̀ rotótó jù kó tó di àkókò yìí. Gbogbo wa la sì mọ̀ ipa tí ààbò tó kó ní ìpínlẹ̀. Kí lẹ fẹ́ ṣe sí láti rí dájú pé ààbò tó ti wà ó sì tún dúró ore sí nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun tí ò fi ní sí wàhálà tí ò sì fi ní sí gbọ́nmi sí omi òtó ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Kí ni ipa tẹ́ kó, kí lágbára tẹ́ fẹ́ ṣà?
Okay, I guess, Your Excellency, I'm sure you understand what she asked, but I guess she's talking about peace and security and what you will do to ensure that there is peace, security, and unity in Osun State. Madam, is my translation correct? Okay.
Do I speak Yoruba or English? You asked me a question.
Méjèèjì.
Okay. Okay. Let me start my language in Yoruba. Well, like you all know me, I'm a security expert because I studied criminology. So I know what time is it. So when I came in, it's one of my agenda. And as a security officer of this Osun State, my responsibility is to make sure I protect my people, I protect life and property. And I've been doing that. When I came in, a structure has been there, the security outfit. In fact, when I was in the Senate, I introduced what the state policing. And I'm glad today they are talking about it because he went into second reading and I don't know what happened and he died like that. But today they are talking about it. So now, when I came in, I met a security outfit called Amotekun. When I came in, I know that it's nothing to write home about. We recruited about more than 1,500 Amotekun. They were trained. We make sure that the people that train them are the security part, retired military, retired police officer. And they posted them to their respective local government because they are the one that knows everything. So Osun has been very, very peaceful until lately when the time of election started coming. When Osun APC realized that they are losing, they have lost, they started intimidation. They started arresting, they started killing our people. I keep shouting. With that, no matter what, it has gone down a little bit, but I can promise you, I'm still talking, not all security agencies, are bad. I'm still talking to them. I do regular, security meeting all the time to making sure that Osun is safe. Kò sí wàhálà. Ọ̀ṣun ni wọ́n máa ń fi ń ṣàkàwé pé tẹ́ bá lọ sọ́ṣun àkíńjà. Ọ̀ṣun ló máa ń pè ní ilẹ̀ ọmọlúwàbí tó jẹ́ pé àlàáfíà wà ńbẹ̀. Ìgbà tó lẹ̀ wá di pé a ti wá ọ̀rọ̀ ìdìbò wá dé. Àwọn APC Ọ̀ṣun wọn ò ní nǹkan tó fẹ́ tọ́ka sí. Fún ọdún 12 kan wà ńbẹ̀. Wọ́n wá rí i pé ọmọ Adélékè dẹ̀ wá dé. Ìwọ̀n ṣiṣẹ́ àrà wọn wá mọ̀ pé inú bó àwọn gbégbà wọn wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń pààyàn wọn bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń gbéyàn sí àtìmọ́lé wọn fẹ́ kọ́ àwọn èèyàn mi bẹ̀rù kó má wá jáde láti dìbò àwọn yìí sọ pé wọn ń tọ́ra wọn ni àwọn ò jáde wọn á sì wá dìbò so ní agbára Ọlọ́run àti máa ṣe sí tá a máa fi sọ fún aráàlú pé kó má bẹ̀rù gbogbo tó bá yẹ ká ṣe a máa ṣe ẹ ṣe. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Ade, Festus Ade.
Yeah, Your Excellency, on my way here yesterday, when I was entering the state capital, I saw that billboards, had been destroyed. So many billboards had been destroyed. I also saw a huge militarization of the state. At every point you got to, you found military men, huge presence of the police. First, I'm asking, did you order that militarization of your state ahead of the election? And second, how are you promising the people of the state that the election of this Saturday will be representative of the wishes of the people?
Well, thank you. The question I'm going to throw to you. You said when you came in, you saw all the billboards, scattered, thwarted. And I want you to be honest to our people. Which billboard did you see?
Billboards.
My billboard, come on. Don't clap, don't worry. Don't clap. Listen to your governor, okay? Don't clap. Follow the rules. You know how we do it in Australia? We follow the rules. Now listen. What did you say again? Come on, say it.
Your billboards were the ones I saw that were destroyed, sir.
That answered my question. Why are you, if you know that you can win, why are you destroying my billboard? And I told my people, don't destroy that billboard. Leave it. Your governor is a peaceful person. Let the whole world see what they are doing. And they don't know they are kicking themselves on the leg. The more they hurt us, the more people love us. I say it again, when they go low, we go high. So you said it yourself, that you are disappointed, that they are destroying my people. Why will you do that if you know you can win? It's only mouth, it's only propaganda. So that was what happened. Well, I did not militarize. I don't have that capacity. I am not the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Mr. President is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. And of course, I am not the chief of army staff. I am not the inspector general of police. Maybe they have seen that the way they were killing people and everything, they have to make sure they bring in all the security agencies to come and protect life and property. So I thank them for that. On my own side, I'm always preaching for free and fair election, because I know what is called democracy. It is the people, it's the Oshu people that will decide. So I'm always preaching free and fair election. My people, let me talk to you. This election is going to be free and fair election. No violence. Even when you are about to vote, when somebody matches you, it's because they cannot win. No, don't fight them. Don't say, thank you for matching me. Go and vote. And I know for the job that you have done, oh, Lord have mercy. I'm coming back for the second time. Ain't nobody stopping me.
Okay, Your Excellency. You recently left the PDP for the Accord Party to seek re-election. Your critics say this shows you have no loyalty, that you jump ship when it suits you. Some even say you joined the Accord Party because you knew you couldn't get the PDP ticket. How do you respond to the charge that this is a case of political opportunism on your part, rather than you being a man of principle?
One, two. If a lot of people know the family that I'm from, in terms of principle, in terms of integrity, please go and ask. Let me just use this as a case study. When Mr. President, when they frozen our account, Mr. President did very well. He put a call to me. He told me, that he is embarrassed by the EFCC, what they did to Osun State, that he promised me that he will intervene. And I thank him. He said one thing, I quote him. He said, your family, Adeleke family, is well respected in Nigeria and international community. So we will not do anything, this thing. Let me tell you something. Is this APC people that went to destroy PDP already as an incumbent? They only know that I'm going to get that ticket. But I waited. I tried my best to make sure that PDP is won. So when I see that, if I continue like this, I will not have a platform. Assuming the way they do it in America, that you can come out and be an independent candidate. I'm looking towards that one day, Nigeria, our democracy will grow to that. So that I won't have to say, okay, even if you don't want any platform, you can come out. I can assure you, if we have that in our constitution, that an independent candidate can come out. If I come out as an independent candidate, I will still win. But when I see that, the way the PDP is going, I'm not the only one. A lot of governors left. As I'm talking to you, I am the last man standing, making sure that I want PDP to survive. Because I know what? I love PDP. PDP has given me that chance to become a senator and a governor. Why will I live there? But when I see that things are going bad, every day fighting, closing door, you don't know who's, so I have to think twice. And I pray to my God. My God tell me, my son, you need to do something. I call my stakeholders because any decision I make, I call my stakeholders. That's how I do it. And we all decided, listen, with the way things are, we're not going to have a platform. And I look at all the parties and I thought, okay, let me pick one. And I picked Accord accordingly. So it's not like I just left that like that I don't like PDP or nothing. But a man got to do what he got to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Just to piggyback to what you just said about the EFCC and the freezing of the account and the president having to call you directly, what is your relationship currently with the president? And does that change your earlier allegations of federal interference in this upcoming election? Let me also add to it, just 2 days ago, former Governor Olagunsoye Oyinlola and other PDP leaders endorsed your rival of the APC, Bola Oyebamiji. What does that say to the support structure from the PDP that you just highlighted?
Well, as for Mr. President calling me, like I said before, I really appreciate him for calling. But in terms of that federal might, I can say it here authoritatively. You know this, my predecessor, Isiaka Boigo Itola, is a cousin to the president. You know, president has a real job to do. Most of the time, he might not even know. So he's dropping names, threatening all the agencies that Mr. President said this, Mr. President do this. Even he was the one, I'm sure, that went to go and tell the EFCC to freeze our account down. Mr. President said that. So when Mr. President called, a lot of people start saying, So it is not Mr. President that said they should freeze my account. It is Boigo Yetola. Mr. President said he was embarrassed. Abi, did you see it? For the first time, Mr. President signed it. That I was embarrassed, that is not acceptable. Because I told Mr. President, you fought for this democracy. So I'm sure you will not allow this democracy to go down. And we both agree on that. And Mr. President, I promise free and fair election. Politics is local. It is Oyetola that is feeling that pain of defeat. And he has vowed that he will destroy Osun State by dropping Mr. President's name and to destroy Osun State. Look, it's not the only one from Osun State. We own Osun State together. We will not allow that to happen. So it's the one. It's the one using federal might. I can say it categorically without fear and this thing. So
Governor,
that's it.
Governor, Minister Oyetola,
yes,
he has responded to that. He says if you wake up on the wrong side of the bed in the morning, you will say it's Oyetola. If your wife brings food to a little too late, you say it's Oyetola that is responsible for this. But this same Oyetola is not on the ballot.
It's not what?
It's not on the ballot.
Leave that one.
Sir?
He wanted to come and run from their people because we have friends. Listen, I'm a civilized Democrat. I have a lot of friends from APC. Now tell me this. He was going to declare, and I'm sure they warned him, you cannot beat this Adeleke. You cannot beat Imole. So he went to go and pick a proxy so that he can be controlling him in the government house. Can't you see that APC is in disarray? I mean, you told everybody that they will go to the field. How can somebody, the caliber of Iyola Omishore, be disqualified when you already told them they should go to the field? They disqualified about 7 of them. People that are seasoned politicians. And you have picked what's it called? Your finance commissioner who has incurred pain, have salary to Osun people. They did not pay, the Osun people. All they are saying is half salary, half salary. As I'm talking to you right now, I've paid like almost 2/3 of the half salary and all that. Even pensioners, they owe them. I've paid over 80 billion to all the pensioners. They're not dying anymore. They are living, giving them free medical care. So, I mean, I don't understand all this. I can't be saying if my wife do this, anything that he does, I will talk, because that's my responsibility to let people know what is going on. He's a selfish guy. Even though when I said I endorse Mr. President, he still said, even if I endorse Mr. President, he doesn't care. He's so selfish. That's the problem.
Dr. Olagunjo, please.
Thank you, Your Excellency. You are Accord governor. You are the only governor Accord has in Nigeria. You are contesting against a party that has, I would say, 34 governors backing it.
Please, I can't hear you.
Okay. I said you are the only governor Accord as a party has in Nigeria today.
I'm the only one
Accord party. You are the only governor it has.
I'm the only governor, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And you are contesting against a party, the APC, that has 34 governors backing it. That is plus the power of the presidency and everything connected with it. Are you not worried that you will be overwhelmed and overrun on Saturday? Thank you, Your Excellency.
You don't know me. I'm a bulldozer. They don't call me Ashon Jackson for nothing. I'm a bulldozer. What does that got to do? If they lie, let them bring all the 30-something governors. They are all my friends. After they go on the stage, they even come and say, we are just playing,
Quiet in the audience, please.
I can assure you, are they the one to come and vote in Osun State? They are not the one to come and vote now. They call it party intrigues. All that one is funfair. I'm here to support our party, and that's it. At least most of them are well educated, they are very stable. Not one governor that comes to my state or whatever I do. Man, what type of name is that? You came to my state. You did not have, when I'm saying, when somebody wants to come to your state, me as a city governor, you're supposed to have clearance. These people are not civilized. I'm a civilized administrator. Was it? 2 years ago, when I was in PDP, they made me the chairman of a governorship committee. You know what I did? Immediately I landed Ondo. I went to ask Aye Datua. A lot of people are saying, no, we are not in different, we are different political parties. I said, no, he's the governor. I have to go and tell him that I'm in his state, to come and support my candidate. And I went to the State House to tell him. And we greeted each other and I left. That is what civilized people, that's what they do. So all these ones that come over here, let them come and dance in Osun State. They are not the one to vote. So when they finish, I will call them, I saw you on TV, hi.
Okay, the name of the governor of Edo State is Senator Monday Okpewolo.
Well, it sounds like Okpolo in the Yoruba land.
Quiet in the audience, please. Well, Adesua, what's next?
Thank you very much, Dr. Bati. Thank you, audience, and thank you, Mr. Governor. We'll go on a quick break, and when we return, we'll be engaging with the audience. Please stay with us. It's still the Arise News Town Hall on Osun election.
Osun stands at a defining moment. On Saturday, August 15, the people will choose who leads the state for the next 4 years. But before the votes are cast, the candidates must speak directly to the people. On Tuesday, August 11, Arise News presents the Arise News Town Hall, 2026 governorship elections, the battle for Osun State. Governor Ademola Adeleke of the Accord Party, Muniruddin Bola Oyebamiji of the All Progressives Congress, and Dr. Najim Salam of the African Democratic Congress. Each candidate will take the stage for a dedicated 1-hour session to present his plans for Osun State, answer questions from Arise News journalists and representatives of the Tribune newspaper's editorial board, as well as OSBC. They'll also respond directly to the concerns of Osun voters. Jobs, security, education, healthcare, infrastructure, the economy, and accountable government. What are their priorities? What will they do differently? And how will their promises translate into measurable results for the people of Osun State? Arise News journalists will ask the questions. The people of Osun will have their say. And each candidate will have the opportunity to make his case to the electorate. 3 candidates, 3 competing visions, 1 decision that will shape the future of Osun State. Watch the Arise News Town Hall 2026 governorship elections, the battle for Osun State, live from Osogbo. Tuesday, August 11 from 11 a.m. exclusively on Arise News. The candidates, the issues, the people. Osun, the decision is yours. This is Arise News.
There's nothing better than the roar of your fans. But in Nigeria, there's a roar that will not be heard again. With fewer than 50 lions left in the wild, they could be extinct in the next few years. From loss of habitat and prey, and snares set for illegal bushmeat. Please say no to illegal bushmeat, and let's keep the roar alive for Nigeria. Poaching steals from us all.
Welcome to Licky Licky.
Holding this Saturday, themed the battle for Osun State. We're giving candidates a fair hearing today to sell their programs and policies to the people of Osun State. And of course, we still have the first candidate of the day, the incumbent governor of Osun State. He's also the governorship candidate of their core party, His Excellency Ademola Adeleke. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much. Now, before you go to the audience,
yes,
I know you asked a question about Governor Oyinlola.
Yes, please.
See, Governor Oyinlola is so jealous of me and jealous of the Adeleke family. He contested with my neighbor. In fact, Sherubawan, the first executive governor of Osun State, brought him, to come and do politics after he retired from the military. So he has never supported the Adeleke family. And we're always supporting him. And it's good that he did not support me because he have a friend. Because maybe if you go and support me, anything can happen. In 2000, when I was wanted to do Senate, he did not support me. In 2018, when they cheated me, and Mr. President, may so rest in peace, President Buhari, came here to Osun and said, this election in 2018, we win it by remote control. You have to answer, you know about that. He did not support me. And in 2022, he did not support me. He went to go and bring the secretary to the state government, Akibade. Throughout Osun State, they have only 7,000 votes. And he's one campaigning for him all over. He's from Odwati, Okuku. In his hometown, I always beat him there. In his unit, I beat him there. All he does is talk, doing proverb. Is that proverb that people will come and vote for? And when immediately I won, he came back to me. Say, oh, we need to, don't let us fight. Don't let us do this. I said, okay, no problem. Because I have a forgiving spirit. He complained to me, he doesn't have a car. And I gave him a new car. He collected a new car. Then he went to APM again. From APM, 2 days ago, maybe the APC have given him money or whatever. He changes again that he will not support me. So he's a paperweight. I'm not worried about him. That it's not going to affect anything. I just want to clarify that. Thank you very much.
Okay. At this point, we will now take questions from the audience, but just two. We'll be able to accommodate just two. No partisan questions, no praise singing, no lecture. You take the microphone, introduce yourself, and please observe the KISS rule. Keep it short and simple, and no double-barreled questions. Absolutely no double-barreled questions. Otherwise, I'll cut you off. Well, I see Opeyemi Adamolekun has already taken the microphone. Opeyemi, if you want to go first, okay. Gentlemen, please identify yourself and keep it short.
All protocols are observed. My name is Comrade Olowu Emmanuel. I'm the State Secretary of Osun Civil Society Coalition. In the coalition, we have went out into the communities and the state. We have did a lot of engagement. But the fear of the people is that there is federal might that is against your administration, sir. And that how are they sure that their vote will count? And I want to put a question to you, sir. What are you putting in place to ensure that the votes the people of Osun will vote for you will be well secured?
Can I answer that?
Yes, sir. Please go.
Well, I'm glad that your own worries is about how the votes of election of this governorship election this Saturday will be secured. That question should go to the INEC, should go to the security agent. But I'm telling my people today, for you to secure your vote, it's just only one day on the march again. When you vote, stay and make sure your vote is counted. Follow your vote from unit to what? From the local government, and finally at the collation center. Don't be afraid. It's your civic duty for you to make sure your vote is counted. And that question should go to the INEC. And I believe INEC, they have promised when during this peace accord meeting, Professor Mukito said that this election is going to be free and fair. And he said it. And the whole world is watching. The international committee, they are watching that time. So they will hold him responsible if this election is not free and fair. But I believe he meant it. Let's just keep our finger crossed. Like I said, my people, I'm talking to my people in Osun State. Just secure your vote. That's all I can say. Thank you very much.
Opeyemi, please go.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Opeyemi Adamoleku.
How are you doing today? How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well, thank you. I'm the Pioneer Executive Director of Enough is Enough Nigeria and a This Day analyst or Arise News analyst. So two things, and I'll add them together. Number one, you've indeed spent a lot of time talking about your opposition, if I put it that way. And so I want to invite you to speak a little bit more about your vision for Osun State. You travel quite a bit and you see things. I grew up in Ife, so I hear you about the flyover in Lagiri, but the road to enter Ife is a disaster.
You want to what?
To enter Ife is a disaster.
To enter Ife?
Yes, it's
that
a
is
disaster.
federal road.
It was, but and I guess if you look at it as development, and I like what you have said. You said people in other parties are.
Do you know I've done how many federal roads and I've not been paid?
I understand.
I've done about 7 federal roads up to now. I've not been paid. So I will leave Osun State and go start doing federal roads.
I was putting it.
So it's federal roads.
I understand, sir. I was just putting it in the context of the Lagiri flyover.
No, you are not fair. That question is not fair.
All right, sir.
That's federal roads. Talk about Osun State.
No problem.
Please leave federal roads.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
Now, you've also talked about the fact that people in different parties are your friends. Democracy at the end of the day is about the people.
Of course.
It doesn't matter what party, PDP, APC. It's
because
really
I'm civilized.
Precisely. And I love the example from Ondo State. And I like the example you gave. You went to see my governor.
Yes. Ask him.
Yes, it's okay. So let's extend the same courtesy as we talk about governors' names and their names so that people who look up to you don't think it's okay. But then the last point I want to ask, state police. You said it was one of the ideas that you have. Now that the president is fast tracking it, they're spending 7 weeks to look at the operating policy. Have you thought about what state police would look like in Osun if you come back? Because people are afraid that state governors will abuse it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, number one, the road that you mentioned there is federal roads. Go to Ife, the cradle of Yoruba land. Go and see the wonders that I've done. So if I should use Osun money to start fixing federal roads and leave my own interstate. I've done about 8, 9. Up to now, they've not been paid. I've talked to the minister. I went to go visit him. I said, look, I've done this federal road. And he said, no problem. He's looking into it. So that one that he's talking about is federal road. If you come to Osun, you will see that our position have constructed about 350 kilometers of roads, cut across. Like I said before, I went around Osun State. Some of the roads that have been abandoned, let me be specific so that you can go and fact check it. For example, in a place called Otoyegbaju to Iresi, that road has been abandoned for 45 years. When the minute, you see, I am the commissioner for works because the first agenda is for me to fix the road. I went around all the roads. I said, Otoye Baju to Iresi. It's just only 10 minutes. Why is this road have been abandoned? Don't we have government? As I'm talking to you, that road is fixed. Fantastic road. And you can get to Otoye Baju from Iresi, just 10, 15 minutes. That's one. There's this road too, they call it Tokere Road, to all the, what's it called? Odiomun and all that, and Edwabo. Was abandoned for 25 years. And during my campaign, when I went to that area, and they don't call me talk and do for nothing. I promised them that I will do it, and it's done already. Go and fact check it. So all the roads that I've done, because in Osun State we are farmers. If we don't have good roads, how are we going to have connectivity? So like I said, the road that you mentioned there, that question is not fair to the people of Osun State. It's federal road. Ask me about Osun State, Intercity, and all that roads. You will see that our administration have done very well. Thank you very much.
She mentioned state police.
Okay, the state police, I believe in it. When I was in the Senate, I was the one that introduced the state policing. Let me tell you something. All these ones that they are saying, the governors will interfere, they will use the opportunity. I'm not that kind of governor. I have a fear of God. And I promise my God I'll be fair to people. If it is, even if I'm coming, I know that by the special grace of God, I will come back for a second time. If we eventually have state police, if it is my son, because I trained them very well, that committed offense, you go and face the law. That is it. I'm not going to bend for anybody. That is me. I'm not talking about other governors. So all this one that you will use it, I will not, because me, Governor Ademola Jackson, I believe in rule of law. I will not do that. So I will make sure our police, they function very well so that they can come and do their job in protecting life and property. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll come back to the panel here. I think it's the turn of Mrs. Ajiboye now. Mrs. Ajiboye, you just insist on speaking in Yoruba language. When I was in primary school, they would say, you are speaking vernacular.
And they will tell you to stand up. You are speaking vernacular.
Awuyewuye tó ń wáyé láàrin ẹgbẹ́ yín àti àwọn ẹgbẹ́ tó kù. Òun ni pé wọ́n ń pètèpèrò láti ra ìbò kí àwọn èèyàn ó ta ìbò fún wọn. Àwọn náà wá dáhùn pé ohun tó ṣe bí òwe o, ẹ̀yin ìyá mi, bàbá mi, ẹ̀gbọ́n mi, ohun tákàtà bàjẹ́ ló fi ń lo ẹgbẹ́ ẹ̀. Pé ẹ̀yin gan-an lẹ fẹ́ máa ra ìbò táwọn èèyàn náà fẹ́ máa ta ìbò, kí lẹ rí sọ sílẹ̀ yìí.
Kí ni mo fẹ́ tàbò fún? Nígbà mo dára mi lójú. Iṣẹ́ tí mo ṣe, mo dára mi lójú. Mi ò ní láti tàbò, àwọn ló fẹ́ tàbò. Níbo nìyẹn ti wá? Mo ni mo ti rówó tí máa fi tàbò. Wọ́n sì sọwọ́ wa, owó local government. Wọ́n fẹ́ kí ìjọba yóò wó, kàkà kó wó, pípele ní pele sí.
Ṣùgbọ́n ọlọ́lá jùlọ, wọ́n lè bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí í fọ́n owó, ẹ̀ ń pín owó fáwọn òṣìṣẹ́, fún àwọn agùnbánirọ̀, fáwọn èèyàn.
Òṣìṣẹ́ tó ń sọ, ìmílẹ̀ tí mo wọlé, mo fẹ́ràn àwọn òṣìṣẹ́. Because ẹni tó bá ń ṣiṣẹ́ fíyàn, even àwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ fún mi nílé, tó bá ti pé kó tó di pé oṣù parí báyìí, máa ti sanwó fún wọn. Ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ni tí o bá sanwó fún òṣìṣẹ́, kí lẹ rò pé bóyá àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ fi fẹ́ràn mi? For the first time in history, in the history of Osun State, òṣìṣẹ́ wọn ò lọ sí strike láíláí. Because àwọn gbà tí minimum wage, àwa la kọ́kọ́ sanwó fún wọn tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ó máa jẹ́ tá a kúrò fún wọn. Àwa lọ ní pé kó lọ dábàá iye tó máa fẹ́. Wọ́n dẹ̀ gbé wá sórí tébù mi. Mo dẹ̀ sọ bóyá kó gún ọ̀sán o, kó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí máa ṣe. So the workers welfare. So èwo ni mama pé mò ń pín owó. Palliative ló ń pè lédè Ìgbò. Mo ti ṣe ní láti ìmílẹ̀ tí mo wọlé láti 2022, bó ṣe ní 2024, bó ṣe ní 2025. Mo dẹ̀ tún ṣe lélẹ̀. Ẹ̀tọ́ wọn ni. So they call it palliative. Àwọn APC náà ṣe wọ́n ṣe palliative. The other time, wọ́n ṣe òbí tí my opponent, Bọ́lá Oyèbánjí, tó ti ń pín búrẹ́dì. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ti ń gbọ́, wọ́n dẹ̀ forúkọ ẹ̀ sí, ó dẹ̀ ń fún wọn. Èmi ò ṣe yún. Iṣẹ́ tí mo ṣe ló ń sọ̀rọ̀. Òun ló dẹ̀ máa sọ̀rọ̀. Táwọn èèyàn mi máa fi vote for me. So let me speak in English now for the people that don't understand English. I mean, she's talking about that our opponent is saying that vote buying and all that. I don't need to buy votes. The palliative they are talking about, they're doing palliative too. I love my people, workers in Osun State. I've been giving them palliatives since 2023, 2024, 25. And this one too. So I've been used to it, not because when it comes to election, I've been doing it. Their own method is that when they come in to work for 12 years, they will not do anything. So their plan, Osun State eyes are open now. Their plan is that when it's time for the election, because they have impoverished, they've collapsed the economy of Osun State, and there's so much poverty. They believe Osun State, when it's time for election, you give them 20,000, give them 50,000, so they can go and vote for you. Osun State are now smarter. They have seen the light. I brought light to Osun State, and darkness has vanished. So, in all that one, my job will speak for myself. So I don't believe in vote buy. Why do you need to buy votes? Those people who are doing that, they know that they cannot win. They don't have anything to show for. But I have all my work to show for it. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're very close to the allotted 1 hour for this session. So, Your Excellency, if you could be very brief with the next question, as I call on Dr. Festus Adedayo.
Your Excellency, a major allegation against your government is that you stuffed your administration with cronies of yours. In this regard, they are talking about what I call the Edenization of the Osun State government in terms of appointments and in terms of even projects. For instance, they said you relocated the airport down to Ede, and that Ede is small London now, while many parts of the state are crying for projects. What's your reaction to that?
Well, like I said, I have a fear of God in that area. All this one that are saying that Ede is small London, why would I wish my town to be small London? So because I'm a governor, I should abandon my own town. No, go and fact check it. I just told you I just came back from Ife. Am I from Ife? I'm from Ede. Go and see the place. Am I from Ila? They have never done any dualized road in Ila. Am I from Bongo? Am I from Ikire? Am I from Iwo? Am I from Ilesha? Even all the towns in Osun. Do I have a flyover in Ede? No. But I cannot be fixing other towns. So I will say, because people I will not let them talk. I will abandon, but me, I'm not a bastard. I will fix my town too.
Okay.
Now, about the airport that you talk about, let me tell you something. It's not my fault that my town, God bless all with lands. So when we're about to build this airport, number one, the airport that we say we have is not really an airport. They call it aerodrome. It was my predecessor that handed over to the Air Force. So they are using that place as a training ground. And I said this is not acceptable. In Osun, in Southwest, we are the only one that doesn't have airport.
Okay, Your Excellency.
So I invited Let me answer that question. It's very important.
Very quickly.
I invited all the experts to go and look for a land where they can site the airport. They went around and everything, and they end up in Ede. Go to Ogun State. You are from Ogun State, Abat. Is the airport, is it in Abeokuta? It's not in Abeokuta. That's where they found land. So it's the same thing. So they found land in Ede, and what's up? I mean, there's nothing I can do about that.
Your
Thank
Excellency,
you.
we really have to go, but in 60 seconds, and we do apologize, but you have used up all the time. In 60 seconds, your final word to the people of Osun State, and should you not win the election, would you call the winner?
Well, my people, I'm seizing this opportunity to thank you for your support. And I know your conscience is telling you that I did not disappoint you. On the march again. Here we go again. You have gone around, you have seen the work that our administration have done. Just to mention for you, you see it in the infrastructure, 350 roads. I've taken care of what our people needs, all their needs. And I want you to judge in that area and take a look at what we have achieved, so far. And that is what you're going to base your judgment. Now, talking about, should I lose the election? Number one, forget about it. I'm not going to lose this election because I'm so confident.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
I'm so confident
Executive
that
Governor
I will not lose this election.
Osun State and the candidate of the Accord Party. We do thank you for your time. It brings us to the end of our first conversation here at the Arise News Osun Governorship Town Hall with the incumbent governor of Osun State. Thank you once again.
Thank you. I appreciate you all.
Okay, but the conversation, be quiet in the hall, please.
Hello there and welcome to our ongoing coverage of the Arise News Town Hall on the upcoming Osun State elections. The contenders for this Saturday's governorship election in Osun State, southwest of Nigeria, have been sharing their visions and missions at a town hall meeting put together by Arise News and This Day newspaper in Osogbo, the state capital. The forum kicked off with the incumbent and candidate of Accord Party, Ademola Adeleke. After the governor, we also expect to have on the platform the candidate of the All Progressives Congress, that's Bola Oyebamiji, and that of the African Democratic Congress, Najim Salami. For the next 4 hours of the program today, we shall continually stay close to what's going on in Osun State in the build-up to this weekend's election. Do stay with us.
And, as Cynthia said, that was the first session of the Arise Town Hall meeting on the upcoming Osun State elections with the governor, Ademola Adeleke, joining us in the studio for reactions. We have the Arise News analyst, Dayo Shoboale, political analyst, Victor Ohai, and we also have Arise News analyst, Frank Tietie, in our Abuja studios. And we will start right here in Lagos, though, with Mr. Shoboale. I mean, we've had an hour of, I think, a very rich conversation between the current Osun State governor. And I think what stands out to me in all of this is how open and unscripted it is and how rare it is to actually get access to a governor in this way that isn't necessarily in a televised interview. So just, your reactions to everything we just saw.
Well, it's a revelation to me. And I'm very impressed by the delivery of the governor, as well as his program. This is somebody who knows his onions. And he's talking about what he has done in terms of infrastructure, education, roads, and all that. And even though some of the questions rattled him, those with dancing and things like that, but he handled them very well. He's a well-educated, confident man who said he studied in the US and he promised he will raise the standard of his state to that of the US. I'm very impressed. And again, you see, I like his confidence in saying that he has done so well for his people and that he's confident they will reward him by re-electing him. That is all what I've always said about politics. Politics It's about performance. If you do well, your people will reward in a free and fair election. If you don't, they eject you. He has said what he has done, and he is confident he will win. You see, I tremble for his confidence because he's facing federal might. But then I'm sure he's confident that his performance will speak for him. I pray ceteris paribus, things turn out that way. Let's leave it at that for now.
Well said, Mr. Shibwale. And of course, we do have with us here political analyst Dr. Victor Ohai. And going off of what Mr. Shibwale mentioned about the fear of federal might, we saw how that came up even when the question was thrown to the audience. And what was stated is that there's fear in the people about the issue of federal might, and they want to ensure that their votes actually count. What do you make of his response in that regard, putting INEC and security officials on the spot to ensure that they live up to their responsibility come Saturday?
I think that was a very mature response. He's very confident based on the work that he's done. And based off of that, he has left it for the people. And yes, there might be the federal might, but I think the one thing that he has going for him, and that he will have going for him in this election, is the fact that first, that call by the president was not just another call. Every state in the Southwest is very important to the president. You cannot afford to ruffle feathers. It might cost them at the federal election if anything goes awry here. So I'm sure that they will come trying to do whatever they can do. But at the end of the day, if the Osun people come out overwhelmingly in support of him, I mean, coming for any candidate, but I'm just saying, since it's the first candidate we've spoken to here, if they come out overwhelmingly in support of him, I'm not sure that even INEC will stand in his way. The process might be intimidation, or like one of the people that asked questions there said, the civil society coalition guy, one of the guys, he said that the fear of the people is, yes, they'll come out, but will their votes count? Now, this is something you want to put, doubts you want to put in the heart of people to discourage them from coming, to say, oh, my votes may not count after all. But he's spoken confidently, and he has said the people should come out. And I think that if they do come out, the results will count and they will show. If he wins, and the people know that he wins, and he's robbed, it might cost the federal government during the federal elections. And I think they're mindful of that.
Mm-hmm. Fascinating. I'd like to now bring in Frank Tietia, who's in our Abuja studios. And, you know, when we talk about this idea of federal might, I think a very interesting, you know, aspect that Adeleke brought into all of this was his relationship with all of the different governors and former governors. You know, he talked about how Edo State Governor Monday Okpebolo didn't get security clearance before coming to the state. He talked about how the former Osun State Governor Boyega Oyetola himself wanted to run, but, you know, didn't end up running. And now he's trying to control the current APC candidate from the government house. I mean, what do you make about the way that Adeleke is positioning his relationship with all of these different figures in the APC?
You know, Governor Adeleke, in his usual ebullient and quite energetic manner, has done quite well there in terms of mass appeal to the people, even though his responses were quite low in terms of policy direction. But you could see that that humanness in him was unstoppable. You know, he also, you know, was quite clear as to, and probably, you know, truthful as to his relationship with the other governors and the president. But you see, give it to him that he adopts, a very free spirit towards the opposition, except that he made former Governor Oyetola an unofficial candidate in his responses. One thing that he also didn't quite do well was that he was low in terms of figures, but he redeemed himself quite well when Yemi Ademolako asked those questions. You could see again with such pointed questions from Adedayo that forced him to now reel out facts as to names and all of that. But you could also see, and I take caution to that effect, that the man appears not to be unmoved with the idea of federal might. He has sold himself directly to the people. I wasn't quite impressed that he didn't speak so much to the direct question of state police. He left it in the hands of God, that in the sense that he's a God-fearing man. There's no doubt about that. But he should know that as governor, if he ever wins the election, he would have to send an executive bill to the State House of Assembly to assure that his own kind of policing will reflect the wide traveled experience that he has had. Again, you can see that he doesn't take, he's not personal with someone like Monday Okpebholo, the governor of Edo State, but in his usual euphemistic approach to things, he has, turned around the idea of being an unserious person who dances to now make dancing something that is to be craved for by other candidates and other governors. That was quite smart. But, in terms of women empowerment, youth, employment, creation of jobs, healthcare, I think Governor Adeleke may have done more than what he has said today. He could have talked about how much he has doubled the revenue of Osun State from the time he came into office, and at the moment in 2026 that he is now seeking re-election. By and large, he cuts as someone who has a great appeal to the mass number of persons in Osun State, and that is his major strength, defying the fact that there's a federal might, and to also think that he was very defiant of whatever the federal might is by reducing it to the unusual influence of Gboyega Oyetola, who he referred to in quote as simply dropping the name of the president. That is a very good one. That may not lead to persons who are they are reluctant persons. There are persons who will be reluctant to vote, but they may have a change of mind based on that kind of response. Governor Adeleke may have not said much in terms of direct commitments to the Osun people, in terms of numbers, in terms of facts, in terms of direct promises, but he sells himself.
I promise you're going to have a lot of time to fill us in on how you perceive that that very important session. But thank you for your submissions, especially when you mentioned that he was a bit modest in his achievements because he's doubled the revenue of Osun State. But like you rightly alluded to, one of the names that kept coming up throughout the event was his predecessor, Gboyega Oyetola, and he was very specific when he attributed what happened with the EFCC in terms of freezing of the state's accounts, saying that was the result, a direct result of Oyetola's influence. Let's take a listen to that clip.
1, 2. If a lot of people know the family that I'm from, in terms of principle, in terms of integrity, please go and ask. Let me just use this as a case study. When Mr. President, when this frozen our account, Mr. President did very well. He put a call to me. He told me that he is embarrassed by the EFCC, what they did to Osun State, that he promised me that he will intervene. And I thank him. He said one thing, I quote him. He said, your family, Adeleke family, is well respected in Nigeria and international community. So we will not do anything, this thing. Let me tell you something. Is this APC people that went to destroy PDP already as an incumbent? They only know that I'm going to get that ticket. But I waited. I tried my best to make sure that PDP is won. So when I see that, if I continue like this, I will not have a platform. Assuming the way they do it in America, that you can come out and be an independent candidate. I'm looking towards that one day, Nigeria, our democracy will grow to that. So that I won't have to say, okay, even if you don't want any platform, you can come out. I can assure you, if we have that in our constitution, that an independent candidate can come out. If I come out as an independent candidate, I will still win. But when I see that, the way the PDP is going, I'm not the only one. A lot of governors left. As I'm talking to you, I am the last man standing, making sure that I want PDP to survive. Because I know what? I love PDP. PDP has given me that chance to become a senator and a governor. Why will I live there? But when I see that things are going bad, every day fighting, closing door, you don't know who's, so I have to think twice. And I pray to my God. My God tell me, my son, you need to do something. I call my stakeholders because any decision I make, I call my stakeholders. That's how I do it. And we all decided, listen, with the way things are, we're not going to have a platform. And I look at all the parties and I thought, okay, let me pick one. And I picked Accord accordingly.
Of course, that was just an excerpt of that very interesting session that we heard from the incumbent governor, Ademola Jackson. He always puts Jackson there, Adeleke. Of course, that's a display of how much he glories in his personality. But let's talk about, Mr. Shua, let me come to you for this. Now, we know how we stayed on that EFCC matter last week, and it was even breaking news, and yesterday that you read when the president intervened. And now we're looking at the governor stating that it was Oyetola who made that call to the EFCC. He's been very specific in this case. What does this say about this whole federal might or bringing your family into politics?
Yes, see, the revelation I will draw out from that, what we watched, was the fact that the president spoke to him.
Yes.
Said his president spoke to him. And the president mentioned his family and said that he has no hand in what is going on. So like we said the other time, the president himself was desperate to clear himself of that, the timing of that EFCC action. And he has verified everything. It's a plus for the president. It is a plus for him too, at least with the electorate. The electorate now know that it's not somebody just roaming around, that he has recognition even from the presidency.
But
that is from the opposing party.
Also now knows that to an extent, EFCC is not independent. If this allegation made by the governor is true, if the former governor can make a call and then the federal account, or sorry, the state
you
account
are holding on to that.
Yes, it's important.
No, it is. I think what is weightier, you get me, is that the president spoke to him. You get me?
And said he had no
that
hand
shows
in
the
it.
president is not in consonance with the EFCC. Can't you see that?
Okay,
it shows the president is not in consonance.
Okay, let's bring in Frank Tete and see if he shares your perspective. Frank, do you share Mr. Shewale's perspective? Do you feel like the more important or the weightier side of that is that the president called, or do you think that it's more revelatory to see that the EFCC could have been called by his predecessor to bring up these charges and freeze the state account?
You see, Governor Adeleke has been unmistakable as to the fact that former Governor Oyetola has been behind all of these intrigues against him, especially in the build-up to this election. You know, I have made it time without I made it clear as an Arise analyst in my legal sessions, where it's clear that the FCC does have the powers. but we had a problem with the timing. So, but you see, as EFCC chairman, you couldn't, ignore certain reports. Even if they are not correct, you would first of all do the proper thing before, especially when the law permits the EFCC to freeze the accounts without an order of court for 3 days. Now, the real subject matter here is this. Governor Adeleke has been quite civilized. You can't take it away from him in the manner and respectful in the manner he has dealt with the president. All the while, he has never accused the president of any, untoward action. He has rather, accused former Governor Oyetola. However, that the president called, it's, a face saver for the president because this is a make and mar election for the president. The president, in a way, sits sits in a position where even if he wins, if APC wins Osun State, will be...
Frank, I'm going to have to ask you to hold that thought again. Of course, it's a very, very busy day, but we'll come back to you for that. Now, you're watching our special coverage of the Arise News Town Hall on the upcoming Osun State elections. We now return to Osogbo for the next candidate. Stay with us.
Osun State and the candidate of their quad party. Dr. Bati?
The conversation continues here at the Arise News Osun Governorship Town Hall. As we said from the beginning, this is a platform for the governorship candidates to speak directly to the people of Osun State, to present their visions, outline their policies, and explain how they intend to address the challenges facing the state. Each candidate is being given an opportunity to make his or her case. And our questions will focus on the issues that matter most to the people of Osun, from the economy to job creation to education, healthcare, infrastructure, agriculture, security, and accountable governance.
Indeed. Let's just remind our viewers around the world that we still have a panelist with us from the Tribune newspaper. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And of course, we have the head of programs for the OSBC, 104.5 FM. Thank you very much. OSBC is the Osun State Broadcast Corporation, broadcasting live as well in Yoruba language. Thank you very much.
Well, our next guest is here and is the governorship candidate of the African Action Congress, the AAC. Please join us to welcome Comrade Olajide Esan. Comrade Esan, you are welcome. Comrade Esan, thank you for joining us. And by the way, we're broadcasting live on Arise News, also on OSBC 104.5M, and online on Leke, the social media arm of Arise News. Let me start with you, Adesua.
Yes.
You have a question for Comrade?
Thank you very much. Dr. Esan, information out there says you're a 39-year-old entrepreneur. I wonder if that's correct. I want to clarify that. It says you're a 39-year-old entrepreneur. But my question really is, why do you want to become the governor of Osun State? And what's your plan for the people of Osun State?
Hello. Thank you. By the grace of God, I will be 40 this month. I want to be a governor of Osun State because I would say that our society is deficient of leadership. Even though we have too many politicians, but we don't have leaders, because leadership is all about service. It shouldn't be how much you can take advantage of existing problems or how much you can weaponize poverty against people, because what we have been experiencing in this country is more of perversion disguises as leadership, and it hasn't really been about service, but imposition and subjugation.
Comrade Esan, is that all you have? I thought she asked you about your vision.
Okay. If I would be going into my vision, what is important to me is to give governance back to the people, because instead of leaders to be serving the people in Nigeria, especially in Osun State, is the people who are serving the leaders. So, and as I've said, that it is important to me to give governance back to the people, because once people are the ones in charge of leadership, a lot of things can be done easily. As long as politicians keep having domineering influence over the people, nothing can be get done and nothing can work in this country. So, and part of the plans we have what I call Osun resident database. So this database will give us the opportunity to have the information of Osun residents and to also be able to put the right things in place for Osun people. Another thing is financial dashboard, because financial dashboard will give Osun people the opportunity to monitor and to track government spendings, so that if 1 naira misses, they can call me that youth governor, where is our 1 naira? Because accountability is very important, because the lack of accountability is what is making politics a lucrative business to career politicians. Once these things are there, it will no longer be business as usual, but for those who actually want to serve the people. Another thing is a Ministry of Citizens' Rights, Workers' Protection and Compensation. In our country today, justice is only meant for the rich. And we want to bring about this as a balancer in our society, so that there is equal access to justice. Even if you are an Okada rider and you've been oppressed or cheated, or whatever categories you belong to in the society, you have equal access to justice. Another one, some of these things I'm talking about are things that are foundational, and not just the regular way of recycling, promises of road, electricity, and all that, which we never have. So, but these things are foundational, because when we have proper foundation in the country, a lot of things can work. So that is, and we have what I call Osun Child Trust Fund. This Child Trust Fund is going to be an investment account or an investment portfolio for every child born in Osun State. That is, by the time they turn to the age of 18, they will be able to have access to this money, which can either be used to further their education, or to start up a business. All these things are foundational, because the issue of joblessness is what is giving these people we have in position of leadership today to take advantage of the joblessness of our youth and to be using them for political violences and all that. So that is what I can just say for now.
Okay, this time around, let me start with you, Dr. Festus Adida.
Yeah, comrade, I want to ask you how huge the war chest you're bringing into this election is, because we all know how capital intensive it is to contest to be the governor of a state. So that's one. Second is, Osun State has 30 local governments. How penetrating has your campaign been? Have you been to all the 30 local governments, and what has been the response from the people of Osun State?
Thank you. The response has been massive, because people have been seeing us as genuine alternative, because the faces, the people, the parties we've known are like roads that lead to the same roundabout that Nigeria has been since 1999. So where we are today, we are bringing about the difference, the real change as the real alternative to bring about the needed change and transformation we want in our society. And I've been to all the local governments. We've been speaking directly to the people we want to serve, not the paid crowd, because what we are used to, there is issue of mental conditioning that is psychological, that people believe that it is the crowd, the number of people you use the money to bring together, that determines a leader's intellectual capacity to lead. So leadership shouldn't be based on how much crowd you can pull or how much structure of criminality you can put across polling units to engage in vote buying. It's about the vision, the intellectual depth to understand the problems and to be able to profile workable solutions. So I'm fortunate to have an IQ of 146. That is where others see complexity, I see workable solutions. Our people have potential. We don't tap in our people's potential because of the fact that when our people become resourceful, they will no longer be interested in taking 5,000, 10,000 naira from politicians. And that is why I'm here to bring about the needed change in our society. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Ajiboye, please no clapping, no clapping. This is supposed to be a very quiet, non-partisan session. It's not a political rally, it's a town hall. Mrs. Ajiboye, please.
Ẹ ṣeun gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀dọ́ tó ń díje fún ipò gómìnà ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Gbogbo wa la mọ̀ bí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọ̀dọ́ ìwà tó wà lọ́wọ́ wọn, oríṣiríṣi nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sí ọ̀dọ́ àti sí ayé àwọn ọ̀dọ́. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀dọ́ tó wá ń díje fún ipò gómìnà ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun, ǹjẹ́ ohun tuntun wà bí tí ó ti ọwọ́ yín jáde fún àwọn ọ̀dọ́ nígbà tẹ́ ẹ bá débẹ̀? Àti pé kí ni ohun tẹ́ ẹ ní lákàá gan-an fún gbogbo àwọn ọ̀dọ́ nígbà tẹ́ ẹ bá débẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìrónilágbára? Ẹ ṣé.
Ẹ ṣé, àdúpẹ́. Ọ̀dọ́ gangan ni ọjọ́ ọ̀la orílẹ̀-èdè. Àwùjọ àbí orílẹ̀-èdè tí ó bá mú gbé ayé ọ̀dọ́ ní pàtàkì, orílẹ̀-èdè irú orílẹ̀-èdè bẹ́ẹ̀ máa wọnú ra. Ẹni tó ṣe pàtàkì sí wa ni pé ká ṣe ìrónilágbára lọ́nà tó tọ́. Torí wípé a ní ọ̀kan ọ̀jọ̀kan ètò. Àkọ́kọ́, a ní tá ń pè ní Ọ̀ṣun agro-trade economy. Inú Ọ̀ṣun agro-trade economic plan wa fẹ́ fi build ní tá ń pè ní intrastate trade àti comparative advantage. Tó fi jẹ́ pé ìjọba àbílẹ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan ò ní ètò ọ̀gbìn tí wọ́n máa ṣe. Pé bóyá ìjọba àbílẹ̀ kan sìn 29 tó kù, a ní interest nínú ẹ̀. Because ibi tí Nàìjíríà bá fẹ́ work, ẹja jẹ́ kó ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun work. Ní tá a fẹ́ gbé kalẹ̀ ní kí gbogbo ká má sùn ká kọrí síbi kan náà. So ọ̀nà tá a dẹ̀ ń gbà ṣe lé ni pé oúnjẹ máa lè sùn wá bọ̀ nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun torí tá a bá wo orílẹ̀-èdè wa ń sìn, wọ́n fẹ́ take food sovereignty wa away torí ẹni tí ń force GMO lé wa lórí. Nínú program wa ní anti-GMO program kọjá pọ̀ organic food la máa jẹ nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Tábàdé sí ìrónilágbára máa wà fún àwọn ọ̀dọ́ tán nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí iṣẹ́ ọ̀gbìn pẹ̀lú ilẹ̀ lọ́fẹ̀ẹ́ torí gbogbo ìjọba ìbílẹ̀ ní ó ní ètò pèsè ilẹ̀ fún ètò tá à ń sọ yìí. Ìkan nìyẹn. A ní tá ń pè ní Ọ̀ṣun subcontractor program. A rí pé àwọn iṣẹ́ àkànṣe náà fi ń powó aráàlú pọ́npọ́ tó jẹ́ kó sì lọ́ọ́ máa wo àwọn alájẹbánu. Àwa wò pé káwọn ọ̀dọ́ wa àwọn ará ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun kó jẹ́ pé wọ́n wà nígbọnnu ètò iṣẹ́ àkànṣe tó fi jẹ́ pé lágbègbè kan sì ká la fẹ́ ṣe àkànṣe tá fi gbé iṣẹ́ fún ilé agbaṣẹ́ṣe kan aráàlú ni ó wà ní ìjáàjì ẹ̀ bóyá ó jẹ́ architect ó jẹ́ civil engineer ó jẹ́ onímọ̀ ẹ̀rọ àbò jẹ́ artisan gbogbo àwọn èyí ni ó wà ní ìjáàjì tó fi jẹ́ pé ó ti máa níye family tí ó benefit nínú ẹ̀ ìyẹn ẹ̀dẹ̀ tó ràn wá lọ́wọ́ láti cover ní tàgbẹ̀ ní infrastructure deficit torí pé tí Nàìjíríà bá sì wà ní orú ọwọ́ tó wà lónìí a lè meet up ní 50 years sẹ́ni tó bá ṣe lọ́kàn ọ̀jọ̀kan ètò ní àníkan tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú try up industrial ecosystem tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú tápẹ̀ ní IT tech hub àti níbi tá a fẹ́ sáìtì ẹ̀sìn ní Fákúnlé yóò jẹ́ tó pèsè iṣẹ́ ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ nípa àmọ́ ayélujára tó fi lórúkọ tápẹ̀ ní robotics ìyẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn a ní tápẹ̀ ní automobile village tá a fẹ́ dá sílẹ̀ ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wà fáwọn ọ̀dọ́ táwọn ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń assemble mọ́tò tọ́pá àánú lè mọ̀ ṣe nǹkan wa fúnra wa ọ̀nà láti fi hàn gọ́jà àwọn ọ̀dọ́ tó fi wà resourceful nìyẹn a ní tá ń pè ní electronic hub tá a fẹ́ dá sílẹ̀ tó fi jẹ́ pé nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun àwọn náà mọ̀ sí àwọn gadget tá a náà ní ìdí ká ṣàmúlò àwọn ọ̀dọ́ wa kọ́kàn má jẹ́ pé ìwà apá jàgídíjàgan là ń fi wọ́n ṣe gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo lè sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan àwọn ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú tọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ àti wọn yàtọ̀ síra wọn bẹ́ẹ̀ dìbò fún bẹ́ẹ̀ dìbò fún bẹ́ẹ̀ dìbò ìkankan náà nígbò kan náà lọ́dẹ wọn ń dẹ ideology kan náà ní ìṣèjọba wọn kan náà ní tó túmọ̀ sí pé aráàlú náà ń tàn wọn mọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń pàdé àwọn tán ti para wọn sìn àwọn ìdílé wọn náà sunkún àwọn èèyàn mọ̀bẹ́sẹ̀ máa yanjú nǹkan láàrin ara wọn ètò wa ó wà fún ọ̀dọ́ kódà ní ìtàpẹ́ ní industrial estate afẹ́ dá sílẹ̀ sáwọn strategic location káàkiri ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun tó máa fi rọ̀ wá lọ́rùn láti partner pẹ̀lú foreign and local investor ọ̀nà tá a lè fi engage àwọn ọ̀dọ́ wa nìyẹn yípo tó fi lórí ètò ẹ̀kọ́ afẹ́ ṣe lọ́nà tó yẹ pé àwọn èèyàn mọ̀ understand wọ́n ní clear understanding of purpose kó tó ní wọ́n parí high school gan débi wọ́n mọ̀ bí wọ́n fẹ́ gbé ìgbé ayé wọn gbà tó ipá àwọn ó lè ṣèrànwọ́ fún wọn láti tẹ ayé wọn síwájú bó ṣe jẹ́ nìyẹn ẹ ṣé.
Okay, Dr. Olagunju.
Thank you. Mr. Esan,
yes,
your party, the AAC, promises a radical alternative to the established political order in Nigeria. Specifically in Osun State, you are asking the people to reject established parties that have governed the state. What, in your view, is the single biggest failure of each of those governments? And what will you do differently if you become the governor of the state?
You
can speak in English now. Yes, that's
so,
fine.
okay. One of the reasons why we are contesting that we put AAC political party in place, because as I've said that most of this party we know They represent the same political ideology. They represent the same problems Nigeria has been having since 1999. In fact, some of these political parties are put in place for negotiation. So, and to me, we don't do all kind of negotiation, that kind of negotiation in our own party. It's strictly about leadership. So, to me, what they have done best in Osun State has to do with propaganda. You know, when you invest like $1 billion or $2 billion, you use all this propaganda machine to make sure that people think you've done something well. But the biggest investment a real leader should make has to do with human capital development. When you are not making your people resourceful, you make them a problem to the society. Because when youth are engaged, a lot of issues can be resolved. What about the growing population of jobless youth? Do you think a country like ours have a future? And I do say that a sovereign society is a criminal society. And apart from that, analog brains or analog minds cannot be the digital society. Like Yoruba people do say, those are the things we need to understand, that what you are doing that doesn't work, you need to stay away from it. Like the definition of insanity is to be doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. That is where we are in Nigeria today. We need to be serious with leadership. Think about the leading countries in the world. They are thinking of dominating other countries, like African countries. But what our leaders have been doing, we are not even making ourselves relevant on global stage. We are only subjugating, oppressing our own people, and be thinking that politicians are demigod. Politicians are supposed to be accountable to the people, supposed to be accountable to the citizens, and that is what every one of us need to understand. And this is some issue of mental conditioning that make us think that when you have money is when you have capacity to lead. Leadership is something natural. It doesn't have to do with how much money you have or how fat your bank account is. It's about the will, the intention, the intellectual depth to understand these problems and be able to provide workable solutions. Thank you.
Okay, Comrade Olajide, thank you very much indeed. Viewers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen in the audience, that brings us to the end of this second session here at the Arise News Osun Governorship Town Hall. And our guest has been the candidate of the African Action Congress. We have more governorship candidates coming up, each with an opportunity to present his own vision and plans for Osun State. What's next at this one?
We'll go on a quick break. When we return, we have much more for you. Stay with us. We also have analysis in our Lagos broadcast studio on Arise News Day. Stay with us.
Second session of the Arise Town Hall meeting on the upcoming Osun State elections with the AAC governorship candidate Comrade Olajide Esan. Joining me now in the studio for reactions to the second session, we have Arise News analyst Dayo Shobowale, political analyst Victor Ohai. And let's start with you, Mr. Shobowale, once again. I mean, this was a shorter session, but still offered somewhat of a window into the race, you know, what to expect on Saturday. 39-year-old entrepreneur, candidate with the AAC, which is, of course, Omoyele Shore's party, as he's the presidential candidate. What did you make of what we heard from him?
Well, they introduced him as 39. He said he's going to 40. But then you see the way he spoke like a stranger to our politics, even though he wants to be governor of Osun State. I have scant regard for youths who don't respect our political system the way it is. If you must change something, you must at least know what it is. It is from the known that you go to the unknown. You don't invent the wheel because you want to be governor of Osun State. I do not like the way he spoke about leadership, about politicians. We are not exactly a perfect political system, but we are here because of our faults. And I don't think we have gone to sleep over our faults. We are trying to. He has not really, all he has said about unemployment, we know all the problems. We know all the problems. Youth unemployment, corruption, poor leadership, and all that. But he does not seem to me like a credible alternative. But then it is the electorate there that will decide. So let's leave it at that.
All right.
Yeah.
And now, Dr. Hai, you heard Mr. Shobale's response.
Yes.
He was not too impressed. But when it came to the candidate, he listed a couple of things. And one of the major ones that he stated was the introduction of financial dashboards. That's an opportunity to track government spending. Did you deem that innovative and achievable if he emerges governor?
I saw political naivety. He has ideas, obviously, but I think he will serve well as an advisor in an advisory position. But as governor, no. Look at the state, because it's important to understand Osun is largely agrarian. It's, yes, they have a youthful population, they have universities there and all that, but it's not a state that is as, if you're talking to people in Lagos, maybe up to 30% would connect with what he's saying. But in Osun, he's speaking over and above the head of everyone. Even when he spoke in Yoruba, he was speaking in superlative terms. He was mentioning tech terms that the people cannot really relate to. What I thought he should have done, which is where you will see the difference between him and, if you like, the dancing governor. The dancing governor is able to speak to the issues in the state, the problems of the state and all that. And I thought that that's where he should have started from. I admire his courage to throw his hat in the ring. The fact that he's able to go there and then, stand. But he obviously, from what I saw, did not connect. He could connect with us here. We understand the dashboard. We know some of this stuff, but that has nothing to do with the price of fish in Osun markets, So I think that's where he has a problem. That connection with the ordinary people in Osun State, how they can get their goods to town, how all of that. He didn't quite connect with the audience.
Indeed, and that also would have come to the question of about when they posed it to him about the 30 local government areas, how if he's been able to penetrate that during the course of his campaign. But we'll come to that in a moment. You're watching our special coverage of the Arise News Town Hall on the upcoming Osun State elections. We now return to Osogbo for the next candidate. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Osogbo ahead of the Osun State election. It is the Arise News Town Hall, the battle for Osun State. We continue our conversation with the candidates seeking the mandate of the people of Osun State, providing each of them with the opportunity to present their vision, policies, and plans for the state. The issues remain the same, and so does our standard. Dr. Bati, we have...
Well, the candidate of the People's Redemption Party, PRP, is our next candidate in this third session. His name is Dr. Razak Oyelami Saliu, popularly known as Orisun Lagba. Dr. Orisun Lagba, thank you for joining us. Well, here is a panel. We have co-anchor Adesua Omorwan. Next to her is Dr. Olagunju Lasisi from Tribune. Then we have Mrs. Ajiboye from Osun State Broadcasting Commission, 104.5 FM. And then Dr. Festus Adedayo, columnist and member editorial board with the Nigerian Tribune. So it's good to have you on the program. Now, I was reading a statement made by you in which you said the current governor of Osun State is not doing badly at all. You say he's doing very well, but that, you can do better. If you believe that Governor Adeleke is not doing badly, why not just support him and campaign for him? But you say you can do better. What exactly do you want to do better? What is that difference that you want to make?
Thank you very much. I want to make a correction on that statement. I have not said Dr. Adeleke is doing well. we were making a comparison between the present administration and the one before it, immediately before it. And I told our people, the current administration in significant areas has outdone the administration before it. So when you compare, you say this is slightly better. But where Osun State is going is far beyond what this administration has taken us to. And you know, every 4 years, the people of every state or of Nigeria decide whether they want to continue to have the same tenant or they want to have a better one. Every governor is a tenant in the government house. And so the people who own the house, the people can say, do we have something better? So every 4 years, we look at what someone has done. And we say in the array of candidates that we have this season, who can do it better? And that is what Dr. Sali Olusegun stands for. And that is why we are not going with the current administration. We want something better for Ipinle Osun. And that's what PRP stands for. That is our idea.
But what do you intend to do differently?
Thank you.
What are your priorities?
Thank you very much. In our agenda, we have set out to look at 3 core areas. We call these a 3-point twin agenda. We have talked about agriculture and infrastructure, education and employment, and then security and health. Osun State is popularly known as a civil service state, a state where majority of the people rely on whatever comes from the federal allocation. But we have farmers predominantly. This is predominantly an agrarian society. We want to now look into our agriculture and see how we can encourage more young people of Ipinle Osun to take interest in agriculture, take interest in fishery, take interest in producing more crops, take interest in mechanized farming, take interest in producing more food for us so that the issue of unemployment every day can go down. We are looking at agriculture. We cannot continue to say because we are not as industrialized as some other states, we leave what we have. We should use what we have in Ipinle Osun to get what we need. Agriculture, we have it. Infrastructure. You don't drive development without infrastructural development. Today, for example, this administration has invested in building roads in the cities. Good. But you know that in the hinterland, majority of our people who want to transport their food products to these cities live in the rural areas. We want to extend those road projects to the rural areas so that transportation from the places where we have our farmers can become easier for all of us who live in the cities who consume the products of the farmers. So infrastructure, very important. I talked about education and employment. I am a medical doctor. I made it by education. Today I'm here as a governorship candidate. I was here in 2018. I was here in 2022 as a candidate, and I'm here again in 2026. Today, I want to see, my own father wasn't a civil servant at any point. He's a farmer. My own mother, I call her Yele Jatutu, a petty trader, and today I've become a medical doctor and now a governorship candidate. I want to give this hope to the teeming population of the younger people of Ipinle Osun that irrespective of who your father is, who your mother is, you should go for education. You should aspire. You should become what you can be. And you will be as long as you do not stop. I want to be a mentor to the people of Ipinle Osun. 70–80% of the people of this state are below the age of 40. And these are the people that I want to mentor for so that they can say, this is our governor. We want to be like him.
Okay. Dr. Lagunju or Adisa, you have a question for me?
Very quickly, as a medical doctor, and one of your focus is healthcare, would you spend the next naira of the state, Osun State, in building new hospitals? Or would you be working on the existing primary healthcare centers? Very quick.
Thank you very much. I'm the immediate past National Vice President of the private sector arm of the Nigerian Medical Association. Also a sitting chairman somewhere now. I know the issues in the health sector. Currently, our primary healthcare system is not functioning as it should be. Currently, a good number of our medical experts, the doctors, the nurses, the pharmacists, have left the shores of Nigeria looking for greener pastures. Why is it so? Why have we stayed back? We have a mission. We have a vision for our state. Some of us have stayed back to fix the system. Now, what we need to do is to now address the issues that have bedeviled the primary healthcare system. Poor funding, lack of adequate motivation for healthcare professionals, infrastructural decay. When we address these three, you can be sure that a good number of our experts, doctors who have left the country now, what we call the Japa syndrome, will come back, what we call the Japada. They will come back. In fact, they will have more confidence. They will say we have a governor who understands the people, who is a medical professional, who is one of us, who understands our challenges, our aspirations and needs. Then we want to come back and fix Osun State. This is what I want to work on when I become the governor of Ipinle Osun.
Okay, Dr. Olagunju has a question for you.
Salim.
Thank you.
Your party, the PRP,
yes,
has a long history in the politics of Nigeria. Traditionally, it identifies with the ordinary people. In practical terms, what does that translate to for the people of Osun State?
In practical terms?
Yes. Yes.
I didn't get that.
What does that translate? The philosophy
yes,
of your party.
The
What does it translate?
the Talakawa philosophy, the Mekunu orientation. I have just said something here. In most places, you just say, oh, the governor is from this family, is from that place, the big man, and things like that. I am from the people. I am with the people, the common people of Ipinle Osun, who have hopes, aspirations, and they want a better future. I've grown from that community. I've grown from here. I understand the needs of the masses, the people we call the Talakas, the Talakawa. Today, I have focused on the priority areas of their needs. And why it's going to be different is this. It's not going to be a government of a single family. It's going to be a government of all the people of Ipinle Osun. It's going to be a government comprising all the people from the 30 local government areas of this state. It's going to be a government that will recognize the farmers, the traders, the bricklayers, the Okada riders, the roadside mechanics, the laborers, and all of us. Our government is going to make sure that they are all involved in policy making and participation in government. So an inclusive government comprising the masses. We want to do that when we come to power.
I think Dr. Olagunju has a follow-up question. If we can make that very quick, please.
Yeah, thank you. If you were not in this race, and if you were to vote in this election, among the principal candidates, the candidates of the major parties, who will you vote for?
I will abstain.
Thank you.
I'm one of the principal candidates. So if I have the decision we have now, if I believe that this party at the center in Abuja could continue to do it, I wouldn't be a candidate. If I believe that what is being done in Osun State now is the best we can have, and can have something better, I wouldn't be a candidate. I believe we should have something better. I would abstain.
On that note, Dr. Saleh, we would like to thank you very much for joining us. And that brings us to the end of this session. Here at the Arise News Osun Governorship Town Hall with Dr. Saleh Urisunlagba, as you are popularly known. We now go back to our studio in Lagos, while we prepare for the next candidate who is already here and who will be with us shortly. And our analysts are standing by in the Arise News Lagos studio. They will again examine key claims, policy proposals, and questions raised or arising from the contributions of the PRP gubernatorial candidate in Osun State. We take another short break and we'll be right back. Please stay with us.
Well, just like Dr. Ruben Abati said, you've been watching the third session of the Arise Town Hall meeting on the upcoming Osun State elections with Dr. Rasak Saliu. That's the governorship candidate of the People's Redemption Party. And joining us now in studio for reactions is one of our colleagues, the journalist and political analyst, that's Taiwo Olapade. And of course, we still have Dr. Victor Ohai with us in studio. Many thanks for our latest inclusion. Thank you. It's great to have you. Let's start with you, of course. We looked at this candidate. He seemed to be in touch, especially regarding the party that he's with which he's associated. They're renowned for being in touch with the common man in Osun State. He stated that agriculture is that Osun State is a predominantly agrarian society, and that he wants people to take interest in producing more so that we can tackle the issue of unemployment. What do you make of that statement?
Dr. Saliu, Razak Saliu, being a medical professional, he also spoke about what we also do if given this opportunity in the area of the medical sector, which is also very quite inspiring. But in terms of agriculture, we all know definitely that there's nothing we can do in this country without also giving according priority to agriculture. The cloth that we are wearing today as we speak in this studio is made from agriculture. It's not just only food. The table in this studio is also a product of agriculture. So if we have someone talking about the need according priority to agriculture, I think that's exactly what I, a person, really want to hear. Unfortunately, I'm not sure some of the other candidates that have been also showcased at this town hall forum has really delved more into what they will do in the area of agriculture. Because without agriculture, you can't really sustain the state, and you can't also really build a better future for our nation.
Very interesting. I mean, I'll now come to you, Dr. Ohai, on this candidate. I mean, a sentiment that I've been seeing a lot online is that people think that all of these different members of the opposition are essentially splitting the electorate. They're splitting votes. And, when we hear from a PRP candidate, we hear from an AAC candidate, he says he's been running since 2018, but he's still somewhat of an outsider as well. I mean, what do you make of how the opposition is essentially shaping out to be, and whether they should all rally behind Governor Adeleke?
Okay, first, on the issue of splitting votes, I think that it gives the electorate an opportunity. I mean, choice is an essential part of democracy. That's the beauty of it. But what I find here, and I'm glad that this candidate came on, the incumbent is no doubt very charismatic, and he has the advantage of incumbency, not just by because incumbency in the sense that he has something to show, a track record. And he didn't need to say what he was going to do because his records already spoke for him. But listening to Dr. Saliu, it was a breath of fresh air to hear someone actually say, this is what I want to do in the various sectors. He identified the fact that there are many young people in Osun State, and that it's an agrarian state, and talked about how he was going to empower them and all of that. And I found that, very interesting. He also went to the area of infrastructure and said that infrastructure drives development. And without a doubt, it's the roads that bring the farm, that takes things from the farms to the market. Okay, he identified that quite rightly. Roads being one of them. Of course, there are so many other areas. Then he looked at education, went into his own personal story, and talked about how he didn't use the word sort of a nobody, but typically, like politicians will say, his parents were farmers, today he's a medical doctor, and that he wants to be a beacon of hope to the young people and be a mentor to say that if I can do this, you can as well. And then finally went into the area of health. And for me, it's unfortunate, whether we like it or not. You see, these platforms, these parties are just SPV, special purpose vehicles for for achieving political power and all that. I don't know how strong PRP is in the state, but I think this is one candidate that Osun needs to look at, either for now or the future. And I hope he gets a stronger platform or an opportunity to serve and bring some of his policies, to play for the benefit of Osun people.
Absolutely, yeah. And Taiwo, when we listened to what Ohai said, talking about how he more or less walked the talk. He sounded very relatable. Like I've been through what you've been through.
Yes.
It didn't sound like political godfatherism like we often say. We have about 30 seconds, but let's just, if you can touch on quickly what he mentioned about tackling healthcare. Was there anything missing that you think was crucial that he should have included?
I think for him, he said quite convincing because as a medical doctor, he made mention of the fact that healthy state is also like a healthy state is a wealthy state. And if people are healthy, definitely productivity on their part will also improve. And when there's increase in productivity, definitely it will also add to the GDP, whether of a state or a country at large. So I think he knows his onions, and if given the opportunity, the health sector will see a change in the narrative in Osun State.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that analysis to both of our panelists. You're still watching our special coverage of the Arise News Town Hall on the upcoming Osun State elections. We'll now return to Osogbo for the next candidate, Munirudeen Oyebamiji, APC governorship candidate of Osun State. Let's watch.
Welcome back to the Arise News Osun Governorship Town Hall. We have heard from other candidates, the candidate of the incumbent Accord Party, and also from the candidate of the African Action Congress, and also the candidate of the People's Redemption Party. And now we're continuing with the conversation. And we've been providing each candidate with the opportunity to present his or her vision for Osun State and respond to questions on the issues that matter most to the people. This town hall is about more than campaign promises.
Indeed. We want to know what the candidates plan to do, how they intend to deliver those plans, how they will finance their programs, and what measurable results the people of Osun should expect. Our next guest is the governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress, the APC. Please welcome the APC governorship candidate, Bola Oyebamiji.
Oh, okay. You're here. You're welcome. Please sit. Thank you very much for joining us. And for the benefit of the people in the audience, please, no pre-singing, no clapping, no hyping. This is an ideas forum, and we are expected to be, very calm. This is not a political rally. It's just a town hall meeting to engage with the people of Osun State. Mr. Oyebamiji, you are welcome. Well,
thank you.
Yes, let's start with the very beginning. You've been in the finance sector. You've been in the Osun State government, leading USICOP, I think it is called. And now you want to be a governor. Why do you want to be governor? Beyond the impression by the opposition that the only advantage you have is just federal minds. What's your response to that? In fact, they go a step further, that you call yourself Ambo, that you are saying we are coming. That in fact, what you are doing is an Amubo enterprise. Amubo, how do I interpret that in Yoruba now? But what's your response? Focusing on your plans, your vision.
Thank you so much. But my name is Bola Oyebamiji. I attended my primary school in Ikire, Irewole local government of Osun State. My secondary education in Idade Grammar School, Ikire. And my tertiary institution from the Polytechnic Ibadan and Lagos State University and then at Ekiti University. I hail from Ikire in Iriwole local government. And I work in the banking industry for 28 years. I'm a qualified banker. I'm a fellow Chartered Institute of Banker. I'm a fellow Chartered Institute of Management. I am a fellow Chartered Institute of Risk Management. And apart from working, spending 28 years in the banking industry at the managerial level, I came into public enterprise when I joined Osun State as the Managing Director, Chief Executive of Osun State Investment Company. I spent 2 years there, and I was able to, when I came in as the MD, that company was moribund. We have negative shareholders of 300 million. Before I left that sector, I have increased that to 6 billion, especially the shareholders fund. And I left there to become the Commissioner of Finance during the then Governor Rauf Aregbesola. And after Rauf Aregbesola, I still served Governor Isiaq Oyetola as the Commissioner for Finance. And I left there for another federal appointment as the Managing Director and Chief Executive of Inland Waterways. After that, my journey and my destiny, which I have a pact with, took me to Osun as the incoming governor of Osun State. My vision, I have said it all in my manifesto. Governance is about people. It's not about segments. It's not about an area. It's not about a city. It is not about a town. It's the entirety and the entire, those are people of Osun that I want to serve. One, you can say that the welfare of our people in Osun is very paramount. The security is very important. These are the things that I want to bring on board. And we want to banish hunger and poverty. I want to invest seriously on agriculture, education, and health. Apart from that, our human asset is very important to us. I'm going to invest in the human asset. We are going to look at their welfare. We are going to increase their welfare. The training is very important. Capital development is very important. These are all things that I'm bringing on board. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Ibamiji.
Just a moment. You didn't want to respond to the allegations by the opposition that your strongest asset is federal might.
Well, let me respond to that. I listened to Mr. Governor, and I can see that most of the answers to that question was not true. Totally. How? I have visited 30 plus 1 area office local government in Osun State 3 times. Nobody has ever done that. First time I have to go and consult the party members if we are ready to take this government or not. And the response was overwhelming. Everybody responded and said that, yes, we need to take this government, the Osun State government from this government that is doing nothing to promote and to enhance both the development and the economic sector of our state. Again, I have to go around again to the canvassers. We appoint 30 canvassers from each unit, which is about 670 canvassers. I have to go around the local government to inaugurate those canvassers. And they were charged, they were motivated, and they were encouraged. And it's quite illuminating you can see that our people is ready to take government from the dancing governor. After that again, I have to go again to consult with the KBSs, the community leaders, the artisans, the lodgers, the Baba lodgers, and even the civil servants. And after that, I was convinced beyond reasonable doubt that our people in Osun are ready for a change. So that is my story to that. That wasn't any, by special grace of God, I'm coming in as the governor of Osun, come 15th of August, 2026. This is something that is not far-fetched. It is not by any power, whether it is a national power or it's mighty power, is any power, at least that they call it. It is by the people. People in Osun are ready. They have, in the last 2 months, I have been endorsed by almost 42 sectors, groups. The private enterprise, even the government endorsed Monarudin Bola Oyebamiji candidacy. Just yesterday, the NUR2W, the Ajegule market, that's our own popular market, that is the spare parts sellers market, and so many others. Women, men, youth, and all other groups of people endorsed Monarudin Bola Oyebamiji to take the mantle of the government in Osun State. So I want you to just go and bury that idea of, but it's because they are jittery. They're jittery because, of course, how can you compare? Somebody was just asking me a question, and he said, put Bola Oyebamiji with his background and put the governor side by side, and you want to employ an MD of a private enterprise. Who out of those two would you pick?
Okay,
Mr.
Okay, Mr. Oyebamiji, we believe the voters will decide on Saturday. But apart from federal might, and you're promising change, there are those who see you as a continuation of the administrations that you served in as the finance commissioner. For the voters of Osun that are yet to decide, that are watching at this moment, are you concerned that they see you as the finance commissioner who served when workers were receiving half salaries and when the economy was not so great? What do you tell voters like that now?
Well, anytime that questions is being raised, let me tell you that it always made me to brag. Brag in the sense that I came in May when in the second time of Rauf Aregbesola, Governor Rauf Aregbesola's time, and I can tell you that from my ingenuity, I have to create a box. I have to go to the governor's state, and I said, I look at the balance sheet, I profile it, I spread that sheet, and I've asked the governor that we can actually pay salary. And he said, how? And I told him, look, we are being held by the federal government of Paris Club. Why can't you let's write a letter to the president and request for the payment of these funds that have been held by the state? And Governor Rauf Aregbesola was a bit skeptical about it because he felt that writing as just an entity, a state, to the federal government may actually create a problem when it is not a cumulative one. And I said, let's try, let's take a step. By the time you take a step, it leads you, Aliza, to another step. And if eventually that step did not work, you go back. And say, okay, what do we do? He said, okay, fine, we can influence Aliza, someone Aliza data, and we have a stakeholder, we have a Baba. We wrote that letter, we gave it to him. He submitted to President Buhari then. And President Buhari approved 16 billion naira for us. And that is how we started to spread that seed. I did a cash flow analysis that will bring Aliza us to pay salaries, to pay outstanding pensions. And that is how we started paying full salary till we left government in 2022. So anytime that question is being asked, they always want to at least bring the best out of me. Because that's one of the things that gladdens my heart that I did when I was the Commissioner for Finance during Governor Rauf Aregbesol's time.
Dr. Olagunju.
Thank you, Mr. Oyebamishi. Looking at you here, you look like a perfect gentleman. But the story we read about you and your party and your campaign is that of an alliance, a deadly alliance between your campaign and the police. Your main challenger, the incumbent governor, was here. He said all his billboards had been destroyed by members of your party. Are you that deadly? Secondly, are you not worried that this election has been unnecessarily militarized? And finally, before the final, they also call you a placeholder for former Governor Oyetola. How would you react to all this? Thank you.
Well, let me first say that I'm a complete gentleman and I'm well read. Automatically, my step and my background as a Muslim, I hold my faith very well. And I have never for once joined any group or any form of anyone that obstructs the willingness of people to live a peaceful life. And I'm bringing that into governance. Let me remind you, and I'm sure that as a journalist of repute, you will remember that in 2022, 35 of the members of APC was killed before that election. And if we actually want to be violent, we can do the same thing, just like a popular musicians will say, "We're laughing, we're worried." But we won't do that. We approach the security operative, we go to court, and this case is still in the court today. Just as I was coming here, I was just told and briefed that 3 of member of my party have just been killed in Elisha by Accord people. This is something that is worrisome. There is no position, there is no post that worth the life of any or soul of any human being. And you can know from our antecedent, APC is a structured party. It's a party that is peaceful. It is a party that has policy that can drive the economy and that can better the life of our people. So that is to that. Surprisingly, people will always ask that questions that Governor Oyetola will be the one that will direct my government. And I always laugh at that comment because, one, if you know Governor Oyetola very well, I've served under him as the MD of Fosiko. He was the chief of staff then. He allows you to do your bidding. He is a structured man. He's a man that is extremely intelligent and articulate. I even want to watch you so that we know at least that taking the best out of you and getting the best out of you. He's not someone that will prognose into any affair. Take, for instance, my campaign. I said it here that I have gone to about 31 plus one area of his local government, and 3 times. Has anybody seen Oyetola Aliza following me? No. I was the one that took Aliza that political advocacy myself, and that is an example of an entity that will leave you to do your bids.
Ẹ ṣeun àlejò wa. Nínú àwọn kókó àpèjẹ eléyìí tí ẹ ní ẹ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ bá débẹ̀ ó ní mímú ọrọ̀ bá ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹni tó mọ̀ nípa ìṣirò owó tó sì ti ṣiṣẹ́ tó ti làmìlaka nídìí ìṣirò owó. Ọ̀nà wo lẹ fẹ́ gbà tí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun tí ó fi di ọlọ́rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ní lọ́kàn, tó fi jẹ́ pé bí àwọn ìjọba míì ṣe máa ń yá owó tí wọ́n bá wà nípò, ìjọba tí yín gbà tẹ́ bá débẹ̀ ẹ̀ ní yá owó kankan, ẹ̀ sì ní fi gbèsè lẹ̀ fẹ́lòmíì tó bá ń bọ̀, ìyẹn tẹ́ bá débẹ̀. Kí ló ń tẹ́ fẹ́ ṣe, kí lẹ gbà lérò, bó lè ṣe fẹ́ ṣe?
Ẹ ṣé olóòtú. Ní àkọ́kọ́, nígbà tí mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí olórí oko Ọ̀ṣun State Investment Company, ẹ má gbàgbé pé mo ti sọ lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ pé iléeṣẹ́ náà ó ti dorí kodò. Nígbà tí mo débẹ̀, tí mo kọ́kọ́ ṣe ni pé gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìmọ̀ àti ìgbà, a wo ìwé wọn, a rí i pé ìwé náà ó kù díẹ̀ káàtó, a dẹ̀ wò pé kí la fẹ́ ṣe. Àkọ́kọ́ tí mo kọ́kọ́ ṣe ni pé mo kọ́kọ́ pe gbogbo òṣìṣẹ́ tó wà ń bẹ̀. Iṣẹ́ tó wà ń bí, in fact, nígbà yẹn, gómìnà ìjẹta, wọ́n tiẹ̀ sọ fún mi pé tí n bá fẹ́ gba òṣìṣẹ́ tuntun láti lè ṣe iṣẹ́ mi kí iṣẹ́ yẹn kó fi lè dúró dáadáa, pé kí n lọ gbà wọ́n, á fún mi láṣẹ. Ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tí mo ṣèpàdé pẹ̀lú àwọn tó wà ń bẹ̀ tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ níbẹ̀, mo rí i pé àwọn kọ́ ni problem. Nǹkan tí wọ́n ní dì ní olùdarí tó dáa, tó mọ iṣẹ́, tó rí ẹ̀ pé, tó lè lè darí wọn láti ṣe iṣẹ́ àṣeyọrí. Nígbà tí mo ṣe yẹn, mo wá wò pé kí la lè ṣe gbogbo ìgbà yẹn. They have a distributive business. Wọ́n tiẹ̀ jẹ́ distributor fún Nestle product, Cadbury, West African Milk, and they have a finance industry, and at the same time, they have a water industry, all moribund. The first thing I did was that nígbà tí mo ti bá àwọn yẹn sọ̀rọ̀ tán, tí mo dẹ̀ rí pé àwọn tó fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ ni wọn kì í sọ̀lẹ̀, olùdarí pàtàkì ni wọ́n need. So mo jókòó, mo kọ́kọ́ wo ibi tí a ti ń pọn omi, essence water, torí wọ́n ń pọn omi essence water nígbà yẹn, bóyá láti ẹ̀ lè rí essence water yẹn ní ìta nígbà yẹn. Mo wá wò, mo wá lọ sí, mo jẹ́ nìkan tí ó fẹ́ràn bọ́ọ̀lù aláfẹsẹ̀gbá púpọ̀. Nígbà tí mo wá lọ sí ìlú òyìnbó kan, mo lọ wo bọ́ọ̀lù ní àwọn club tí ó jẹ́ club tí mo yàn láàyò. Mo wá débẹ̀, mo wá rí omi tí wọ́n gbé dání. Mo rí omi náà tó kọ́kọ́ tó mójú mi sí mẹ́rin pẹ̀lú omi náà ni pé mo rí pé kọ́lọ̀ pupa ni wọ́n fi ṣe bọ́tù omi náà. Mo wá wò pé lébẹ̀ kọ́lọ̀ pupa bó ṣe sọ́kàn mi nìyẹn pé tí n bá ti délé, mo mú ìkan náà àwọn omi yẹn, mo mú dání, wọ́n á mú wá sí Ọ̀ṣun, wọ́n á pa àwọn èèyàn mi. Mo rí kíní yìí o, wọ́n á fi omi wá sílẹ̀, mo rọ omi míì sínú ìgò yẹn, bọ́tù yẹn, mo fi sílẹ̀, mo ní nínú àwọn táwa ń bí èwo lẹ máa mú náà àwọn báyìí. Àwọn 9 nínú àwọn 11 wọ́n mú ìtò ní àwọ̀ pupa yẹn. Bí ẹ ṣe mú yẹn, mo ní nǹkan tá a máa change label wa sí nìyẹn. Láì fi kún, nígbà tí a change label yẹn, a wá rí i pé company iléeṣẹ́ tí ò ti fún wa ní èrè tẹ́lẹ̀, wá fún wa ní èrè ìlọ́po nǹkan tí mo lè pè ní 70% within 2 months. Just because it was not the content, it was the bottle and the label that we changed. And that was the first assignment. And I can see that if you are proactive enough, if you know what you are doing, kò sí nǹkan kan tí ènìyàn ò lè ṣe tí ó bá ti láyà àti ọgbọ́n àti ìbéèrè ọ̀nà ní ọwọ́ Ọlọ́run. Nígbà tí mo rí bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, mo pe àwọn ní olùtajà wọn tí wọ́n jẹ́ distributor fún àwọn ilé iṣẹ́ ńláńlá mo pe meeting àwọn oníṣẹ́ ńláńlá yẹn torí wọ́n jẹ àwọn yẹn lówó mo wá sọ fún wọn pé ẹ wá o owó yìí tẹ́ bá fẹ́ ká san owó yìí ẹ tún máa fún wa ní ọjà sí ṣùgbọ́n èmi ṣèlérí fún yín pé tẹ́ bá ti fún wa ní ọjà yìí iye tá a máa san nínú gbèsè tẹ́lẹ̀ rí iye tá a máa san nínú ìtàṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ lélẹ̀ àdẹ̀ṣe ètò yẹn mo tún fẹ́ fi dá yín lójú pẹ̀lú inú dídùn nígbà tí a fi máa ṣe ní ọdún kan we have 9 awards from various companies as the best distributor in those products in Osun State. Lẹ́yìn yẹn tí mo sì yẹn tán mo wá wò pé kí la tún lè ṣe fún ilé-iṣẹ́ yìí láti ran ti ìpínlẹ̀ wa lọ́wọ́. Ẹ má gbàgbé pé ibi tí mo ti wá ilé-iṣẹ́ tó jẹ́ wípé òṣè òjẹ́ ni ilé-iṣẹ́ báńkì wọn ò mọ̀ bóyá ó pupa bóyá ó dúdú bóyá ọkùnrin ni ẹ́ bóyá obìnrin ni ẹ́ nǹkan tó máa wò ní pé kí ló ṣe fún wa tó o bá dẹ̀ ti ṣe wọ́n á fọ̀nà hàn pé ìta wọ́n á ti fọ̀nà ta hàn tó o bá ṣe dáadáa owó tó ń gbà lóṣù owó tó máa gbà torí pé ó ṣe dáadáa yẹn ó máa ju owó tó ń gbà lóṣù lọ so gbogbo wa máa ń ṣiṣẹ́ pé o gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe dáadáa so àwa wò yẹn mo wá lọ wo kí ni mo tún lè ṣe. I went into property business and I can tell you proudly today again pé ní Ìkòyí mo bá wọn fi lọ́lẹ̀ a ní nǹkan tá à ń pè ní fúláàtì olójúlé mẹ́ta tó jẹ́ 100 níbẹ̀. Ní Ìkẹjà GRA ọ̀nà tó gbòòrò jù tí àwọn èèyàn mọ̀ jù Sóbò Aróbí Odù ni bá a ṣe ń sọ èyí sìn ó sì kọ̀ nígbà tèmi mo tún lọ síbẹ̀ a tún lọ kọ́ ilé síbẹ̀ láì yá kọ́bọ̀ a tún lọ kọ́ ilé. For now we have 36 flats of 4-bedroom flats there. Mo kúrò ńbẹ̀ mo wá lọ Abuja in Ojia Street, number 9 Ojia Street. Mo tún wò pé ó yẹ ká tún lè ṣe s'Abuja àti ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ kó ká lọ s'Abuja. Bí mo tún ṣe ń bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ yìí dèní a ní duplex 6 ní Abuja tí ó sì kọ̀ tí a kọ́ tá a dẹ̀ sí dáadáa nígbà tèmi. Mi ò dúró ń bẹ̀ yẹn o. Mo wá wo gbogbo petrol and gas stations tó wà lọ́sùn. Mo rí pé kò sí mega station. Wọ́n bá gómìnà fún ẹ pé mo kọ̀wé tá a bá ṣe lè ń tá a lè rí lórí ẹ̀rí ó dẹ̀ máa jẹ́ bí ọrọ̀ ajé títí láéláé fún ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Á dẹ̀ tún jẹ́ pé nínú owó yìí àwọn náà máa dá sí owó tí ìjọba fẹ́ máa ná láti tún ìlú ṣe. Tẹ́ bá ń bọ̀ láti Ìbàdàn ní apá òsì tẹ́ bá ti dé Abiri tó jẹ́ secretariat ẹ rí ilé epo NNPC kan nígbà tí Murudeen Bọ́lá Oyèbáméjì wà níbẹ̀ lákọ̀ and is still the best and the largest NNPC today in Ọ̀ṣun. Tẹ́ bá wá ń bọ̀ tẹ́ bá tó wá ń bọ̀ sà ẹ bá bínú tẹ́ bá tó wá ń bọ̀ tẹ́ bá wo opposite ilé epo yẹn ẹ tún rí ilé kan tó wà ń bẹ̀ alájà 4 ni wọ́n á kọ Ọmọlúàbí holdings síbẹ̀ nígbà tí mo débẹ̀ ó ńlá kọ adẹ̀sí adẹ̀wà ń bẹ̀ títí dé ni.
Okay, Dr. Festus Adelayo.
Yeah, Mr. Oyèbáméjì. If by this Saturday, the people of Osun State elect you as their governor, what would be the 3 major areas of concentration that your government will focus on so that in the next 100 days, when you'll be showcasing your administration's achievements, those 3 critical areas will be your advertisement? And second, there's this general impression in Osun that APC people, governments that have been here in Osun State before now, APC governments, are governments who, how do I put it, who bring people from Lagos to come and administer the people of Osun State. And so I think there is this labeling of Ajele governments, that people, so how are you going to delink that kind of optic from the people of Osun State of your party?
Thank you, sir. One, I'm going to run a very serious business. Governance is a serious business. And I'm going to give my people serious and rewarding business of governance. I'm going to be transparent and I'm going to be accountable to my people. That's one thing. Again, there's one thing that is very important. As of today in Osun, 97% of our resources goes to 2 local governments. That's an aberration. Actually, it is criminal. I'm going to run an inclusive government, and I'm going to make sure that all my people, cities, towns, villages benefit from my government. And I'm going to invest heavily on healthcare, on education. Our healthcare now is moribund in Osun. There is no single MRI, there's no single, let me just say that diagnostic equipment. And you can't imagine apart from that, the welfare of all the categories of staff at least in our health sectors will be enhanced and enriched. Because this is very important. As of today, we have 28,000 deficit of teachers in Osun. And education is just the bedrock of any form of achievement in the world. So education is somersaulting in Osun, and it's something that is not, we can write anything that is home about. So I'm going to invest at least in education. Health is important. And let me remind you that for the 8 years and 4 years of APC government in Osun, that's 12 years. Governor Raul Saleh 8 years and Governor Isaac Boyega Itola's government. The revenue that was allocated to Osun, that came into Osun at that particular time, was only 450 billion. Put that 12 years together. For these 3.5 years of this government, the government collected 650 billion naira. How can you match 650 billion naira to what is happening in Osun today? It is just quite unfortunate that we have this set of people that are governing Osun. It is an aberration. So just like I said, that we were going to utilize it. And let me go back again. During the Itola regime, that government did not borrow a single kobo from anywhere. We left 15 billion naira at that particular time when we were living. And that takes me to another thing that happens that it's a plus for Governor Itola. We were awarded the best prudent manager by the World Bank. We were again awarded the best state that attract, that increase, that enhance, that enrich the internally revenue that we generated at that particular year time. So,
well, just 2 questions. One has to do with your agenda, what is called prosperity agenda.
Yeah.
Now, Osun State is basically a civil servant state. How do you intend to fund or process the prosperity that you are promising the people? Then the two allied questions, they are, issues that have been raised by your opponents. One, that when you were Commissioner of Finance in this same state, that you oversaw capital flight from Osun State to Lagos State, and that by so doing, you denied the people of Osun State of local opportunities. And the second one is that in your filings with INEC, that you removed the name Muniruddin. Is there a reason for that? Is there a change of name deliberately on your part? Why are you no longer using Muniruddin in documents?
Well, let me answer that question from the one that affects me personally. I was born to a Muslim family. I was raised as a Muslim. And up to today, I am a good Muslim by my own assessment and definition. And my Muslim name is Muniruddin. It is not just about Muniruddin. I'm the Balogun Musulumi of Irewole, Isokan, and Nayedade. That's a consistency. I'm the Baba Adini of Ansaruddin Society. Again, I'm the Boluwatife Adini of Ahmadiyya Society. That shows that I am a Muslim by birth. I am a Muslim, even Aliza, from within my community, they appreciate that name. They appreciate what I've given back, Aliza, to that sector. And I did not limit myself to that. I am very liberal in religion. It is not in my character to come to the public like this and say, this is what I have done. But I can tell you that the most befitting secretariat in Osun State today, I built it for them in Ikere. That's my local government. So automatically that name is my Muslim name. So Bola Oyebamiji was the name, of course, that Aliza I used in my primary, secondary, and education, because then, in Yoruba, there's one thing we call Oriki. And when you are loved by your parents, they call you by that Oriki. And that was what actually Aliza gave back to, using Bolarinwa Oyebamiji. So that's what affects Aliza. The question that you asked about my personality. Again, you ask about, I can't remember the question you asked. I can't, anytime, I'm sure that Ruben, you actually laugh at that thing. I can, any sensible man will say that you are flighting capital from Osun to Lagos. Lagos is a state that I can define and describe as put 20 African countries together by their budget, by their business, by their development, by their economic enhancement. So I actually don't know, Aliza, the particular revenue that or money or fund that you have in Osun that you will take to Lagos to do what, to who? I think it's just a laughing matter. That's what I want to tell you, that wasn't true.
There's the question about Osun being a civil servant state.
Yes.
And how you intend to fund the prosperity agenda. But maybe we should just pause on that. We'll start with that when we come back, because we need to take a short break now and go back to our studio in Lagos. And when we return, please stay with us. The conversation will continue. We'll be right back.
Well, that was the fourth session of the Arise Town Hall meeting on the upcoming Osun State elections with Muniruddin Oyebamiji, the APC governorship candidate, Osun State. Our special coverage continues after the break with Hawa Mukan and Tayo Bero. Stay with us.
Welcome to Licky Licky.
In Biggie's house, there is no place to hide. And even when you think no one is watching, the energy can swing in an instant. This BB Naija Season 11, everything burns brighter. Only the biggest moves tip the scale because nothing is given, but everything is for the taking. When the world watches, will you be outshined? Or will you step up and take the spotlight? Big Brother Naija Season 11 starts Sunday, July 26th, showing 24/7 on DSTV Channel 198 and GoTV Channel 49. Headline sponsor, Bet Power. Big Brother Naija.
Hey, I catch you. I find out what you do.
I just download Glow Cafe app.
Waiting I want it.
It did do everything.
You check balance.
See, did that what?
Special offer.
Plenty.
Aha, you get that one.
It dark pass coffee.
You get security.
Double verification.
You pay bills.
100.
Music unko.
You go turn DJ.
Video games.
No darling.
Baba, come. You get movies.
You get Glow TV. Delete yourself.
I bet will be that one.
Gloria, she be AI and she dey speak different language.
Ne, ebe kifu. Album AI. I bet you see the cook.
I just ordered pizza from Glow Cafe app.
Oh, mad. Hey! Glow Cafe, 100 gigabytes free. Oh, guy.
Download the brand new Glow Cafe app with AI the power. Welcome to everything.
Welcome back to Oshogo. This is the Arise News Town Hall on the Osun State governorship election, the battle for Osun State. And we still have with us the candidate of the All Progressives Congress, the APC, Bola Oyebamiji. Thank you so much for your patience. And before that break, Dr. Abati asked you to elucidate more on your prosperity agenda, because you're promising a lot of things, such as expansion of social programs. Is that just handing out cash to the people of Osun State? You're promising more jobs, agriculture. When you talk about jobs, and you also talk about investment, local and foreign investment, what sectors are you looking at? Talk to us about the prosperity agenda very quickly.
Well, I need to answer the question of Ruben Abati, and I'll come to that question. That is Osun State being a civil servant state. I have never agreed to that, and I won't agree to that school of thought. Why? I've said it earlier on here that when I was in Osun, the MD of Osun State Investment Company, I've done a lot of investment that we are attracted to the state and that increased the revenue of the state. And these are businesses that we created. And if this part of the world, agriculture is our major business. And if you can't invest in agriculture processing industry, which of course will encourage and it will enhance backward integration processes. There are a lot of at least things that we can achieve from that. And as an investment banker, it won't be difficult for me to actually attract funds, work on ease of doing business to attract investors to Osun so that our people can enjoy the dividend of democracy. Let me give you an example. Our president came in to the government and he took a very courageous step, rewriting the history of our economic policy. When he removed the subsidy, virtually 90% of our people were crying. They thought they were, some even said that this is the worst policy. But here we are today, and that was what led to the revenue of state being increased and enhanced. You can see, as at the time I left as a government as a commissioner for finance, I know that our last revenue from Abuja was 3.5 billion. As at that time, our wage bill was about 3.7, 3.8 billion. As at today, the least revenue that is accrued to this state every month is in the region of 17 and 20 billion every month to Osun. That is more than enough to take a serious step to add value to invest in so many businesses that can bring in revenue to Osun and to the to better the life of our people in Osun. It's about being articulate. It's about knowing what you are doing. It's about you want to run a serious business. So I don't believe in that. If you know what you are doing, and coming from my background, it won't be difficult for me, at least, to take a bold step and to invest in so many sectors to attract funds to the state and attract investment to the state. That is to answer that question. Your question again?
Yes, I was just asking the sectors, because we talk about attracting local and foreign investment, talk about agriculture, and if you're growing the economy in your prosperity agenda, what sectors are you prioritizing?
I will prioritize agriculture. That's my number one.
Okay, at this point, we'll try to go to the members of the audience, but we'll only be able to take just 2 interventions. Please, if you come to the microphone, identify yourself, and then keep the question very short. No party slogan, no hyping, no long lecture, just very short and simple intervention. The candidate is here to respond to you. Who will go first? No, didn't I see you earlier on? Let's take the gentleman with the red cap. And please, no double-barreled questions. Just one question. And no long introduction. Your name, your affiliation, and your question.
Largest percentage of the population of the electorate in Osun, they speak Yoruba and they understand Yoruba, not the English. Mr. Bola Oyebamiji, tẹ́ bá di governor nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Báwo lẹ ṣe fẹ́ àdírẹ́sì ọ̀nà tíjọba tó wà ń bẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ yìí tí wọ́n ń ṣe tó dẹ̀ ń wú tẹ̀lé wọn? Títẹ̀ yìí náà bá débẹ̀ sí wọn máa waste taxpayers' money ni. Shortly, the issue of political thuggery lọ́sùn ó ti so rampant to the extent that àwọn ní capital city gẹ́gẹ́ pé inú wa máa ń dùn tó yẹ kò kí n sí wàhálà yẹn máa ń rìn freely. On the street of Osogbo today, ká máa sọ Ìlísà lénìí a gbọ́ pé wọ́n pa èèyàn bíi 3 lálẹ́ àná ní Ìlísà, wọ́n ti pa ẹnìkan láàárọ̀ yìí. Tẹ́ bá débẹ̀ ọ̀nà wo lẹ fẹ́ gbà láti address the political thuggery, not only the political thuggery, anything tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú violent crime. Tẹ́ bá débẹ̀. Finally,
I
the
see
health.
no double barrel.
Yes, it's not a double barrel.
You are not following the rules.
The health sector. Mo ní accident ní 1 week ago, around after 12, and mo bá ní ká máa lọ sí Osun State General Hospital. I have the video, the picture on my phone, and we'll send sáwọn yẹn náà. Ìgbà tá a dé Osun State General Hospital ní Asubiaru, bàbá ọlọ́dẹ nìkan la bá ní gate o.
Okay, thank you.
And the trauma center of that place, I entered the trauma center. Pẹ̀lú bí mi ṣe gbádùn, mo ṣe fídíò bẹ̀, ẹ káalẹ́ o, good evening o, ta ló wà ń bí o, ẹnìkan ò dá wa lóhùn. And this is a place that has series of edifices.
Your point
Gẹ́gẹ́ bí
very
center.
quickly. Thank
So,
you.
saying,
You see, your microphone has been taken off because you are not following simple guidelines. Well, back to you, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Lamino Abi, lákọ̀ọ́kọ́, ìbéèrè àkọ́kọ́ ni nípa ọ̀nà. Ó ṣe wá láàánú púpọ̀ pé ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun, ìjọba tá a ní nísìnyí, ìjọba tí ò dáa ni. Mo dẹ̀ máa là á. Lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ gbogbo ọ̀nà tí wọ́n ń ṣe, ọ̀nà tó jẹ́ pé kọngilá tí wọ́n gbé ọ̀nà fún, tẹ́ bá wo adẹ̀lẹ̀ wo gbogbo wa ibi tí bàbá wa the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ibi tí wọ́n ti bá ìjọba Nàìjíríà dé ń sìn, tẹ́ bá mú fóònù yín ẹ lè wo kọ́mpínì tí wọ́n gbé iléeṣẹ́ tí wọ́n gbé ọ̀nà yẹn fún, interior decorator ni. Tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ ń rin ọ̀nà yẹn náà ẹ rí i pé ọ̀nà wọ́gbọ̀wọ̀gbọ̀ ni ẹni tó bá ti rìn ní Ọ̀ṣun. Lẹ́yìn yẹn nǹkan kan wà tí àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣe budget tí wọ́n máa ń ní ká ṣe fún ìjọba tí orí ẹ̀ bá pé, ó ní wọ́n ń pè ní citizens need. Kí làwọn èèyàn ìlú fẹ́? Ṣé bíríìjì ni wọ́n fẹ́ ni àbọ̀nà oko tó yẹ kán ṣe kán fi máa kó èrè oko wá sílé? Àbọ̀nà ìgboro tó ti bàjẹ́ tí ó yẹ kí wọ́n tún ṣe? Up till now, mi ò lè ronú títí mo rò pé kí ni bíríìjì wá dé Làmẹ́kò nígbà tí ò sẹ́nì kankan tó béèrè bíríìjì ńlá Làmẹ́kò. Àwa ò ní ṣèjọba tó yẹ pé nǹkan tí a bá fẹ́ la máa ṣe fún ará ìlú, ní tí ará ìlú bá fẹ́ la máa ṣe fún wọn. And it's simple. Tára ìlú bá ti sọ fún ẹ pé omi làwọn fẹ́, iná làwọn fẹ́, ọ̀nà làwọn fẹ́, gbogbo ẹ̀ ni wàá kó sínú ètò ìṣúná ẹ̀ tó ń pè ní budget. Tó bá ti kó sínú ẹ̀, nígbà tó bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí máa ṣe implementation, ó ti ń tọ̀ọ̀chì life ará ìlú nìyẹn, torí pé nǹkan tó ń fẹ́ ló ń ṣe, kò ṣe nǹkan tí ìwọ fẹ́ as a governor or as a government. Ìyẹn ṣe pàtàkì púpọ̀. Ẹ wá jẹ́ kí n tún wá sọ fún yín, ẹ̀ ń ṣe ọ̀nà láàrin ìgboro. Ẹ fi ọ̀nà tí ó máa wọ ìlú, bóyá helicopter àbí aeroplane àti ẹ̀wá tí ẹ̀ ní airport nígbà, bóyá náà fẹ́ ká gbé dé inú Òṣogbo àbí inú Ọ̀ṣun, Ọ̀ṣun kó tó di pé à ń gun bíríìjì lọ. Tẹ́ bá wọ iná Òṣogbo, Ìwó Ìbàdàn road tí bàbá wa the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bàbá Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu, tí wọ́n ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ṣàánú Ọ̀ṣun fún nípasẹ̀ sí ẹgbẹ́ wa náà ni. tá a bá wá ń bọ̀ àná mo lọ sí Ìwó mo fún àwọn kan pé kán dúró dè mí wákàtí 4 ni mo fi rin Ìwó sí Òṣogbo nígbà tá a fi ọ̀nà tó wọnú ìlú sílẹ̀ nígbà tí tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ ń bọ̀ láti Ìbàdàn wá sí Òṣogbo tí ó bá ń ṣe pé bàbá wa tó tún gbà wá nínú ìyà tí wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí máa ṣe ọ̀nà Ifẹ̀ Iléṣà Ifẹ̀ Ìbàdàn road sìn tí wọ́n tún yà bàrá tí wọ́n tún ní pé àwọn á tún bá wa ṣe ọ̀nà Àkòdá Ọdẹ Òmu Àkòdá Òṣogbo road. Irú ọgbọ́n wo ló wà nù pé à ń bọ̀ sílùú ọ̀nà ò dáa àwa ń lọ kówó ará ìlú a fi ń ṣe bíríìjì kò sọgbọ́n bẹ́ẹ̀ o bó dẹ̀ mọ̀ kí gbogbo wa la máa mọ̀ pé kò sọgbọ́n nù yẹn ó dẹ̀ fi hàn pé àwọn tó wà ń jọba yìí ò mọ ìjọba ṣe ìjọba òye wọn. Lámínà èmi kọ́ṣẹ́ níjọba mo mọṣẹ́ ìjọba ọdún 15 ni mo fi kọ́ṣẹ́ ìjọba tí mo dẹ̀ ṣiṣẹ́ directly as an investment man and as commissioner for finance. Kí là ń sọ náà? Ẹgbẹ́ nìkan wá tí ò lè fi dígò kọ tí wọn ò lè ronú. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n tó wá sọ kinní kan fún ẹ Lámínà sọ mọ̀ pé gbogbo time tí wọ́n wà ń bẹ ọdún 3 àbọ̀ yìí wọn ṣe council meeting lẹ́yọ kan. Council meeting executive council meeting láti máa ń sọ pé nǹkan tá a fẹ́ ṣe leléyìí kí gbogbo wa ó dẹ̀ fọ́ ṣe àjọ dámọ̀ràn ẹyọ kan báyìí wọ́n ṣe ẹ̀dẹ̀ nìkan já mi nírọ́ torí gbà táwa wà ń bẹ̀ nígbà tí ẹgbẹ́ wa wà ń bẹ̀ lójoojúmọ́ ní Monday la máa ń ṣe meeting yẹn tá a bá dẹ̀ ti parí meeting tó bá ti di àárọ̀ ó dàbí pé ìyáàfin Ẹgbẹ́mọdé wà ń bí àbí wọn sì ń bí tó bá ti di ọjọ́ kejì ìyáàfin Ẹgbẹ́mọdé máa lọ sí orí rédíò àti tẹlifíṣàn nǹkan tí ìjọba wa sọ ní àná ní meeting lélẹ́yìí nǹkan tí a fẹ́ ṣe rèé ẹ̀yin ará ìlú tẹ́lẹ̀ yóò bá dùn mọ́ yín nú ẹ kọ̀wé sí wa a tún gbé yẹ̀ wò mi ò gbọ́ ríjọ́ tí wọ́n ti déjọba wọ́n ti ẹ̀ sí meeting tọ́kẹ̀ sí pé wọ́n máa fẹ́ sọ pé àwọn fẹ́ gbé àtẹ̀jáde síta. Èmi ò ní ṣe ìjọba bẹ́ẹ̀ mo mọ̀ pé lágbára Ọlọ́run ìjọba táwa fẹ́ ṣe ìjọba àwọn èèyàn ni ìjọba àwọn ará ìlú Ọ̀ṣun ni gbogbo wa ládẹjọ máa dámọ̀ràn àjọ máa jókòó láti ṣèjọba yẹn ni. It will be an inclusive government. Ẹ farabalẹ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ kó tiẹ̀ di ọjọ́ 15 nígbà tí a bá ṣetán tó bá di ọjọ́ 16 tí wọ́n bá fún wa ní ìwé pé kẹ́ ẹ yege láti jọ yẹn lẹ ti máa rí Aliza government that has an agenda. Thank you.
Okay, you again, Yemi. I wanted this to be as widespread as possible. But go ahead, since you have captured the microphone.
In APC with my first question to the Accord candidate, so I thought it was only fair that I also asked you a question. State police, my name is Okoyemi Adamaleku. State police is currently on the agenda. If you come in as governor, how would you ensure that you don't abuse the powers that come with managing state police? And the second question, you said education is poor in Osun. The Accord candidate said that they went from number 33 to number 7. So if you could speak to that. Thank you.
Well, state police, I think, is a good policy. It is a welcome policy. But one thing that is important is that there is a process. And that if that process is followed, in governance, it is always about the institution. It is about process, it's about rules, it's about regulations. Whatever is embedded in that process, we are going to abide with it, and we are going to welcome it. Government, our party, it is a party of people that knows what they are doing by antecedent. And you can see the difference even from at least at the federal government. This country has been rated as 4-star country now. via the policies of our father, our president, and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So for me, it's a good policy, and we are going to follow and going to implement and interpret whatever at least in that manual book. Thank you.
Well, no, we said we'll be taking just 2 interventions. That's all we'll be able to take. So we'll come back to the panel here. Dr. Lagunju, who is next? Yes, Dr. Lagunju.
Thank you, sir. There is no perfect government anywhere. Between 1999 and now, there have been 5 governors in Osun State. There was BC Akande, Olagunsi Oyelola, Rauf Aregbesola, Gboyega Oyetola, Demola Adeleke. Looking at these governors and their governments, what will you, in your view, what will you regard as the single biggest failure of each of these governments, and how will you rectify them? What will you do differently if you become governor?
Thank you. By my background as a finance expert, we do comparative analysis of 5 years to analyze data. And I can tell you that responsibilities and power comes with various decisions, development, and the situation at that particular time. I don't think I have to evaluate any government and said this government is a failure or there is 1 or 2 things that is their weakness or threat. What I can only say is that they came, they govern, they contribute their own quota. And because of my own opportunity and privilege of working with 2 governors, I can tell you that from there, I've learned 1 or 2 things, and I will improve in whatever I think that is not well attended to. And I think that will be to the glory of my governors too. Because when you have a child, at least that is coming up, our prayer is that our child will always do better than we do. That's my answer to that question.
Thank you very much, Candidate Oyebamiji. In very quick 10 seconds, should you not win this election, would you call the winner to congratulate them? And your final words to the Osun people as they head to the poll on Saturday.
Thank you so much. I can tell you that I'm confident that by the special grace of God, by the special grace of the people of Osun, on their mandate I stand, I can tell you categorically that by that grace, I will win this election.
Okay, thank you very much. APC candidate in the Osun gubernatorial election, Mr. Bola Oyebamiji. And that brings us to the end of this segment of the program. The APC candidate has had the opportunity to present his vision for Osun State, outline his policy priorities, and respond to questions on how he intends to govern the state if elected. But as we have said throughout this town hall, the conversation is not just about listening to campaign promises.
Indeed, Dr. Bati. It is about examining the plans, testing the proposals, and considering what they could mean for the people of this state, Osun State. And so we now take the discussion back to the Arise News Broadcast Center in Lagos for more analysis. The Newsday anchors and our analysts are standing by to take a closer look at the key takeaways from the APC candidate session, the issues raised, and some of the questions that may require further examination. When we return to Osogbo, we have more candidates for you. Please stay with us.
Thank you.
Thank you for staying with us. That was the fourth session of the Arise Town Hall meeting on the upcoming Osun State elections with Muniruddin Oyebamiji, APC governorship candidates from Osun State. I'm Taya Biro.
And I'm Hawa Mukan here with me in the studio for reactions, our political analyst, Victor Ohai. Always great to have you in the studio with us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. It's been a long day. We've heard from most of the candidates, in fact, all of the candidates. The last one from the All Progressives Congress, Nuruddin Bola Oyebamiji. What do you make of what he said so far? Do you think he sold himself well enough on the stage today?
Okay, he also has the advantage that the incumbent has, in the sense that he comes with some track record as well. And so he's been able to point to some of the things he's done. But listening to him, I mean, earlier on when he started, he talked about endorsements from across board and all that. And I remember a joke. I was talking to someone from the US yesterday, and I was saying, you Nigerians, when you say, go on, we are behind you, that you can most certainly be sure that when you turn your back, there'll be no one. Exactly. So when he was talking, I just mused over it, and then I'm hoping that all those that are saying that the endorsements he got are true endorsements. But in looking at the program, there was one thing he said that struck me. He said he'll prioritize agriculture. And I think that's right, because people keep saying it's a civil service state and all that. The majority of the people, they are agrarian, they're farmers. So it's not exactly true. Civil servants are not exactly in the majority. Yes, they may not have too many industries and all that, but it's largely agrarian, and that itself is a major industry. But there were a few things that kept coming on when he was speaking, and I wish we had fact checkers to confirm.
Well, we'll do the best we can.
Yes, he said 97% of the resources of the state go to 2 local government areas. Now it becomes very difficult to. I wish he had mentioned the 2 local government areas.
Exactly. So
that would have helped us. Yes, and then. He also said that he mentioned that this administration has received over 650 billion naira since coming on. And again, these are facts that we need to verify. And he also said Oyetola never borrowed, that the administration itself did not borrow 1 naira, and then they left 15 billion naira. Unfortunately, the other governor is not there to confirm or deny. But, well, these are things that he has mentioned. And then there was something he also said, well, to his credit, if it is fact-checked, but again, he said the World Bank, no less, gave them, said they were the best, to use his language, best prudent managers of the economy. Again, I don't know how true that is, but if it is, it means therefore that he probably was one that was managing that economy. Yes. But the one that I was also not very comfortable with was because he kind of contradicted himself when he said that the state was the best state for internal revenue. That, when he mentioned that, and then the same breath, he talked about Lagos, being the economy of Lagos being larger than over 20 African countries. And I'm wondering how Osun could have been the best in internally generated revenue with a state like Lagos, for instance, that is, so, but, and then I just want to mention some of these things, I call them achievements and things which he bring to the table. He said, but he also said, that in their time, the average revenue from the federation account is about 3.5 billion, but that currently it has risen to between 17 to 20 billion. But of course, we know the reason for some of this, but also the cost of living has also risen at the same time. And then the final one
which we need to fact check. I wish I had mentioned the time because he just made it, threw it open. And you know, when you can give half information and it will look like, you know, you just buy it from whichever angle you are. He said there has been no single executive council meeting.
Yeah.
But I think we fact checked in the when we were that brought, you know, and you said the last one was held in
September. There was actually
on
a
the
documented,
website. Yes,
meeting in September.
So, but overall, it does bring something to the table in terms of experience because of his previous appointments in government, both at the federal and at the state level. And he has also been able to work at the state level. He's worked with two governors, you know, Aregbesola and Oyetola. So he does come with some of that. But I was also worried because he did appear a bit elitist, you know, and there was, at the point in time, I lost count of the I am, you know, so, but it doesn't take away anything. But we'll have to wait and see. But looking at him and looking at the incumbent, he is handsome. We've seen him as someone who you can put in a position of appointment and he'll be able to deliver in his area of competence, but we'll have to wait and see what that translates to when he's actually, you know, in charge. But the governor clearly has demonstrated that, you know, at the center, managing everyone else, he's able to do something. But all said and done, this is somebody else that comes with some experience, and we'll have to see. The issue of the federal might and all that, you know, seems to be a very big issue. That could be an advantage, and it could be a disadvantage. He talked about having gone to on his own merit. He said he's not anyone's stooge. Oyetola has not gone to any of the campaigns with him. Whether Oyetola would have been a liability or an asset is what we don't know, and we cannot say. He's insisting that he's his own man. Yes. He has been able to do a lot of consultations. He has worked with canvassers and all that. Well, Saturday will determine. Yes, we'll have to wait and see. And I hope that he's able to, because it's so important as you move. What I found a bit missing, but again, I'm not on ground. I don't know exactly how he relates to the people, is that common touch. He seemed, when I started, I said a bit elitist. It seemed like a big man talking to.
Well, do you think maybe that's why the switch up to Yoruba? You know, I think I'm not being a very frequent Yoruba speaker myself, but I think that might be a reason why the guy got up and stood up and started speaking in his own parlance.
No.
And saying that
there was a question that was directed to him in Yoruba language,
right?
And so there was one person consistently, the head of programs at the Osun State Broadcasting Commission. All her questions, she's one of the panelists, all of her questions are in Yoruba language, and all the answers have been in Yoruba. Yes. But one thing you can say about all the candidates is they're at home in the language, they're in their elements. Yes. And so when they speak in the language, they're able to connect more. And I think since you don't understand Yoruba language, you were able to feel a bit of that in the maybe the enthusiasm or in the way he was able to
connect.
Yes, connect. Yes.
This gave him, I think, a good opportunity to respond to a lot of the allegations that have been surrounding this campaign. And I want to get more into some of the specifics of those. But we do have some reaction. He responded, Oyebamiji, to some of the things that Governor Adeleke said earlier on. So let's take a listen.
Okay.
I listened to the Mr. Governor, and I can see that most of the answers to that question was not true. Totally. How? I have visited 30+1 area office local government in Osun State 3 times. Nobody has ever done that. First time I have to go and consult the party members if we are ready to take this government or not. And the response was overwhelming. Everybody responded and said that, yes, we need to take this government, the Osun State government from this government that is doing nothing to promote and to enhance both the development and the economic sector of our state. Again, I have to go around again when to the canvassers. We appoint 30 canvassers from each unit, which is about 112,670 canvassers. I have to go around the local government to inaugurate those canvassers. And they were charged, they were motivated, and they were encouraged. And it's quite illuminating. You can see that our people is ready to take government from the dancing governor. After that again, I have to go again to consult with the KBSs, the community leaders, the artisans, the lodgers, the Baba lodgers, and even the civil servants. And after that, I was convinced beyond reasonable doubt that our people in Osun are ready for a change. So that is my story to that. That wasn't any, by special grace of God, I'm coming in as the governor of Osun, come 15th of August, 2026. This is something that is not far-fetched. It is not by any power, whether it is a national power or it's mighty power, is any power, at least that they call it. It is by the people. People in Osun are ready. They have in the last 2 months, I have been endorsed by almost 42 sectors, groups. The private enterprise, even the government, the civil servant endorsed Nigerian Bola Oyebamiji candidacy. Just yesterday, the NUR2W, the Ajegule market, that's our own popular market, that is the spare parts sellers market, and so many others. Women, men, youth, and all other groups of people endorsed Nigerian Bola Oyebamiji to take the mantle of the government in Osun State. So I want you to just go and bury that idea of, but it's because they are jittery. They're jittery because, of course, how can you compare? Somebody was just asking me a question, and he said, put Bola Oyebamiji with his background and put the governor side by side, and you want to employ an MD of a private enterprise. Who out of those two would you pick?
Okay, fantastic. So we've just heard, Oyebamiji responding to some of the claims made by Governor Adeleke. And I think this whole, talk has been a bit of an exercise in responding to allegations for him, 100%. Because as we know, this has been a highly embattled race so far. So he's talked about, allegations of sort of being Oyetola's puppet. Mm-hmm. He's talked about the allegations, of course, of the just thuggery and all of the violence that has happened throughout this campaign, which I think is a very, very important point for us to stay on. So just listening to his submissions on each and every single one of these issues, I'm wondering, do you find his answers satisfactory? And further to that, if he does win this election, how can he restore faith within the APC for the people of Osun who at this moment are not happy with what they've seen in the lead up to this election?
Okay. First of all, if you permit me, I'd like to talk about the issue. We started with talking about the dancing governor.
Yes.
I think it's important that we separate a man's hobby, like the governor said, that's his hobby, from his actual, from performance. Clinton was known for playing the saxophone, even while in office, and it didn't take away anything from him. Barack Obama loved his basketball, and at any opportunity he would play his basketball. Mm-hmm. Reagan was one of the wittiest American presidents. It didn't make him a comedian. He was always cracking jokes, very witty. Mm-hmm. But yes, he was an actor, but that didn't make him a comedian in office. So that's that. And as for the answers, I think one thing I've found, I think that people should start taking responsibility. Start with empathy, first of all. Mm-hmm. People have died.
Right.
And I was hoping to hear things like, it's unfortunate that these people have died.
Exactly.
You know, we shouldn't, you know, I know one or two persons may have said nobody's life is worth, I don't know if it was one or the governor said nobody's life is worth, you know, almost like what Jonathan said and all that. But it is important to address the people. That's something I was waiting to hear. Someone who will come and say, look, Osun people, after election is done and over, we're still the same people. We are one people. We should, if we kill ourselves, what is the point? I expected to hear that. I expected some form of responsibility, not even if not taking it, but at least, you know, empathy.
Right.
You know, and I found that missing. And the issue of there was one of the candidates, even though that's not a direct question right now, that really struck me. The guy from PRP. Dr. Salio, I think, if I Razak also,
Yeah,
where he
Razak.
started by acknowledging that the current governor has done well compared, you know, acknowledge that people are, yeah.
Dr. Ahai, sorry
All
to
right,
interrupt,
that's
but
fine.
we have to go to Osun State. We
Yeah,
have
fine.
someone joining us, the conversation. Arise Director of Politics, Akin Osuntokun, joining us for the discussion. Thank you for joining us. Please, I know you've been watching. What is your comments on what has transpired?
Well, you know, thank you for your question. As you expect, it has been forth and back. One candidate will exaggerate the inadequacies of the other. The other will do likewise, you know. But I was chatting with somebody inside now that the impression those of us who are not resident in Osun State for the past 1-2 years, that directive couldn't have come in a vacuum. He must have had the hearing, but first, it's an indication that perhaps a lot of the problems that is happening in Osun State that are attributed to the APC that the president didn't know about it. That looks plausible. You know, if you look at it from the perspective that when he found cause to intervene, he did, you know, and made no apologies about it. So this is the situation in Osun State, but the APC people, they are also claiming that the violence is from both sides, that the Accord people killed some people in Elisha yesterday, 3 people, and so on and so forth. But what, as an observer who doesn't live in Osun State, in the past 1 year, the impression that I have gotten is the intimidation of the state government by the APC party. And of course, you know, they have so many governors, that APC. Quite a number of them are here now you know, to support their candidate. And I don't really have any comment so to say about it, but the idea of the mass movement of other state governors to states where they're having election, I don't think that's a particularly nice thing to happen.
Yes, thank you for this, Mr. Osuntoku. Sorry we have to take a break at this moment to go back to Osun State and continue to watch the next candidates give their submissions. So we now return to Osun State for that.
Welcome back to Osogbo at the Arise News Town Hall on the Osun gubernatorial election coming up this weekend, August 15. You have just heard the analysis from our colleagues in the Arise News studio in Lagos, where the Newsday anchors and our analysts took a closer look at the key issues and takeaways from our previous session. But the conversation now continues here at the Arise News Osun Governorship Town Hall. We are hearing directly from the candidates who are seeking the mandate of the people of Osun State. We have given the candidates the opportunity to present their vision, explain their policies, and answer questions on how they intend to govern the state. From the economy, job creation, to education, healthcare, infrastructure, agriculture, governance, our focus is on the issues that matter most to the people of Osun.
We have heard from a number of candidates so far. We now turn to our next guest. He is the governorship candidate of the African Democratic Congress, the ADC. Please welcome Dr. Najim Salam, the governorship candidate of the African Democratic Congress.
Panelists, thank you.
Well, Dr. Salam, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Here is our panel. My name is Ruben Abati, Arise News. This is Adesua Omorwan, also from Arise. Dr. Lasisi Olagunju, columnist and editor of the Tribune on Saturday. Then next you have Mrs. Ajiboye. Mrs. Ajiboye is with the Osun State Broadcasting Corporation, 104.1 FM, 104.5 FM. And then we have Dr. Festus Adedayo, who is a columnist and a member of the editorial board at the Nigerian Tribune. Good to have you on
Nice
this
being here too. Thank you so much.
session. Now, very quickly, let me ask you, there was a grand rally yesterday. Was it at the National Park of your party? The grand rally that your party had?
Yes, yeah.
That was yesterday. And the major takeaway for me was listening to former governor, former minister, Rauf Aregbesola, saying that, well, you know, if you get into the office and the people should vote for you, that you'll be continuing his own program, 2010 to 2018. So he openly endorsed you. The presidential candidate of your party, that's Waziri Adamawa Atiku Abubakar, also told the audience that the people of Osun State should vote for you because one of the daughters of Osun State is his wife. So speaking as an in-law. So the question to ask you is, okay, other people are recommending you on the basis of affiliation. You yourself, now that you are here with us, why do you want to be governor of Osun State? I think we would like to hear directly from you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abati. And I want to start by appreciating the Arise Media Organization for putting this together. I think you handle it a very mature way. Amidst the crisis that have been having in the state, you save us a lot of things for giving us a different hours to talk more about our program so that we don't have crisis. I want to appreciate the management of Arise for putting this together for us. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Let me start by telling you my full name. My name is Dr. Najim Folasayo Salam. By God's grace, the one that is contesting to win the election under the platform of ADC in the state. Yes, why am I here? You talk about, when you started the question, I thought you are going another way because Rauf Aregbesola being the name that people will always talk about in the state. But surprisingly, you talk about Atiku as well. But the main question is, why am I contesting? Dr. Abati, I'm contesting to build on the achievements on the past government that do it well and to correct the challenges of today that we have, for me to build a better tomorrow, today and tomorrow for Osun State. I'm going to fill in the gap that I observe are necessary to correct. I'm going to develop Osun in a better way and to give to people the government that belongs to them, to tell the whole world that my own government is going to be a people-centered government, not for my selfish achievement. And for this, I think I'm fit, more than fit, I'm qualified. And I need to tell you my background of why I'm doing this. My doctorate degree is not an honorary. It's a doctor of philosophy in political science. I read political science in my first degree, second degree, and up to the PhD level, by God's grace. My exposure, my educational background, and my involvement in government, in governance over the year, the experience that I've gathered to do something, to correct some things, and build on the good one. I think for this, I'm more than qualified and to be the governor of the state. And that is why, plus other reasons, that when we are going to when you ask me more questions, I will dwell more on it to show the people why I'm in for the race. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. You're promising 20,000 OES jobs in the first 100 days of your administration. That's bold. How do you intend to create those jobs? You also say you will provide 24-hour electricity, including 639 megawatts of alternative power across the 3 senatorial districts of Osun State. Is that not just another election rhetoric that will give you 24 hours light?
Yeah, thank you so much. People that know me will know that when I talk, I'm a very reserved person. I don't talk anyhow. I conduct my research as look into things that I can do before I say it out. All that constitutes my 10-point developmental agenda in my manifesto are doable, and the thing that I will do, if not more than that. And that is why it is codified for people to have access to it, and I think that is why you have access to it. It is even on the net as well. 20,000 whole years. I did not even call it OES. I said I'm going to engage 20,000 youths the first 100 days. It can be of different fields, can be teachers, can be this and that. I'm not targeted to a particular thing. But thank God you are helping me now to look into that. But 20,000 is doable. I've been the government of Regbesola, and we know the way we did it then. It is not a difficult task, and I'm reassuring the people of Osun State that the first 100 days in office, by God's grace, I'm going to recruit 20,000 into the government job. The other question is about electricity. You see, in the state, in the country that we are today, there is what we call Electricity Act that was passed in 2023, and that has enabled the state government to go their own way and provide energy, electricity for their people. It is no longer news that some states have been doing it. Yobe State have launched something like this recently. We have Niger State on it, Abia State already on it. Why will it be so difficult for Osun to have this? Before I say this out, I've made consultation to people that can help me build this. And I want to reassure the people of Osun that if I'm elected to be the governor of the state, we will be enjoying 24 hours of electricity without interruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Najib. You exude so much confidence about Saturday's election. And when the incumbent governor and the Accord candidate was here, we asked him if he was not afraid of federal might and the fact that the APC has more than 30 governors who will be here for the election. He said he was a bulldozer, caterpillar, or koki. Are you also not worried that federal might will prevent you from winning? That's one. Two, let's assume that you were not in this race. Between Governor Adeleke and Mr. Oyebamiji, who were members of your party at a point in time up to 2017, Adeleke was in your party up to 2017. If you were to choose between the two, who will you vote for?
The same question in different ways. Well, your first question has to do about the boldness and the confidence that I have that I'm going to win the election, despite the federal might and the power of incumbents. You know how that. I want to assure you that anybody that have God have everything. I have God behind me, no power from the above, no power from the bottom. But I believe God is there for me. Plus the fact that among the three parties, myself and the two that you mentioned, ADC have been the only party that have been conducting ourselves peacefully in the state, and people look into that too. If you give it to A or B, crisis will continue in the state. And the people also say they don't want crisis. They want Adelaja in between. And that is my name for now. I'm going to be the Adelaja between them. I'm going to be the Adelaja, and that is the only condition that can make your son to be peaceful. Vote for ADC, then we have all the peace. You can't see me anywhere blaming anybody. I don't criticize even. I go to people, canvassing them, tell them about the program that I have for the state. I don't talk about personality of individual. I want people to see it, the way they've been practiced over there in other clime. Come out with your own project, come out with your idea. Election is not war front. It can never be a war. Election is just for you to canvass, tell the people what your programs are. Let people choose between A, B, C. They will choose between their preferred, they will choose their preferred one. So this one of carry gun, cutlasses, and I can bet it with you, also is filled up with toggery. We have numbers of tog, ammunition around the stage now. And because people see us as the most peaceful party, that is why I'm so confident, because people are not, they see things by themselves. It is not that whatever I'm giving to them, that we just change their mind. No, they know what they are doing. They are studying us, and they are studying the environment as well. That only party or the only candidate that can give them peace in Osun is Najim Salam and ADC. For that, I'm so confident, relying on God's power. As my Godfather, I'm so much confident that God will do it, and I will have the day by God's grace. If I'm to choose, I'll give them the second position after me. The two of them, they can be judging by themselves, by the activities. I don't want to allot the second position to any of them, but I'm the leading candidate to be.
Please, no clapping in the auditorium.
Sorry.
There's no clapping, no political slogans. Mrs. Ajiboye.
Ẹ ṣeun, àlejò wa. Àwọn èèyàn ń sọ gẹ́gẹ́ bí awuyewuye wípé ohun tí ìjọba ìjẹta lára àwọn kókó tí wọ́n gbé yẹ̀wò páwọn ó ṣe pé ara rẹ̀ náà lẹ́yìn náà tún mú gẹ́gẹ́ bí àmúlò, gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìrónilágbára àwọn ọ̀dọ́, gẹ́gẹ́ bí gbogbo ohun tẹ́ ṣàkàálẹ̀. Wọ́n wá ń béèrè, wọ́n fẹ́ mọ̀ pé ṣékèṣe pé ńgbẹ́ bá débẹ̀ tá àwọn aráàlú bá dìbò yàn yín tẹ́ ẹ débẹ̀ tán, àwọn ìgbésẹ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan tó mú kùdìẹ̀kudiẹ bá ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun, ṣé kìí ṣe pé ẹ̀yin náà ẹ tẹ̀lé, ẹ ráwọ́lé, gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn òṣìṣẹ́, gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀rọ̀ iléèwé, ilé ẹ̀kọ́ káàkiri báńbáńbáń, àwọn èèyàn wọn fi sí mi lẹ́nu o, kìí ṣèmi mọ́ sọ. Ẹ ṣeun.
Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀. Nǹkan tó dáa, ó yẹ ká máa ṣe àwòkọ́ṣe ẹ̀. Àní ìdí nìyí tá a fi máa ń lọ sí òkè òkun tá a fi máa ń sọ pé àwọn eléyìí ṣe báyìí, àwọn eléyìí ṣe báyìí, báwo làwọn ò ṣe lè ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. Mo sọ ní òyìnbó nígbà tí mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ pé ohun tí mo fi jáde ni pé màá dúró lórí àwọn nǹkan tó dáa tí àwọn ìjọba ti ṣe sẹ́yìn. Mi ò tẹ̀ dárúkọ ẹnìkan. Ó lè jẹ́ tí bàbá Oyinlọ́lá ṣe, ó lè jẹ́ tí bàbá wa Bísí Àkàndé ṣe, ó lè jẹ́ tí Arẹ́gbẹ́ṣọlá ṣe, ó lè jẹ́ tí àwọn yòókù náà ṣe tí mo bá rí kó dáa, mo ní màá tún dúró lórí ẹ̀ láti jẹ́ kó lọ sókè sí i. Mo ní màá wá wo èyí tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó, màá ṣe àtúnṣe lórí ẹ̀. Èèyàn tó bá ní òye bọ́n ṣe ń ṣòṣèlú náà nìyẹn. A máa wo nǹkan tó dáa níbì kan, a máa ṣe. Àfi tí a bá ní ká máa wo nǹkan tó dáa láti ṣe lókù. Kò síjọba tí ò ní nǹkan kéékèèké tá a lè wò tó dáa. Tí a bá rí n tó dáa, a tún ṣe, a tún sókè ní ọ̀nà àrà. Ibi tó kù sí tí wọn ò bá ṣe dáadáa, a ṣàtúnṣe. Ìyẹn ni pé ní tèmi, ìjọba tí mo fẹ́ ṣe, òṣìṣẹ́ ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun àti àwọn tó ti ṣiṣẹ́ fẹ̀yìntì, wọn ó gbádùn ìjọba irú èyí tí wọn tí ìrírú ẹ̀ rí pẹ̀lú àṣẹ Ọlọ́run. Ìlérí mi nìyẹn fún wọn. Kò yẹ kí òṣìṣẹ́ kankan kó má ní ilé lórí. Ní ìlú òkèèrè tí gbogbo àwa tí mo mọ̀ pé à ń díje tá a ti ṣe àbẹ̀wò sí ní ìgbà ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀, gbogbo wa la mọ̀ pé àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ bó ti wulẹ̀ kí owó oṣù rẹ̀ kéré tó, ìjọba ní ọ̀nà tó ń fi ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́ tí wọ́n fi nílé lórí. Ní ìjọba tèmi, kò ní sí òṣìṣẹ́ pẹ̀lú àṣẹ Ọlọ́run tí ò ní ní ibùgbé tí ó máa pè ní ilé rẹ̀ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Ẹ ṣé.
Yeah, Dr. Salam. You have been a regular face in Osun State politics, having been a two-term Speaker of the House of Assembly and part of the political establishment of this state, meaning that there's actually no way you would delink from the ills that have plagued governance in the last how many years in Osun State. How do you convince the ordinary citizen of Osun State that you are not what the cliche calls same or same, and that you are an agent of change? You are bringing change to your people. How do you convince the electorate?
Yes, by my name, I have my own name, and I want to tell you that I have my integrity as well. The name that I'm using is not only for me, it's for my family. I want to live up to the standards, to the level whereby any of my family's generation that bear my name will be recognized and appreciated through my efforts in government. And all this while that I've been in government, people know me, they know what I can do, they know what I've been doing to the people. I say things the way it is, and I love people. I always want to be in the midst of people. By my record, I always be in the midst since when I was the supervisory councillor from my local government. I started my political career from the local government. So I know what the people need, I know what they want. Not just by being driven by my home interest to be a governor of the state, no. Because I've been living with the people for so many years, they've seen me, they've assessed me. I have not lived outside this country except I travel for 1 month, 2 months, and come back to this place. I know the needs of the people, their daily needs. And I want to appreciate God. I want to appreciate God. If I have the opportunity, I will appreciate God by serving humanity entirely. That is my purpose, and people already know this. I've walked around the state to tell them about my candidature, and I think I'm well accepted based on my past deeds to them. I'm not going to change. I will ever remain Nigerian Salam that they know, and I will forever be grateful if I have the opportunity to serve them as the governor of the state. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Salam, I would like to go back to the question raised by Adesua Omorwan earlier, and maybe to phrase it in another way. You are promising free education from primary to secondary You are promising students in higher institutions in Osun State that if elected, you will pick up, you will reduce their tuition fees. You are also saying that there will be free healthcare for women, whether pregnant or not pregnant, and for children. And that there will be, is it free electricity or 24-hour electricity? Okay, in the case of electricity, we all know how that has been a very big challenge, even at the federal government level. Now, the question is, where is the money going to come from? Have you done your calculations in terms of how much revenue from FAC and from IGR comes to Osun State? The issue is about funding, free education, almost free education from primary to university level. Where would the money come from? Have you thought of that?
Thank you very much. Everything about governance requires finances. One, let me tell you that what we have now, as even the allocation that is coming from the federal, if you prioritize your programs and activities and you know the direction you want to go, plus the IGR presently that's been generated in the state, 13 billion on monthly basis on average, 4 billion IGR coming to the state, on average 17 billion on a monthly basis. If you so prioritize your program and activities, I think to me it is very enough to run this program. Plus the fact that the IGR, there's no way our being government and the IGR will not increase and improve. How? The electricity alone will attract investors. Where you have investor will only come where you have a guarantee electricity. If you have a guarantee electricity, definitely the investor will be in Osun without even soliciting for it. And when they are around, you will know that by that, job will be created and revenue will be earned by the government. And for that, I will have more money to play with. I've done my statistic before going to it, and I've seen that for education in a year will cost us not less than 20 billion naira. If a 13 billion, 17 billion in average is being earned by the state government, now to prioritize, to now plan a program for the year that will cost 20 billion, I don't think that will be a problem. It depends on your priority. My priority is to have the name just like the likes of Awolowo and Bola Ige. I happen to be one of the beneficiaries of free education when the late Bola Ige was as the governor of the state. I question myself, why is it difficult to give the same quality of free education to our people, the people that are coming behind us? We are talking about the whole Oyo state that is more larger than the Osun state. And I think I want the people that are coming behind us to have access so that they can claim in their life too that they have access to free education. Plus the fact that it is not all the family that have the wherewithal to send their students, their children to schools. Why can't the government be of help and assist them? Just as we have in a very developed country. Developed country, the way they practice their thing, they do not have two heads. They do not have, I cannot say they have brain more than us. We have the same head and we are human beings as well. Why can't we go their own direction? What makes it so difficult? It depends on the way you see governance and the way you want to do with it. People want to amass wealth to themselves alone. They want to know the number of billions they can have to themselves where serving. That is not the way to go. The legacy I'm going to build will talk more about me when I leave the government. I'm not after the money. I'm after the name that will ring forever in the human world. That is about free education. Free health you talk about. Free health is not for just everybody. It is for these children of under 1 year to 18 years. People that have now been contributing to in terms of productivity to the state. We give them free medical services. What would they need? On a very rare occasion, we have something that will cost you more than necessary. It's not every parent that can take proper care of their children. And don't forget, whoever that is leading today does not take proper care of the people that are going to lead tomorrow. what our future becomes of. We are going to take good care of them from the beginning and give them the orientation. We need to orientate our people. They are psych. There are little things that they don't need to struggle for before they can get it in our community, in our society. I promise that, and I've done my calculation, and not only the children, the aged, that they call senior citizen elsewhere. Why is it difficult? Why is it possible for people living elsewhere to recognize the senior citizen that have served their land in different capacity? You may be a journalist, you may be whatever you've served your fatherland. Why is it difficult for people, for the government to appreciate them? I thought of it, and I think the best way to go is to take good care of the aged that we call the senior citizen by giving them free medical services as well. So, God willing, I'm going to do all this by God.
Okay, this one.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patti. Dr. Salam, you're promising a lot of things. You also promised 35% women in government. You say you give them 1 billion naira for women entrepreneurs when you're in office. But let's speak to security. Osun State in recent times has experienced insecurity just as part of other parts of the country. Should you become governor, what is your plan for security in Osun State to make it a safer state?
Thank you so much. I will start from your first, it's not a question directly anyway, but let me talk about it. Women in our society, they are what we call a very, look fragile. And to me, I think women, they need assistance. They need support. I said the first year, within the first year, I don't even say the first month, within the first year, 1 billion. If anything is coming from other investors, if I'm getting 17 billion a year, in a month, will it be able for me within the first year to gather 1 billion to support women business? No, it is not difficult. It is not difficult. It's going to be an easy thing to support the women that are doing small business in our community so that they can build up and the economy will change. When they have money to do their business, definitely economy will improve. And the thing come back to the government as well. It is when people have money that they pay what is required of them to pay in the society. And you talk about the security. If you look at my program, my manifesto, I dwell more on this. And I want to say that community policing, apart from the state policing that is already in the news, I said I'm going to go back to the community. The traditional rulers have to be involved. No matter how many theories postulated about security, whether for the state or the federal, if you did not go back to the community, definitely you are not doing the right thing. It is the community that know their area, that know their places. By this one, I want to involve all the Obas and Bale in community policing and recognize the work of the Ode, the Hunter, the Vigilantes, and some other groups to man the area that enter their community. And by so doing, all the environment in Osun will be very secure. Plus the fact that are we going to the smart surveillance? I've moved around the state and I've seen that there's no way you can have human capacity that can be everywhere in the state. You need high-level technology to man some other areas. The entry point, the exit point of the state, all the border town needs to be managed and manned by the technology as well. So that when people are going in and coming in, you know who is coming in and who is getting out of the state. For the fact that you can use technology to know what they have in their vehicles as well. Somebody's designed something that I'm relying on, that I will use by God's grace. You are given this, they call it Ghost. Ghost is an equipment that will be everywhere in the bush, meaning that every community, all our area, all the forests will be secured because the presence of the ghost will be there and can talk to you in the language that we understand. I have this all in a plan. I'm very sure that, plus the fact that I will encourage the security operative from the government, from the federal government, police, DSS, civil defense, and other thing, by giving them stipend. to encourage them to do more and provide the necessary equipment for them. We've done that before. While I was serving as the speaker, we gave them the armor personnel carrier. About 25 of that was given to them. Then other patrol vehicle, over 100 was given to them. If the security operatives have what they need to move and they were encouraged, I'm very sure the environment will be more secure and protected. That is my view.
Dr. Lagunjo.
Thank you. Dr. Noju.
Yes, sir.
An average voter looking at you at home and hearing you could, if he's undecided, he could decide to vote for you. But his worry, his or her worry could be the fact that your party, ADC, does not have the structure or the reach to get elected on Saturday. What assurance will you, how do you assure such people that their votes will not be wasted? One. Two, you've spoken about security. What are your plans on Agric? And in addition to that one, and as an addendum to the security matter, an opinion leader in Katsina State, Dr. Kurfi, recently granted an interview. And he said on weekly basis that bus loads of those he called bandits move from Katsina to a place in Osun State called Ilesha under the guise that they go there for illegal mining. What are your plans for that place, which all of us think is a time bomb waiting to explode? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lasisi Olagunjo. Your first question still about the assurance, how this party structure. It is the people that build the structure, not the party build it by itself. I have competent hands, party leaders that assisted in building our party structure because we are not new to this game. We've been in the game for long and we know what it requires. We have people all over the 332 wards, and definitely it's not difficult for us because we've been there. In fact, before we even joined the ADC as a political party, which is like the coalition is almost a year older, we have our structure, we have a platform that we organize ourselves. We call the platform Omoluabi. So it's just a transformation. When we move into the coalition, we just move from the structure that we have from Omoluabi to ADC. People that are contesting with me know already that they are contesting election with somebody that knows the way and that really want to show the way. I want to assure the electorate that every vote for me can never be a waste because I'm going to win the election. I have the structure all over that assuring me of winning this election by God's grace. The other one you talk about the security, especially the inflow of the people into Elisha. Yes, of course, people move in and out of the state every day, not necessarily even from Katsina, all other places. And that is why I address about what we call the smart surveillance, that we go beyond human capacity. We know people that are entering the state, and we know people that are going to that are getting out of the state. If you know people that are coming in, the security operative can decisively or precisely take a good care of that and address it. Go to them even before they even disembark from the vehicle. So I'm going to protect that. The state will be well protected and nothing will happen under my government to the state of Osun State. Thank you.
Ẹ ṣeun àlejò wa. Ẹ ti mẹ́nu bà á pé ó jẹ yín lógún púpọ̀ láti rí pé ètò ààbò oró tótó ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun bẹ́ẹ̀ bá di gómìnà. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ eléyìí nípa iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn bàbá wa ni wọ́n ti sá lóko, àwọn ìyá wa ti sá lóko. Nítorí ètò ààbò, nítorí àwọn afẹranjẹko tí wọ́n bá jẹ oko wọn tán tí wọ́n á tún ṣe wọ́n léṣe àbí kán gbẹ̀mí wọn. Kí lẹ ṣe láti rí pé ẹ dẹ́kunlé torí pé ẹ sọ wípé ẹ lo iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ láti jẹ́ kí oúnjẹ ó pọ̀ yanturu ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Bó lẹ ti ṣe ọ̀nà wo lẹ fẹ́ gbà? Àti pé kí ni ìpinnu yín fún àwọn ọ̀dọ́ láti máa ṣiṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ nítorí pé iṣẹ́ dètàì kò fẹ́ẹ̀ sí mọ́. Kí ni ìpinnu yín fún àwọn ọ̀dọ́, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn ọ̀dọ́ tí wọ́n lọ ilé ẹ̀kọ́ tí wọ́n mọ̀ nípa iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé wọn ò fẹ́ padà sóko? Bóyá nítorí pé ká sọ pé owó tó yẹ tí ẹ máa ń sọ pé ẹ fẹ́ fún àgbẹ̀ kì í dọ́wọ́ wọn. Àwọn àgbẹ̀ kan tán jẹ́ àgbẹ̀ ọ́fíìsì ló máa ń tẹ̀ lọ́wọ́. Kí lẹ fẹ́ ṣe sílẹ̀ tí ètò àgbẹ̀ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun tí ó fi di ohun tí ó mú ọrọ̀ bá ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun tí ọrọ̀ ajé wa náà tí ó fi rú gọ́gọ́ sí? Eyín ò bá wọn. Ní ti àwọn tí wọ́n ń wa kùsà ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun, ẹ rí i pé gbogbo odò wa lọ́mọ ti bàjẹ́ tán nítorí pé wọ́n ń wa kùsà. Kí lẹ fẹ́ ṣe sí eléyìí? Jẹ́ gbogbo àwọn tó ń wa kùsà yìí ni wọ́n ní ìwé ẹ̀rí tó dáńtọ́ láti sọ wọ́n di awakùsà ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun bí? Kí ni ìgbésẹ̀ yín láti rí i pé torí àwọn míì ní oko omi náà ni wọ́n ń lò láti fi ṣe àwọn nǹkan kọ̀ọ̀kan, omi tí nǹkan sì ti ṣe tó ti di nǹkan míì kó láti lò ó tí ò fi ní mú àìsàn tàbí àrùn bá wa ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun? Ẹ ṣé sà.
Ẹ ṣé mo dúpẹ́. Èyí tẹ́ béèrè gan níṣẹ́. Èmi gan tí mo jókòó àgbẹ̀ ni mí. Mi ò dẹ̀ ń ṣe àgbẹ̀ orí ìwé, àgbẹ̀ tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ oko tó ní oko tó ní gbogbo nǹkan tó yẹ kágbẹ̀ ní lóko ni mí. Ìbéèrè tẹ́ béèrè ó jẹ́ kí n lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ láti sọ díẹ̀ fún yín lára nǹkan tí mo ní lọ́kàn. Ṣé rí gbogbo àwọn èèyàn tó máa ń pera wọn lágbẹ̀ tí wọ́n bá dé ìjọba kọ́ lágbẹ̀? Ó máa ń rọrùn fún èèyàn láti sọ pé àgbẹ̀ ni màá tọ́jú àgbẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n tí òun ṣàgbẹ̀ ò lè mọ ìtọ́jú àgbẹ̀. Gbogbo nǹkan tí àgbẹ̀ ń ṣe ló lásìkò. Tẹ́ ẹ bá fẹ́ rú àgbẹ̀ lágbára owó àbí èso tó máa gbìn, ó lásìkò tẹ́ ẹ máa ṣe tó máa wúlò fún. Tẹ́ ẹ bá fún àgbẹ̀ ní èso àbí owó ìdánilágbára ìrónilágbára tí ò bá ṣe ìgbà tó wúlò fún àgbẹ̀, ẹ kàn mú lówó lásán ni. Èmi gẹ́gẹ́ bí àgbẹ̀ tí mo sì wà ní ara tí mo jẹ́ ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ àgbẹ̀ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun, ètò táwọn ó ṣe ètò tí ó lọ kan àwọn àgbẹ̀ nílé wọn níbi wọ́n ti ń dá oko ni. Ètò tí èmi ó ṣe ètò tí ó ṣe déédéé nǹkan tí àwọn àgbẹ̀ fẹ́ ni. Ètò tí màá ṣe tí ó ṣe déédéé àsìkò tó yẹ kán gba nǹkan ni. Nínú ìwé ìléwọ́ tí mo ṣe, mo ní màá bẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú katakata méjì fún ìbílẹ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan tí mo bá débẹ̀. Kí ni mo rí? Ètò àgbẹ̀ tí a bá mójútó dáadáa, òun nìkan ni ọrọ̀ ajé wa ló lè fi lọ sókè táì tiẹ̀ dúró de àwọn ará òkè òkun láti wá dálé iṣẹ́ sílẹ̀. Tí a bá ṣe bó ṣe yẹ ká ṣe, iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ á fún wa lóúnjẹ, á jẹ́ kó oúnjẹ dínwó, á tún wá jẹ́ kí ọrọ̀ ajé ìpínlẹ̀ kó bú sókè. Kí ni mo fẹ́ ṣe? Mo fẹ́ dá ọjà àgbẹ̀ sílẹ̀ ní ìlú kọ̀ọ̀kan, àwọn ìlú tó tóbi, tó jẹ́ pé àgbẹ̀ fúnra wọn á máa kó nǹkan oúnjẹ wábẹ̀ láti wá tà láì ní sí alàgàtà láàrin wọn. Á jẹ́ kí oúnjẹ dínwó ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Tó oúnjẹ bá ti dínwó ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun, gbogbo ìlú tó yí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ká ni wọ́n á máa ra oúnjẹ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Bákan náà fún àwọn àgbẹ̀, gbogbo ọ̀nà tí àgbẹ̀ ní tó lè gbé oúnjẹ jáde, òun ni kò ṣeé rìn. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan ló wà nínú oko tí ò ṣeé rí. Ẹ bá lọ sí gbogbo Ifẹ̀ South, Àtàkùmọ̀sà, East West, gbogbo omi tó jùnà sígboro, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ò lè dá afárá omi kọjá. So nǹkan tí wọ́n ń ṣe ó ń wèsì síbẹ̀ ni. Tí Ọlọ́run bá kà mí yẹ tí mo bá débẹ̀, máa ṣe débi pé àgbẹ̀ ò rí owó ná, wọ́n á rí ọjà tà fún wa, àgbẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ lè fọwọ́ sọ̀yà ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun pé àgbẹ̀ lòun. Mo wá ní lọ́kàn láti ṣe nǹkan tí wọ́n ń pè ní farm estate, tó fẹ́ jọ nǹkan tí bàbá wa Awólọ́wọ̀ ṣe rí nígbà kan. Farm estate yìí máa ṣe débi pé àdúgbò tá a bá pè, mo ti ní about 1,000 hectares of land. Ibi tá a bá ti lè rí lọ́sùn, a máa wá wọn. À á ṣe tó jẹ́ pé àwọn àgbẹ̀ gbogbo nǹkan tó lè fi fọkàn balẹ̀ ló máa wà ń bẹ̀. À á ṣe àyíká wọn níbi tí ò ṣeé wọ̀ fún ẹnikẹ́ni tí ò bá ní àyè láti wọbẹ̀. À á ṣe ètò security síbẹ̀. À á ṣe ètò ìlera kékeré fún wọn. À á sì ṣe primary school fún wọn níbẹ̀. Secondary school wọn máa wá sí ìgboro láti wá ṣe. Ọkàn àgbẹ̀ ó balẹ̀ níbi tó bá wà, ọ̀nà ó sì wà ń bẹ̀, omi ó wà ń bẹ̀. À á ṣe légbèé tí wọ́n máa gbé yàtọ̀ síbi tí wọ́n ti máa ṣiṣẹ́ oko. Àwọn nǹkan wọ̀nyí tí a bá ṣe fún àgbẹ̀, ọkàn àgbẹ̀ ó balẹ̀. Ẹni tí ò kí ń ṣiṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ tó bá rí iṣẹ́ tí àgbẹ̀ ń ṣe tó dẹ̀ ń jèrè, iṣẹ́ oko á wù ú ṣe. Mo ní lọ́kàn pé ọjà tí àwọn àgbẹ̀ ò bá tà, bí mo ṣe wà mo ní ẹ̀gẹ́ lóko tí mi ò rí tà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àgbẹ̀ nítorí pé kò ṣeé tà, owó tá a fi máa wú jáde kán tó fọkọ̀ kó dégboro owó tá a máa tà kò ṣẹ́kù kankan mọ́. Nínú ètò tèmi fẹ́ ṣe máa ṣètò bọ́ọ̀dù kan.
Doctor.
Hello.
Dr. Salam.
Thank you. Ẹ jẹ́ nǹkan sáré parí eléyìí kí n kúrò lórí ẹ̀. Ọjà tí àwọn àgbẹ̀ ò bá tà á máa rà lọ́wọ́ wọn á máa fún wọn lówó ìjọba mi ó máa tà sí òkè òkun láti mú owó padà fún ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun.
I'm going to ask you to summarize all of that in the English language for the benefit of our viewers who don't understand Yoruba.
Yes, thank you very much. The question is about what I'm going to do to boost the agriculture, to improve the economy of the state, and then to secure them in their area of operations. And I was saying that for me, as a farmer, the farmers in the state will be so proud that this is a government, because I'm one of them. I know what they need and particular time they need it. The farmers need assistance, they need support, but they have seasons, they have time. You can't just give it to them when it's not needed. I know when the farmer needs seedlings and when they need money to improve on the agricultural thing. And I'm saying that at the farmer, I'm going to create something we call farm estate in the state. We have across each one in each of the senatorial that we have in the state. And for that, it will be well secured. They have primary school there. They have a kind of sick bay where they can treat themselves, like a first aid treatment. And they have the residential place that they can live. They will have electricity as well. They will have water. If we have all these things, and the roads to the town will be graded in a way that they will be able to transport their product from their farmland to the state. And I'm saying that I will create a market called Ojagbe Farm Market, where farmers will come and sell their things directly to the people that need it, no intermediary between them. And by this, the things will be more cheaper, and the neighboring state will be coming to us to buy things in a way that will assist the government of the day. Plus the fact that if peradventure we have an occasion where farmer does not sell their product, my government will create a board that will buy it from them, pay them in naira that will be so appreciative by them, and we sell it out to the outside world, people that need it, and get dollar back, and that is a mean of generating IGR for the state. That's what I said in Yoruba. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Candidate of the ADC, Dr. Najim Salam, stay with us. We're going on a quick break. When we return, we'll be engaging with the audience.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank digitally connected across Africa and global financial centers with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly whenever, wherever, however. A bank with smart financial solutions from a systemized blend of technology and human touch. For easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
A packaged goods company just lost 5 billion naira. They imported in dollars, paid obligations in naira, and sold on 60-day credit terms. By payment date, their margins had evaporated. Currency volatility is not a risk for FMCG. It is the business environment. Input costs have risen 25%. Consumers absorb 12% before switching. That 13% gap is where companies die. At Fidelity Corporate Bank, we defend margins. Forward FX contracts lock dollar costs today. We don't just finance FMCG. We defend margins. We keep you in business. Speak to us today.
We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
astonishing. Absolutely world class. Welcome back to our program, the Arise News Town Hall program on the gubernatorial election in Osun State coming up this Saturday, August 15. And our guest during this session has been Dr. Najim Salam, the gubernatorial candidate of the ADC, the African Democratic Congress. Now, at this point, we're going to go to the audience. Just 2 interventions, and please keep it very short. If you are a party member, just let us know, because I'd rather prioritize people from civil society, people who are non-partisan. But wherever you are from, when you take the microphone, you introduce yourself and then make the question very brief. Please, no double-barreled questions, no party slogans, and no lecture. By no means whatsoever should anybody get to the microphone and begin to offer a lecture. The candidate is here, and he's the one we want to listen to. Okay, no, the comrade in suit. No, you participated earlier. Let's call someone else. Yes, this way. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Barrister Lasisi Tayo.
Please speak directly into the microphone.
My name is Comrade Lasisi Tayo, a member of civil society organization. I will start my first question direct to the gubernatorial candidate of the ADC. Based on your name, Adelaja, it's a good name. My question is this. See, my question is going Yoruba because Adelaja is Yoruba name. That's my question going Yoruba. Tí Ọlọ́run bá ṣe tẹ́ bá débẹ̀ láti bí oṣù mẹ́rin lọ́sùn state yìí ìpànìyàn nítorí ìdìbò ó ti pọ̀ jù. Over 35 people náà tó pa Ifẹ̀, Iléṣà, Òṣogbo, Ìlọbù. Tẹ́ bá débẹ̀ ṣé ọ̀nà wo lẹ fẹ́ fi gbà láti bá wa dáwọ́ òkun pípànìyàn kó dúró lọ́sùn? Torí kò kí sọ̀rọ̀ bandit. Tẹ́ bá fi dáwọ́ kó àbí ẹ̀yin náà sọ àwọn ọmọ yìí di state boys ni. Àkọ́kọ́ nìyẹn sọ. Question kejì. Ayé bàbá wa Arẹ́gbẹ́ṣọlá ẹwà náà Arẹ́gbẹ́ṣọlá. Arẹ́gbẹ́ṣọlá gba owó kan tó ń pè ní owó sukuk láti fi ṣe omi ní Iléṣà. Láti ìgbà tí Arẹ́gbẹ́ ti ṣe omi náà ló sin omi yẹn òwúyọ. Gbogbo ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tó wà ní Iléṣà wọ́n ti ní wàhálà lórí ọ̀rọ̀ góòdì wíwá. Kí lẹ fẹ́ sí fáwọn Iléṣà tí àìsàn òfin ní wọ Iléṣà pẹ̀lú góòdì pẹ̀lú omi?
Okay, comrade, please could you translate all you have said in English very briefly?
Yeah, my question is this. As Baba Adelaja, your name is Adelaja. If you are elected as a state government, for the past 3 or 4 months in Osun State, over 35 people have died as a result of the election, of the crisis election. If you are elected, how do you want to cope this crisis? Do you want to make any law to stop thuggery in Osun State? Or you want to mobilize them as a state boy so that they will also follow you? When the election, another election is coming, you'll start to clear that position. That's my question.
Thank you.
My second question is this. During the Arebe Solar regime, you are the speaker of assembly. And there is a money, there's a loan from the Sukuk for the water dam in Iléṣà. And up to today, there is no water in Iléṣà. And the people of Iléṣà are not enjoying, they are living the problem of the water. Because the gold has spoiled all their resources. If you've been in Osun, people come from Lagos, they cannot take Osun this year.
Okay.
I want to do that one, sir.
Yeah, very good. You have done your own translation and it's clear enough. Back to you, Doctor.
Thank you so much. Okay, let me respond. Should I go in English or to Yoruba first?
No, you can speak English directly.
English, yes. He asks about my name being Adelaja. Adelaja, for people that doesn't understand Yoruba, is the the intermediary, the one that settled the dispute between two people that are fighting. For that name,
Peacemaker.
Peacemaker. Thank you, Dr. Abati. Peacemaker. For that name being given to me by some people, I will live up to that, to the expectation, by making sure that not only during the campaign that people are killing themselves, I will make sure that under my government, Osun will be peaceful, because they know the person that can give them peace, and this is Najim Salam, the ADC. I'm going to maintain that, and let me tell you that the way I will engage the youth of the state will make it difficult for us to have this crisis and violence around the corner, because 20,000 youths will be engaged the first 100 days, and I'm promising more to come. So if we engage people, the people will be on the farmland, the economy will be growing. If people are working, there won't be time for them to think about crisis. And depends on the leadership. Leadership has to go with the responsibility. The responsibility to curtail all this violence will be done under my governor. As a government of the day, there won't be crisis in Osun, by God's grace. Secondly, you talk about the Ijesha water, the rehabilitation that they're supposed to do for quite a long time. I can assure you that Ogbeni Aregbesola struggle, try to get that money from Sukuk. And I can say boldly that that money is still there. It's just that the people, that is not their priority. That is just not their priority. I promise the people of Ijesha land that if I have the opportunity, I will use that money that is already there to do the water for that community. And how to prevent the health challenge crisis because of the digging, all the water around the lake have been polluted by people that are extracting gold. Yes, of course. There must be a coordination. There must be a coordination, proper coordination from the government. People cannot just go on any site and be digging holes in the name of their extracting gold. There must be organization. It must be well organized. For me, I will create what we call the government delivery unit, under which I make sure that all this is taken care of. People cannot just go to their farm and be digging the hole in the name of extracting gold. We need to protect our environment. People want to make money, we know, but our environment as well must be protected. I will do all within my capacity to protect the environment that we have in Lesha.
Yes, security is indeed important. The police headquarters, they've deployed about 15,000 policemen. The Police Service Commission has also announced that it's sending a high-powered security team to oversee the situation in Osun and ensure that no policeman misbehaves. But I guess the politicians have the bigger part of the job to do too. One more person, okay, gentleman there. But please, just one question. Don't ask 2, 3 questions.
Thank you so much. My name is Jared Tiamiyu. My question is that Osun State has been described as civil servant state. For years, we got to know that, and we are telling our children. How do you want to create economic identity for this state if you are in that? Thank you.
Please go ahead, sir.
Already mentioned that people used to target to be a civil service state. No, it is because the economies have not been growing properly. With electricity alone, I can assure you that our economy will grow, and that will change the name. Plus the boosting that I want to do, what I do to agriculture, definitely our agriculture, the economy will grow. With all I will do to the women in the state, by empowering them, support their businesses, the economy will grow, and we change name from the civil service state to economic growth state. Economy only grow when you have people that are well protected, secured environment. Electricity is there. There's no way electricity will not bring about development. Definitely, the name will change from civil service economy to well-growth economy by God's grace. Yes, I want to say something that I always comply with the directives and the laws of the land. When we are coming, I was told the number to bring to the this town hall meeting and strictly comply with the number that here is by no means by going by the structure of the party that I have. It's just going by the law that established this town hall meeting. Thank you.
Fair enough. Adesua?
Thank you so much. The candidate of the African Democratic Congress, ADC. It brings us to the end of our conversation, but let me throw this question to you because I did ask the other candidates. Should you not win this election, would you call the winner to congratulate him? Very quickly, and your last message to Osun people.
Thank you very much. I don't see myself losing the election anyway. The election has to be well conducted, free, fair, and credible. It is a democratic practice. The democratic settings allow you to go into contest, but if we have a level playing ground and people conduct themselves very well, well, it is a game that we want to go. You want to perform in office, and if fairly enough people say no to you now, then you go back to your house. The only condition that make it difficult to respond to that is because already we have Osogbo is eating up. Osun State is eating up with quite a number of talks. You talk about policemen, no problem about that. Identify security operative. If they come for the election, that is okay. But we are not unaware of people that are using camouflage for policing and military personnel to come as security officers. These are the areas we need to look into. And I want you, the journalists, the media organization, to help us look into this. If you have free and fair election, what is it? People have the right to choose their preferred candidate. Whoever they choose will lead. But there must be a level playing ground. Before we can say what next. I can't say categorically, although I'm seeing myself winning the election, I know definitely they will congratulate me because I don't even have the power to go other way than to canvass my vote and people will vote for me.
Dr. Salam, thank you very much indeed. And that brings us to the end of our conversation with the ADC governorship candidate in Osun State, Dr. Najim Salam. We have now heard from the candidates who joined us for this Arise News Osun Governorship Town Hall. Adesua.
Dr. Bachi will now throw back to our Arise News Broadcast Center in Lagos for more analysis with the Newsday anchors and our analysts on standby. When we return to Osogbo, we will bring the special program to a close with closing remarks from the managing director of these day newspapers. Stay with us.
All right, and that was the fifth session of the Arise Town Hall meeting on the upcoming Osun State elections with Dr. Najim Salam, the ADC governorship candidate for Osun State. Well, we've heard from all the candidates today. Let's take more reactions with me here in the studio. And we have political analyst, Dr. Victor Ohai, with us, and our Arise Director of Politics, Akin Osuntokun in Abuja. All right, so
I think he's in Osun.
He's in Osun State, excuse me. So, Dr. Ohai, we were saying off air how articulate the last candidate seems to be, Dr. Najim, and how he addressed some of the more pressing issues that in more specificity than all the other candidates might have. Could you speak on specifically his talk of electricity, free education, et cetera? Do you think he might have been overpromising a little bit too much? Or do you actually see that when he gets in there, these are some of the things he can actualize since he has so many plans behind them?
I think he lived up to what he said in the beginning. He said his doctorate is not honorary. That's how he started. First degree, second degree, and his doctorate are all in political science. Mm-hmm. And you saw a bit of political pragmatism in the sense that he was able to not just say what he was going to do, but he took us into the how. Mm. You know, it wasn't just about claims. That's the beauty of it. I mean, having listened to the other candidates before now, the governor relied on his past records, which is also legitimate. The others spoke for those who had a track record. They did. The APC candidate was a bit removed in the sense that in the way he was going about, but he also came with his records, but he spent too much time talking about the current governor.
Yes.
But what we have seen, for me, this was a breath of fresh air.
Yes.
Yes, because he talked about electricity, and it is a catalyst for development. Obviously, you can see when you say, how can you, where are you going to get, and he made it quite clear. It's been removed from, it's not in the concurrent list, legislative list, which means, you know, that anybody can go, any government at that level, at subnational level, can generate electricity. And it's not difficult because you can go into private partnership, public-private partnership, or as they say, you can get investors to come. And once you get electricity right, we've always said it, if you get it right, every other thing will flow. He was able to identify